Hello, everybody, and welcome to the AWC Circuit. My name is Aya. I'm so excited to be back here. I'm with Zico, Venrigi, and of course, Supatees. The teams are done with the cups, and now we have all the teams that we're going to be seeing compete here in this round-robin format in this circuit. And Zico, I could not be more excited to get started here.
It feels great. We're back once again. The circuit this time, we're going to see the best of the best go at it. Everybody's going to play each other with the round robin. And it's exciting to be back. I'm just happy to be here.
Absolutely. We're going to get these teams like we know here. We can see the format, 8 teams, of course, from each region. They're going to be competing in round robin. And if you don't know what that means, basically every team is going to have a chance to play every team over the course of this circuit series here in the AWC. And they're going to, for every point, for every series that they win, they are going to acquire 1 point. So we're going to keep you guys posted as we go along, just based on where we are. And then top 4 teams from the circuit, they're going to be qualifying then to the Grand Finals and the Cross-Region Tournament.
Yeah, I mean, both of those are really exciting. I mean, that is what all of these teams are going to be going for, and they're going to have to put up solid performance weekend after weekend in order to get there. And I think this is the most exciting part of the tournament stages for me, just because every single team knows exactly who they're going to be going up against. And it gives them a lot of time to prepare. So we see these teams at their best in all these matchups.
Yeah, we really do. And I think something we run into also is it's really easy to let those losses kind of sneak up on you in those early rounds of the circuit. But every single one of these matches, and the players know this, is really going to count as we head into that Grand Finals qualifier throughout the course of this circuit. So Sid, also talk to me a little bit about the Cross-Region Tournament that we're going to be seeing as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long time, with what's been going on in the world. We haven't been able to have EU versus NA, but this year we are going to be having it after the Grand Finals here, and it'll be the top 8 teams from the Grand Finals, so 4 from EU, 4 from NA. It'll be double elimination, best of 5, and they're going to be home and away servers, so that I think we decided on a coin flip, but I'll hold that for game number 1, depending on their seeding. But that means that the loser will have an advantage of server, so they'll play it on an EU server rather than an NA server, and that'll bounce back and forth to try and somewhat help with the fact that it's happening from home and not from LAN. But we are still going to be able to get that fix, see who's the best team in the world with that tournament. It's something we haven't seen in a long time, and I'm very excited for.
Oh, I'm so excited as well. I know in some of the interviews, like I heard Chaz saying that he really wanted to face off against KUNGARNA, who's a North American team. And so we've got a lot of new rosters that have developed throughout the course of this pandemic of having these teams play remotely from home that we haven't been able to see compete against the region opposite to theirs. So I'm excited to see how that shapes up because, at the moment, Zico, we've got pretty different metas going on the North American and European sides.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we saw a lot in Europe and NA during the cup stages. Some pretty significant differences. But I think towards the end of it, we started seeing a little bit more similarities. A lot more mage warlock, some rogue mage as well. I think some of the bigger differences was, of course, on Europe we still had MYWAY. We still have some jungles. Whereas on NA, we didn't really see that. But also, a lot of outlaw rogues were popular during the season on EU. And I think towards the end in North America, people started picking that up. And I think just now, outlaw is so big in the meta. Speaking of the meta, we got some new changes here coming up on the next reset.
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead, Ben.
No, I was going to say, there's definitely a bunch of changes here, mixing things up. See, Beast Mastery got some damage improvements. Arcane Mages got some changes. Frost Mages as well. But yeah, a lot of the healers, Mistweavers, Restoration Shaman, Discipline Priests, all of them going to be getting a little bit of buffs to kind of help them out. Right now, Holy Priests are quite dominant. So some of these changes will help some of these other healers rise to power. And it'll be really interesting to see some of the more meta specs. I know, Zico, you talked about Outlaw. Really powerful specialization right now. We saw it quite a bit in Europe. Teams started picking it up, but I think during kind of the off season before the circuit, a lot of teams are practicing that because they realized how powerful it was. So some adjustments going in there. I might end up seeing more Restoration Shaman. I know Sidu was tweeting out that he's really excited to finally be able to play his shaman in the circuit, and that might be one of the things we see. Another thing, Destruction Warlocks taking some hits there, a little bit of nerfs as well. with their blasphemy no longer stunning as well. I believe they actually are getting a nerf to their demon armor, or change to their demon armor, so taking a little bit more physical damage. So a bunch of changes. These changes, just so you know, will not be in this weekend. That will be next weekend. Very, very important to note. So it'll be really interesting to me to see what some of the changes are and how these teams prepare. Also, you can see here a change to the trinket. One of the new PvP trinkets, the Echoing Resolve, where the immunity will no longer trigger to interrupt effects. And this is a very strong trinket. A lot of warlocks, a lot of mages were using this. Fire mages, Destro warlocks, frost mages in particular. And I think the interrupt getting removed is going to make things like shaman a lot more prominent. So we could see some shaman melee cleaves kind of rise to power next weekend.
Absolutely. Thanks for that overview, Ven. So yeah, we'll see those take place. We'll see how exactly that does affect the AWC circuit next week. But let's get into this first weekend that we have. We can look at the schedule that we're going to see here for Saturday as well as Sunday. And we've got some pretty good matchups already right off the bat here for the first weekend, Sid.
I mean, the first one, KUNGARNA versus our LF Org, is going to be a really big one. Or sorry, I'm mixing up their logos, I believe.
SK Gaming and LF Org, yeah.
The one that I'm looking forward to the most is KUNGARNA versus MYWAY. We got the rematch of the Grand Finals last year. That's the fourth series of the day. I don't know why I thought it was the first one. That one is kind of the most anticipation for me. Is MYWAY going to find a way to deal with them? Because the last time they met in the cup stage, it seemed like KUNGARNA's Rogue Mage Priest was really giving them trouble in the finals of that cup. So can they be able to beat them? Are they going to come out as number one in Europe this time around? For all of the other teams, it's more or less, have they adapted to the meta? And the meta this weekend, I think, is clearly now Outlaw Rogues and Rogue Mage and Mage Lock. These are kind of like the compositions. You've got to hope that you've got at least one of those at the moment if you're going to be going head to head with a team that does have it. And then moving into next week, we could see a huge meta shift. I think Mage Lock potentially just falls off. So teams that have invested in that will likely have a rough time, I think, on Tuesday. But Rogue Mage, I do not think is going to be falling off. So those teams are going to be very happy moving forward into next week, certainly. But teams like Casual Dads, like they were kind of the pioneers. I feel like it was their team running these Outlaw Rogue. It was Destro Lock. Like they were the first teams to experiment with it. And then everybody else was like, hey, that looks kind of good. We're going to take that. And then their team fell off through the second half of the cup stage. We didn't even see them in the top 8, I think, for half of the cup stage. So what have they done to prepare now moving into the circuit?
Yeah, absolutely curious. I mean, you know, they've had that break while we saw those MDI Cups going on. So a lot of them practicing. We'll see how much work it did. You know, those teams did put in. We'll see if they can bring it to the table, bring their best, their best comps out here. It's SK Gaming versus Looking for Org. That's going to be the first game of the day here in this circuit. Zico, I'm curious what you would want to do if you were competing here in the circuit. Would you want to get like your hardest teams out of the way first? Would you want to see those like more towards the end of the circuit? How would you want to kind of have your schedule lay out if you could choose it?
Actually, I have a better answer than what I would do. I actually talked a little bit with Waz.
Okay.
And he told me, because I was talking to him about how are you feeling? The AWC starting up again, because we were playing a little bit together. And he told me he is not super excited to face MYWAY because, they're a really good team. They're a hard team, and it could go either way with the jungle and the RMP. Both very powerful comps, but he said it's nice to actually get one of the hardest teams out of the way right away, and then later on you can kind of just if you have a good opener like that, like you beat one of your hardest opponents, then that's going to give you a lot of momentum for the rest of the circuit. And I mean, we know KUNGARNA, they pretty much dominated in the cup stages, so I think that's kind of a healthy mindset to have here. Just rise to the occasion, and then after that. Maybe not disrespect the other teams, but at least you're going to know, hey, we beat this team that was super hard for us. We can beat anybody.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. And it definitely is a healthy way to look at it. I feel like if it were me and I had my hardest opponent at the end of the 4 weeks, that'd be something really scary, just kind of looming over my head the whole time. So yeah, I like the way that they look at that. Thanks for that insight. But let's talk about these two teams, maybe Ven, SK Gaming, and Looking for Org. Do we know how that they performed in the cups, and we might see them just play a little bit differently than last time we saw them, but do you have a favorite in this matchup?
These teams are so similar, in all honesty. I mean, they run a lot of the same compositions. I feel like a lot of the players on the team run the same classes, so I feel like this is one of those matchups we've seen before that can come down to the blind pick. You know, who ends up winning it? Are we going to see just like a straight up mirror match between them? You know, maybe some Fury Warrior Fire Mage, something like that. But I wouldn't say that I really have a favorite for either one of these teams. I feel like both of them are just so strong, stacked rosters, lots of compositions, that it's just going to be one of those series where whoever kind of wins the mind game on the Grand and also just kind of rises to the occasion in the series will probably end up walking away, because they're very evenly matched.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, evenly matched. And like we know also, Supatis, that these teams have known that this matchup was going to happen for quite some time. So, you know, if you were playing here in this circuit, what do you think these teams have been doing to prepare?
I think you were either preparing an Outlaw Rogue, and if you didn't, you were preparing Mage Lock. Both these teams don't have a main Outlaw Rogue. Like Zeepai, I think, has played Assassination Rogue every once in a while. And maybe like Swapsy could pick up an Assassination Rogue, but we've never seen like a main Rogue on either of these teams. So if they didn't put time into that, I don't think they're going to start with it, although it would be really good with the matchups that they would be getting. My expectation is Mage Lock Mirrors for at least for their first game. I don't think, unless things have evolved, like if Turbo has a good matchup, maybe we see Zeepai and Mercy bring some Turbo, but it depends on if that matchup has evolved in their favor that we haven't gotten to see in the skirmishes. I don't think so. I mean, next week it certainly would have. Like if this series happened next weekend, I could see SK Gaming locking a cleave into what would be expected to be Warlock comps from LF Org. But for this week, without those changes, my expectation is Mage Lock from both sides.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, we'll see if your prediction is right. Game number 1 here starting. First game of the circuit here in AWC. It's SK Gaming facing off against Looking for Org.
Yeah, I mean, blind pick for this one, going to matter a lot. We'll see. Oh,
they actually did.
Locking in the Outlaw Rogue. Very interesting. So we have SK Pieces locking in the Fire Mage Outlaw Restoration Druid. So Asgaroth actually going to be leading on that Restoration Druid. Things you love to see. I mean, phenomenal player on that Druid. One of the best in Europe, if not the best. Then we have LF Org. They're actually going to be locking in a cleave. So locking in that Turbo Cleave. I feel like on paper, SK Gaming comes out ahead in this one.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that. But, you know, anything can happen. We saw Swapsy bring out these big chain harvest, and I think he might be playing a similar build with the kind of Flame Stroke reducing the chain harvest, and he's just spamming that out. So we're going to see a little bit when that cooldown starts moving what happens there. But Zeepai getting mind controlled here, and here we go, the first setup of the game. They get a Stormbolt onto Asgaroth. Big damage here coming out onto Maro, but Asgaroth does come out of it, and it looks like Maro will survive for now. And Zeepai on that Rogue, it's the first time we really see him here on the Outlaw, so it'll be interesting to see what he can set up as well. It's going to be very, very crucial here with that next setup.
Well, especially considering he's coming into Swapsy Turbo, right? Like we got BlizzCon champion, multi-BlizzCon champion, Swapsy. Turbo is kind of bread and butter for him. Whenever I'm thinking about it's like synonymous, his name with the comp Turbo Cleave, whereas Zeepai on Outlaw Rogue first time, like how is this going to go? We actually see Asgaroth not playing a Holy Priest, so it's still a lot of surprises, honestly, in this game 1 in terms of composition. Was SK Gaming really anticipating a Turbo? That's why they went with the Druid. They do get a Cyclone over here onto Lone Tower, but Swapsy stabilizes the team with that Chain Harvest, insane healing coming out from that Covenant ability. They've locked Maro down in that Spirit Bastion. He tries to blink out of it, but he's not able to. Still pinned down while Asgaroth is now caught into a Chastise. Trying to Soul Shape away. Blizzo charging to reconnect. Gets dismantled by Zeepai. Maro still in trouble. Asgaroth caught in a fear out of the stun. Maro down at half. Starting to slowly recover. Polymorphs over on a Lone Tar. Trying to take out Swapsy. He's going to pop the Aegis here. They have Aegis outside of the combustion window. So this does open up at least a little bit of an opportunity moving forward. Lone Tar is running relentless. So he's going to be sitting all of these blinds, potentially saps, but not able to find the sap out of that one. A DR'd clone, not going to be long enough for crowd control chains here. LF Org continuing to stay on target. This is a matchup that could come down to mana and pressure. So is Asgaroth going to be able to out-mana Lone Tar here in this game 1?
Yeah, this is just one of those matchups. I feel like this is what Outlaw Rogue kind of specializes in. You are very durable on that Rogue. Your consistency kind of pays off in the match. So I think as the match goes on, as dampening perhaps goes up, I see SK Gaming kind of pulling further and further ahead where Swapsy's heals fall off a little bit. But at the same time, these Spirit Bastions can be quite devastating. Luckily, Zeepai has great peels. Kidney shot on Blizzo. He's got the Dismantle if he needs it. He can throw on a Blind. He can throw on a Gouge. A lot of disruption. You can see another kidney shot here on Swapsy. Zeepai going to be using the Vanished legendary for the Outlaw Rogue. So every time he uses his Vanish, cooldowns will be lowered by 20 seconds, allowing you to get double kidney shots, really short cooldowns on blinds, and that's kind of a big strength of the Outlaw Rogue is that cooldown reduction. You can see Swapsy right now getting pressured quite heavily down to about 10%. Catches a big heal on himself, but a full blind on Lontar. He's going to have to sit that. Opting to actually play Relentless, so these setups could be devastating. Here it is. Swapsy, can he stay alive? Throws a huge heal, topping himself off. Does a Guardian Angel coming in from Lontar. Tomorrow still kind of taking a beating here, but I still would say pressure is in favor of SK Gaming so far in this matchup.
Yeah, and we're going to see Maru now just trying to survive a little bit here. Here comes the Spear of Bastion. Maru actually blinking out. And it looks like Maru is going to be completely fine here for now. Kidney shot coming in onto Swapsy. And they're going to get a sheep shot into a sheep there onto Blizzo, into a Cyclone actually. And a big damage here coming out for Swapsy. And Lontar on mana, pretty even so far here with Askerath. But we know those big CC chains and those big burst combinations with the tricks of the trade, with the combustion. That's how SK Gaming wants to win the game. And so far they have that Brawler Outlaw Rogue just doing a lot of work for them. Just being able to kind of stay in the fight and not really going to be a target that you can easily swap to. And Zipa now, once again, here we go. This is the setup. Big damage coming in. Kidney shot secured. Big damage there with the combustion from Maru. Swapsy will trade out. Actually, didn't use his Astral Shift. Still holding on to it for a little bit here. And Swapsy actually looks like he's going to be able to brush that one off. They're swapping over to Blizzo a little bit, but Blizzo also catches a big heal. And once again, LF4 looks like they are going to be completely fine here.
Kidney shot onto Lontar. No crowd control into Swapsy, though. Now another kidney shot. Ring of Frost for follow-up. Good crowd control chain by SK Gaming here, pushing for the Astral Shift. But these Guardian Spirit healing surges from Swapsy are just constantly topping him off. He's able to survive even though Lontar is in crowd control as a result. They're trying to push through, but no more crowd control onto Lontar. I think it is unlikely as we get closer and closer to dampening. Less than 30 seconds at this point. Askerath goes off into the distance to sit down for a drink, while Dismantle on Blizzo and Kidney Shot on Swapsy to stop them from doing damage. So good coordination from SK Gaming to set up their defensive position and get themselves deeper into dampening here. Every blind seems to be a very big pivot point, and here comes another blind. Swapsy's going to pre-Astral Shift, but they're going after Blizzo. Blizzo's going to pop out a Spell Reflect and try and heal himself up here, but he's caught into a kidney shot. Is he going to go down? They're going to pop in Rage Regen, pop out a Chain Harvest, and immediately re-stabilize, but they traded a lot of cooldowns there. If Zipai is able to get a lower cooldown on that blind, they could find an opener here deep into dampening with a blind to be able to finish the game. It feels like momentum has been in favor of SK Gaming. Basically this entire game, LF4 had opportunities when Askerath was running out of mana, but if he doesn't actually run out of mana, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to pull this off. They grift Swapsy back to the pillar next to Lontar, trying to disrupt crowd control. Stun on Tomorrow. Damage coming out from Blizzo with that Recklessness proc, trying to tear in alongside Swapsy, but they're just getting cleaved down by Zipai and Morrow. Zipai trying to swap back to Lontar for crowd control, gets feared himself. Askerath pushes forward to dispel. Kidney shot onto Lontar, trying to set up Askerath, I believe, for a Cyclone out of it. Will they be able to get it? Lontar does get fully Cycloned while Swapsy is kidney shots. Is he going to go down in this stun? If he doesn't go down in the stun, I think it is unlikely. Chain Harvest comes through. Massive cleave damage onto both Morrow and Zipai as Askerath is desperately trying to recover that. And if Askerath isn't consistently drinking, his mana will be a problem. He's already burned down to half now, only a minute into dampening.
I love how Morrow positions his Ring of Fire and Ring of Frost in kind of an 8 formation. And it's really difficult for Swapsy and Blizzo. They have to basically choose, do they go through the Ring of Fire and burn, or do they run through the Ring of Frost and get crowd controlled? So it's a nice little play there by Morrow. About 10% dampening right now. Askerath sitting down for a drink. Let's see how his mana is. Swapsy getting low. Polymorph now on Lontar. Swapsy in a lot of trouble. As dampening gets higher and higher, Swapsy not going to be able to self-sustain nearly as much. Big heal coming in from Lontar with that Guardian Spirit. Looks like Swapsy will stabilize. Mana is the main name of the game right now. Askerath still doing a good job, but every single one of these vanishes for Zipai is devastating. He gets 2 kidney shots out. He gets a cheap shot. He can basically set the entire team up with stuns and also lower the cooldown of that blind. And you can see right now, blind has about a 20-second cooldown left. That's another really scary moment in the match. I feel like if Morrow can somehow reset his combustion, you get the adrenaline rush up for Zipai, they might have kind of a KO condition here on Swapsy. His mana's not looking good. SK Gaming could definitely win if they set this up right.
Yeah, maybe they can just take him down before that Astral Shift gets ready for Swapsy. Still has this trinket to work with though, and this might be the opportunity that they're looking for. They get something onto Lontar. They get a counterspell onto Lontar. Ring of Fire burning through here onto Swapsy. Big damage coming in. Lontar now finally going to be able to cast, and there's a big Chain Harvest coming out there as well for Swapsy. He gets kicked. Door of Shadows trying to get away to the pillar. Lontar though, there's a blind ready. Actually, no,
something
the blind
broke the
is,
blind. I think he deathed
yeah,
it.
something. Yeah, he might have actually deafed that blind. That was very critical there for Lontar, because that would have potentially been the kill right there.
It might just kill him anyways. Swapsy is under so much pressure. They stun up Zeepai. They're swapping back. Will Zeepai get blown out here as he trades Cloak of Shadows to escape the Spirit Bastion? Swapsy gets Guardian Spirited by Lontar. Lontar is actually the one that needs to drink at this point. Swapsy is out of mana as well. He's going to struggle to keep up this healing output that he has been putting forward throughout the earlier stages of this game. Can he keep up with the pressure? He's burning down, trying to escape, caught into a kidney shot, pre-walls it. Is that going to be enough? Cyclone's casted out by Asgarath, trying to find cross crowd control. That intervene Astral Shift looks like it's enough. Swapsy is going to stay alive. They're marching forward desperately, trying to get the first cauterize of the game from Morrow or the first ice block. They really haven't penetrated any of the major defensives of SK Gaming just yet, and they are looking really flimsy right now at 21% dampening. If they get crowd control onto Lontar, this could be it. Can they find the polymorph? Doesn't look like it. He's standing in a ring of fire. They don't want to break it. They swap back to Zeepai for a moment, but on that Outlaw Rogue, he's going to be so bolstered in terms of defense. They can't stay on him. He pops evasion. They swap back to Morrow. Asgarath gets wind sheared. They're trying to go for the kill in the wind shear. Can they drop Morrow? He gets pulled back by the Spirit Bastion, but Blizzo is cycloned up and not able to connect. Dismantled from his weapons as well. Now trying to reconnect towards the end of the Spirit Bastion. Can they push through and finally get that cauterize? Or are they just inevitably going to fall? Astral Shift coming off cooldown for Swapsy in just a second. He gets it exactly when he needs it to trade up here for the combustion of Morrow, cleaving into Zeepai while he's walking towards Morrow, trying to maximize his damage overall, trying to force Asgarath to hot 2 targets and even out the mana here as we are getting closer and closer to the end of game 1.
Yep, and let's see if they can do it. Lontar mana still holding on though. Asgarath might actually have to go for a drink. The Druid healing is falling behind as well, and Morrow finally getting pressured. If they can get the ice block at this point in dampening, I mean, that's going to be massive. At the same time, Swapsy's health is just not going up. Big Chain Harvest, big swing of momentum as Swapsy keeps his team in the game. Morrow's health going nowhere but down right now. There's a Spirit Bastion. Morrow uses the blink for a barrier. And it looks like the ice block is going to fade, and Blizzo and Swapsy still chopping him up. And at this point, LF Org have so much pressure here on Morrow. He's got to be very afraid. Still has his cauterize if he needs it, but Asgarath healing is not going to be nearly as significant. Blizzo at the same time, though, getting incredibly low. The Outlaw Rogue damage really adding up that Blade Flurry, AoE pressure coming in from that Rogue. Swapsy and Blizzo can't really swap to him right now. Lontar and a polymorph. This could be the end of the game. Swapsy, how are you going to stay alive? A full Hex potentially landing, but that's not going to do too much with two D curses on the team. Swapsy trick gets out. Lontar gets out of crowd control. Double Dragon's Breath comes in. A full kidney shot on Lontar. And Zeepai setting up his team for a victory, but somehow Swapsy is still alive at this point. They continue this pressure and this march here on tomorrow.
Yeah, and we got to see Swapsy once again. As soon as that Astral Shift comes off cooldown, man, he just has to immediately pop it. So much pressure coming out from SK Gaming. Asgarath's mana, though, super low. Morrow finally taking huge hits of damage. There's the cauterize. How are you going to survive here, Morrow? Big heals coming out there from Asgarath with that 4-piece right there. And Morrow will survive, but still a long time left on his ice block. Still no mana left on both healers. This is anybody's game here, Sid, as we approach the final moments here.
Yeah, they've evened out the mana. Asgarath has absolutely nothing left. Zeepai, Cloak of Shadows, gets aggressive onto Swapsy, trying to keep up the pressure, trying to close off the matches. We're almost about to 40% dampening in game 1. Morrow stripped of all of his defense. They've managed to weather the storm, but they're still looking flimsy here. Are they going to be able to stay afloat and get the win onto Morrow? Swapsy's dipping lower and lower. Blizzo disrupting Morrow. He tries to Soul Shape to escape. Zeepai is just waiting for the next kidney shot, waiting to assist Morrow and go for the kill. When is he going to find it? They swap back to Zeepai. Does Zeepai have another evasion? He pops faint, once again reducing significant pressure, getting back on a swap. Here comes the kidney shot. Lontar has such a minuscule amount of mana left, but Blizzo gets the hero fear, fearing both Morrow and Zeepai on the combustion, totally shutting down their setup. Now Swapsy swaps back to Zeepai. He's caught in a storm bolt. Is he going to get crushed here? Asgarath pops out a heal just in the nick of time here, but he's got no mana left in the tank. They swap back to Morrow. They don't want to stay on that Outlaw Rogue. They know it's a bit of a bait. They got
got the cooldown. It's time to get back onto the mage. Swapsy's going to pre-astral shift desperately to try and stay on target, try and pull off the win in game one, which could be critical for the remainder of this series, as the blind pick will give you a swing match advantage. And with how many compositions these teams have available to each other, an entire series could be decided by this. It is so close, so late, and so deep into dampening. Neither team wants to give it up. Asgrath is taking the risk. He's sitting down to drink and regenerate mana. How much mana is he going to get? Just a tiny bit, but even a tiny bit may be enough. Will it? No! Zeepai gets cut down, and LF Org take the first game.
This is quite unbelievable. I mean, it looks so good for SK Gaming, but they could just not get the job done. The cooldown reduction from Lone
isn't
Star
it
on that
wild?
Priest, I believe, actually
That
lowers
piece
the cooldown of
isn't
the Astral
mythic
Shift,
rating
and that's why it was
anymore?
up so frequently for Swapsy. So, I mean, Zeepai, he's got loads of evasions on that Outlaw Rogue, but Swapsy, with that Night Fae Priest, he's going to have a really short cooldown on that defensive Astral Shift. And eventually, in dampening, they were able to pull through. I really felt like they were going to lose this one, but they somehow managed to do it. Swapsy Blizzo on that Turbo Cleave, looking really good in game number one.
Yeah, and you just got to give some big props to Lontar as well for being able to pull that off, because that looked really sketchy at one point. And I don't know, that one time where there was a blind, I don't know if it broke or if he deffed it, but he was able to keep up his mana, and he definitely looked stressed a lot of the time, but he was able to keep his team long enough in the fight for Asgraf to eventually run out of mana. So definitely great props to him. And here is some of the moments in the game. This is a little bit before the kill happens, I believe. And you can see Maro here gets actually forced into his ice block right there from the Stormbolt. You get some big pressure here for both sides, but it's mainly LF Org here kind of in the driver's seat. And you can see here as well a little bit later on in the game, Asgraf still has a little bit of mana to work with. There's a combustion push here onto Swapsy, and he trades out the Astral Shift that we were talking about. And with that Night Fae Priest, he's going to get that cooldown back as well. And I mean, this was very back and forth. I would completely agree. I thought that the Rogue Mage team would win, kind of, you know, being able to just get a lot of drinks on the Druid and reset. But they did such a great job on the side of LF Org being able to survive. And here, Swapsy, Blizzo with the hero fear right there, definitely could have been death there for Swapsy. But then they come out, they get the stun, and they get some big heals here onto Zeepai. Asgrath with his absolute final bit of mana trades out the Iron Bark and his last bit of mana, and then at this point he just can't do anything. He has really nothing left to work with. No innervate, mana, total zero. So he sits down, he tries to get a take or two of drinks, and while that happens, they're able to close the gap here and finish the game. Get the Stormbolt onto Zeepai. Asgrath comes out. He has a bit of mana to work with, but honestly, Asgrath, I don't think he could have done too much there. He could have stopped drinking a little bit earlier, but I really think he was just too far behind there. No Iron Bark, no nothing to kind of emergency top Zeepai with. So just a really good game here from LF Org.
Right, well, going into game number two, it is going to be SK Gaming with their comp advantage. And I'm trying to think if there's anything better that they could really run. I would probably guess that we're going to a large map. So I think we're going to go to one of the largest maps in the pool, like Tolvaron, Maldraxxus Arena, something like that. And likely, if we see Turbo, it's going to be a Mage Lock. So SK Gaming can always fall back on that Mage Lock. Still going to be really strong into that Turbo Cleave, especially on a large map. So I think that's got to be the line of thinking that SK Gaming is going to be going with. For LF Org, my question is, do they mix it up? Like, do they actually change up their composition on a large map? Do they decide to just go with the Mage Lock themselves and at worst go into like a mirror match or something like that?
That's exactly what I was thinking. They should just blind lock. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, there it is. I like this from LF Org. At worst, they play a mirror, and at best, actually, does SK have something that we think beats Mage Lock? Sid, you look like you're...
Doesn't Outlaw Rogue do
something?
really well into Mage Lock? I feel like SK Gaming might just play the same comp, but maybe Holy Priest. Here on Tolvaron Arena.
I think Druid's actually good.
Druid's
maybe that
good
was
too.
Maybe that was their answer, actually. Maybe in game one, they just expected LF Org to run the Mage Lock, and that was their answer to the Mage Lock, the Outlaw Fire Mage. So, I mean, it's either a mirror or I feel like it's
Well, definitely. I
or
feel like
something. Like,
we're
it's
gonna have
either
to
Outlaw
ask
Lock
them.
or Outlaw Mage.
I actually want to ask them that question. Like, what were you guys thinking going into game 1 of this series? Because it felt somewhat random. Like these comps that got locked in against each other. Like, wait, what? LFORG locked Turbo into SK Gaming, who could play Mage Lock? That seems really strange to me right now for this weekend. So yeah, that first game was a curveball. Maybe this one goes back to Wizard Mirror, but I would imagine, unless Zeepai just has absolutely no practice, but Outlaw Rogue is so good into these double burst wizards specifically. It's just so durable, can go pretty much wherever it needs to, and can find those kills deeper into dampening. That I would be surprised to not see SK Gaming playing. I feel like Zeepai played fine on Outlaw. Maybe there at the end of the game, they kind of just, choked at the end. Like Asgrath maybe sat down a little bit too long. They just didn't have a cooldown to line up. They didn't expect Zeepai to get stunned. But they stayed alive for a really long time against one of the best turbos, if not the best turbo in the game right now, on LFORG. I'm also excited to see the cross-region to decide some questions like that, like who's the better rogues and stuff like that. Moving on, and okay, they're going to stay the same.
This is a nightmare composition. I actually think the Resto Druid is even better. I mean, I play quite a bit of Mage Lock, and I feel like when I fought this comp, I felt it's really difficult. I mean, it's so difficult to take down an Outlaw Rogue. He's playing Aegis. He's going to have bolstered HP. It's really difficult too. Restoration Druid healing is quite strong. If you're healing a durable target, you can keep them alive for a really long time, and they can just feel almost like immortal. So I think for LFORG, they're going to have to try to find some big swaps on Asgrath. But I think Maro and Zeepai are going to be very happy with this matchup, and I like the fact that they kind of baited LFORG into picking this comp, and we'll see if it works out for them here in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, this definitely answers the questions about the blind pick. So SK Gaming, they kind of anticipated the Mage Lock and LFORG. The thing about LFORG though, that I feel like that turbo pick just kind of came out of nowhere. I don't think anybody really expected that. But for SK Gaming, we'll see. I think this match is going to be very telling. I think this is going to be a pretty good matchup for SK Gaming, and if it comes down to it, they could blind lock this maybe because it didn't. It's not like it looked hopeless the previous game. I wouldn't say it like I would say there was opportunities for them to win that. Ultimately, they didn't, but they could have won that. Whereas now it's up to LFORG here to show us, does this look winnable, or are they just going to get steamrolled here by the Outlaw Rogue?
I think Outlaw Fire is probably like one of the best comps you could have invested in for this weekend, and if not, the rest of the circuit as well. Given those changes, I think Outlaw Fire was definitely the comp to be if you could make it. So SK Gaming really prepared for this weekend. I think we see even teams in North America like Team Liquid. They were a team that was struggling in the cups, and I think that this is now a comp, if not maybe double Outlaw. I know they were getting kind of cheeky with the Outlaw Rogues, but making sure you had an Outlaw Rogue for this circuit or an answer for the Outlaw Rogue was going to be one of the most important things. And LFORG pulled off a win with Turbo, but I feel like that was really surprising to do that. It is really hard to kill an Outlaw Rogue, especially as melee DPS, so to pull that off was a feat. Can they repeat it? Now they've got to play Mage Lock, and we've even seen this type of matchup play out in the cup stages, and the Outlaw Rogues were able to win it by just being able to extend the games into dampening, by being kind of this damage sponge, soaking up all the Chaos Bolts because they have such a high amount of health. If the double Chaos Bolt doesn't 100-0 you, you're likely going back to full health because the damage stops after that. It's either double Chaos Bolt kills you, or you're going to live until the next time a double Chaos Bolt hits you, and that's how Destro is at the moment. So Outlaw Rogue is really good because it can soak every double Chaos Bolt and still pump out some really big numbers. So I'm a bit worried. Although if LFORG have some tricks up their sleeves, who knows what they may have prepared from the time of the cups to the circuit. If they can win here, then they could take this 3-0, which would be very surprising against such an insane roster like SK Gaming.
Yeah, it would be. But I mean, would it be that surprising? They're a pretty insane roster themselves. And I just feel like these two teams so evenly matched. That SK Gaming, I think, obviously came prepared. LFORG looking really good on that turbo cleave, trying to turn this Tolvaron pick on its head, and maybe they could win against this matchup. But I feel like for SK Gaming, having that super durable Outlaw Rogue, the Fire Mage also really durable, and Restoration Druid backing you up, this is a matchup that looks really, really good to them. And we'll see what LFORG is going to be able to do. Because out of all the compositions, I feel like this is probably one of the best compositions you can run into Mage Lock right now. So I'm curious to see if Swapsy and Tessie are going to be able to push through all of that defense. Where's the crowd control they can find? Where's the openings they can find? I feel like if they can try to punish Asgrath. So if Asgrath gets a little too aggressive in the match, if Lone Tar can catch a stun on him, they get an Infernal stun on him with a coil. Potentially, we could see Swapsy, Tessia, and Lone Tar take him down. So I'm going to have to be very careful. The beginning of the stages of the match, Zeepai is going to have to be very, very careful. We'll just trade out the Vanish immediately. He needs to stack up that Enduring Brawler at the beginning of the game, bolster his stamina just a little bit, but he's opting to just run away, already trading out his Vanish and taking a very defensive position.
Yeah, this is kind of where LF Org wants him to be. Now they can just do some triple cleave damage, Rain of Fire coming in, Chaos Bolt, double Chaos Bolt, Maru, and okay, his Cauterize didn't proc. He gets a Dragon's Breath there actually onto Lontar, goes for the Sheep, gets Spell Lock there at the end of it. Swapsy looked like he got blinded just there as well. Deathborn coming out now as well. Big damage potential here from Tessia. He got interrupted. Oh my goodness, Maru here definitely taking a little bit too much damage there, but he does activate the Eternal Aegis, and he will be completely fine with that. But more Chaos Bolts are being lobbed out here in midfield, and this is what we were talking about in the pregame. Zeepai here able to just use his Eternal Aegis, soak up some of those hits, and stack up that Brawler. And he's going to be completely fine here. He can also keep the stacks here on the pet. The stacks only start dropping if he drops combat. So as long as he's hitting something, he's going to be able to do that.
Swap!
And now the swap into swapping to Asgrath. Huge damage. And that will force out his Trinket, his Bark Skin, and his Tranquility Divine Shield, essentially. So Asgrath has nothing. And he's a full sheep.
Yeah, and he's a full sheep. So that's kind of a nightmare situation for him. Swapsy once again found another Chaos Wall here on
the
Morrow.
wall.
Nice wall on Asgrath. They need to break that wall, and they do. Asgrath manages to survive. There's a great heads-up play there by Zeepai and Morrow, taking that wall down as fast as possible. And an interesting little adaptation in the meta is, I mean, we've seen kind of Rogue Mage go up against Mage Lock quite a bit. And at the beginning, I would say, of the Circuit series with the new Echoing Resolve, all the Mage Lock players are playing Echoing Resolve, and then they were getting punished with throwing kidney shots and full blinds, so they switched over to the Medallion. And now you can see everyone on LF Org, and I've heard this is like kind of a meta change, is against Rogue Mage as Mage Lock, you just play triple Relentless. It makes it a lot more difficult for those CCs to stick, and it's just not as effective in general. So just getting out of the crowd controls, making all the stuns shorter is apparently exactly what you want if you are LF Org. Let's see if it works out for them. Tessia taking a huge amount of damage, but does get a big heal there by Lone Tar.
Yeah, and Maru right now going for that last sheep there onto Lontar. Now here comes the damage onto Tessia. He's going to get the Guardian, and he will Ice Block as well, actually. So Tessia already down the Ice Block. Ooh, Lontar's still in CC here, but he will come out now towards the end of that Ice Block. And with that Apotheosis, I do believe Tessia should be completely fine. Lontar doesn't want to expose himself to getting interrupted right now, so he's just going to play it a little bit slow there with the healing. And now finally, Zeepai making his way back onto Tessia. There's a grip coming in from Lontar. Tessia also going to link out from that kidney shot. And this is where the Outlaw starts to shine. He just pops his Eternal Aegis before the stun right there. And he can just basically just sit out in the open against a Mage Lock, even with Dark Soul here on Swapsy. And Zeepai is just unrelenting. He gets a full blind onto Lontar. They have any follow-up CC. They get a sheep here onto Lontar as well. And Tessia now in a kidney shot on the opposite side of the map, avoiding all damage, though, from Maru. So it's only going to be Zeepai here with the Adrenaline Rush really doing some work on the off-screen. And it doesn't look like he's getting too much work done there as he is getting CC. But now finally making his way back into the fight here. And Zeepai, once again, just going to be trying to get that blind back and look to find the next opportunity here. And this is an opportunity now for LF Org to potentially get a swap. That swap that they did earlier onto Asgrath was absolutely beautiful, but he has his Trinket back up now, and that kind of threat of getting one shot like that has faded.
Well, Tessia is trying to ramp. He's popped Icy Veins. He's got Power Infusion, waiting for that Deathborn coming off cooldown in a second. And that's when they made that power play on Asgrath earlier. So when is Tessia going to pop it? His Icy Veins is going to be falling off here shortly. They keep blasting Zeepai, but he's just a damage spun for all of this burst. You can just recover it so easily. Now they're swapping to Morrow with the Chaos Bolts, but as Swapsy gets stunned up, they want to go on Asgrath. Lone Tar is stacking on top of them, waiting potentially to get a Fear here. Asgrath sneaking in as well, trying to find crowd control. Polymorphs onto Swapsy, denying him from connecting. Tessia under pressure. He's not able to get aggressive here with the Deathborn. Is he going to go down? Guardian Spirit trades out for Lone Tar as he tries to fade and escape from incoming crowd control. Not nearly as threatening as the first Deathborn of the match here for LF Org. Are they going to be able to connect these cooldowns or not? As that seemed to be their main win condition. It seems like SK Gaming are more confident in the matchup. They're not
playing into the hands of LFORG. They're not stacking up at the pillar and getting cleaved down like they were earlier. They're just taking a position aggressively. They wall Zeepai off from Asgarath, but he is able to get that Aegis off in the double chaos bolt. Not enough damage to take down the Outlaw Rogue. Asgarath into a fear. They're trying to keep the chain going, but I think it's unlikely they kill Zeepai here. Tessia is in so much trouble as Zeepai is sprinting forward for the kill. Tessia interrupted. Gateways across the map. Can Zeepai reconnect here? Doesn't look like he's able to immediately. There's the grappling hook to reconnect, pushing for the second ice block. Lontar has the Ray of Hope. Is he going to go for it? Pre-fades an incoming crowd control, but is trying to be greedy. I'm not sure how greedy he's going to be able to be allowed to be. He's caught into a full sheep here. Tessia going to pop Icy Veins again, having that cooldown reduced by Lontar on the Holy Priest to try and find an opportunity here. He needs to be going after Morrow. Frostbolt after Frostbolt, stacking up that Slick Ice, but they seem dead set on swapping back to Zeepai. And as long as Zeepai has that fully stacked Enduring Brawler, his stamina is so massive that it's really unlikely for him to go down. Morrow blinks back to the pillar, line of sight with Asgarath, looking to recover, potentially drink, as we are a minute into dampening here. SK Gaming can really not afford to lose here, as they were expected to be the winners based on their comp pick and the fact that they had the match advantage in game number 2. It would be devastating for them if they lose here.
I really would, but can't cut them out just yet. 10% dampening. Let's see what they can get done. It's going to be increasingly difficult for Tessia to stay alive. Zeepai actually did a really good job. He feints the stun there, so reduces a lot of that incoming damage, and he can continue the slow march onto Tessia, just waddling at him, just trying to get that uptime. Once again, Tessia is going to be crossing the map, basically just trying to get Swapsy to set up for him, allow him to build up time for those stacks so he can get the double Chaos Bolts out and potentially just one-shot somebody. But Morrow's in hot pursuit right now of Tessia, who is just going to be using line of sight, run casting Frostbolts, now getting interrupted. A big swap here on Asgarath. Can they get anything? They do manage to get the Bark Skin, but that is about it. Looks like Asgarath will be okay. Maybe Tranquility. Oh, he gets coiled on the Tranquility. Super unfortunate there for Asgarath. He does manage to get out of line of sight. A little cheeky positioning there, but once again, that's the Trinket, that's the Aegis, that's the Bark Skin. There's really nothing left for Asgarath to stay alive. If they can find a swap like that once again, goodbye Asgarath. So he has to play very defensive for the next 2 minutes.
That was the entire spellbook there from Asgarath. So if they can set that up one more time, there's nothing left for him. Morrow also, without an ice block, is another opening here. I don't mind that they're hitting Zeepai when there's nothing else to hit, but I much prefer what LFORG is doing right now, getting crowd control on Zeepai, going after Morrow. Morrow is an exposed target here, but he needs to be out in the open. He needs to reset that combustion, and he needs to get aggressive with it. They have a blind coming up now. They have a combustion. This is a big swing here, potentially. What are they going to do on the side of SK here? When are they going to commit? And Adrenaline Rush gets popped. There's a kick onto Tessia. This could be an opportunity here. Lontar, how is he going to avoid the blind? They get a fear onto Zeepai, and Lontar is definitely aware of this win condition here. Doesn't want to get blinded. They're actually going to use it onto Tessia to slow down his Deathborn instead. So Zeepai kind of signaling that he wants to play the long game. They don't have an ice block on the mage. Asgarath doesn't have a spell book, like literally. So now, this is the opportunity. They get a fear onto Asgarath. Can they set something up out of it? They get a stun. Where is the damage? Where are the Chaos Bolts?
Oh, the gouge.
Where's the coil? Beautiful gouge there by Zeepai. Dragon's Breath coming out as well. Beautiful kind of stop there from the team of SK. But now they're going after Morrow. Big opportunity here. Swapsy raining terror in the middle of the screen here. And Morrow will be able to survive. Asgarath with beautiful repositioning there, crossing the map and just healing from max range. Away from all the interrupts and all the crowd control and swap danger. So Asgarath, once again, able to hold on here for long enough to get his trinket back, to get some of his cooldowns back. And now, once again, it's going to be Morrow that's going to be the target that is most exposed on the side of SK Gaming, which is going to make Asgarath's life a little bit easier to, not have to worry about himself and Morrow, only having to worry about Morrow. So I think SK Gaming are kind of happy to just play out a longer game here. They still have good mana, and with that last kind of dampener blind back on cooldown now, they can choose if they want to do the same thing again, blind Tessia on his cooldowns, or if they want to actually get aggressive with it.
Let's see. Ice Wall defensively by Tessia here to run away with Lontar and maybe cross the map. The main plan for LFORG should be to bait Asgarath in the midfield for swaps, and they're doing that by crossing the map. Swapsy portals, but he portals away from his team. He might regret that portal. Lontar repositions to grip him back into midfield as Zeepai gets poly. Big shatter combo on Morrow, trying to proc the Cauterize, but Cenarian Ward goes up.
Snaring Ward begins to tick, and Morrow should recover. They swap to Swapsy, but Swapsy's still loading out Chaos Bolts as Morrow gets blasted, dampening at 32%. All these points of damage are going to start to become difficult for either side to recover from here. They're just whittling down SK Gaming at this point, trying to pull back towards the shadow side eye so Asgrath leaves that pillar and leaves its defense so they can switch to him. Are they going to be able to bait Asgrath into a bad position in time, though, because it's a ticking clock for their side? I think that SK Gaming will eventually overwhelm them here in dampening. Swapsy ports back. It seems like the Warlock is more of a priority target in dampening, but now swapping back to Tessia as he is able to port away. Here comes another Deathborn. Tessia needs value from this Deathborn. It's such a long cooldown that's probably unlikely we see it again. This could be the last round of Deathborn. Tessia likely needs to close out the game. Is he going to find a kill with it? Just shoving out Ice Lance after Ice Lance, trying to push for it. Hasn't activated the Icy Veins yet. He's trying to wait for a better opportunity for that. Maybe if they stack up, it could be a good shot. Lone Tar fades in to fear the whole team. Swapsy portals in aggressively. They're swapping to Asgrath. Is this going to be it for him? His teammates are feared, and that is LF Org closed it out by the skin of their teeth and moved to match point.
Hey,
I mean, that was a good swap, but Asgrath kind of threw there. I'm not going to lie. He had Trinket, Iron Bark, and Ass. I'm pretty sure he has Tranquility Bubble as well. So, I mean, it's an unexpected amount of damage, but I mean, those are the only moments you can really lose. If you're the main target and it's a 3v1 situation, I feel like you just got to make that trade. But LF Org finding that situation, lights out on Asgrath. They're up 2-0 right now. And honestly, it's been a really impressive performance from them. You can tell that they've been putting in the work.
LF Org definitely came to play here, and this is really expensive for SK because this is the matchup they wanted in game number 1. They didn't get it. They actually got kind of counterpicked, and then here in game number 2, they do get the matchup, but it's on the best map in the game for the Mage Lock, and the Mage Lock, they just play a great game here as well. So now getting this matchup has costed them 2 games. And if you're on LF Org for the next game, you just want to first let's take a look at the swap here onto Asgrath here. This is, I believe, where the spellbook came in. Uses Tranquility Bubble. He gets coiled on it. He almost goes down right there. Those ducks around that little side pillar, which is typically not a position that you go to for line of sighting, but it was the nearest pillar, and it got the job done there for Asgrath. But later on, unfortunately for him, he still fell. So for the rest of the match, though, I think LF Org are going to be in a pretty prime position. They can definitely pick this matchup again, as long as the map allows it. And here we can see the last swap right there. And that was, I got to agree with Van, Deathborn here onto Tessia, or it might have been a Unity proc, but he definitely was casting with Deathborn up. And obviously Swapsy as well there, doing about half his HP with that Chaos Bolt combo. So a little bit of greed there on Asgrath, but it's been a long series for him so far, and eventually when you're getting swapped here like that, you might make an error, and that's what happened here.
This is like stamina and endurance play is like the most important for these teams, like reserving your energy for the moments that are really going to impact the end of the match. And so it gets tougher and tougher. You're always like looking over, you got to be looking over your shoulder, like Swapsy, is he behind me? Where's the double Chaos Bolt? And
how many stacks?
How many stacks? And if you're in melee range, it's even more deadly because then the Chaos Bolts have no travel time. It's just boom, boom, and you're immediately hit for 60k and dead. And that's what happened because Swapsy could port right on top of him. So that was a really good positional punish on the side of LF Org. It allowed them to pull off a win there. And now I'm curious to see if they can just close it out. It looks like after the 4 cups, LF Org were still ahead 2-1 versus SK Gaming, having won 6 out of their 13 games. But now it looks like they're in a solid position with SK Gaming having to reverse sweep 3 in a row. But it is Outlaw Fire. I still feel like that comp is probably the best comp at the moment that you could be running in competitive play. So, with these caliber of players and that comp, this could easily be a reverse sweep and a 3-2 for them.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how the matchup evolves once again. I just want to give a shout out to Swapsy as well. Like going from playing a melee on an enhancement shaman and then having such a terrific performance on the destruction warlock. It's not an easy thing to do. I think it's one of those things you just like, oh yeah, now Swapsy's a warlock. But when you're actually playing, there's 50, 60 keybinds you got to be on point with. Your strategy is different. Your positioning's different. Like everything's different. So being able to just switch on the dime like that and still pick up wins against such a high caliber team, it's impressive to see. And well, maybe they play a different comp. Do they have a third comp option going into the next one? The way I kind of see this matchup playing out now is I feel like it's going to be Turbo on a small map and Mage Lock on a big map. So a neutral map is picked, and SK Gaming says, okay, what do you have planned for the neutral map? We don't want Turbo and we don't want Mage Lock. So what do you got for us? And we'll see if they have anything in store.
They could do Mage Warrior as well on LF.org. But to be honest, I think we're going to see Mage Lock again, because I feel like LF.org are now kind of in SK Gaming's head. They're like, we can't beat our Mage Lock, so you want to play the same matchup? We didn't win because of the map. I think that's the statement that they're going to make. And I think that's a good idea, because SK Gaming hasn't shown that they can beat the Mage Lock yet with the Outlaw Fire. So now the tables are a little bit turned back on them. It's like, well, did they win because of Trollveer or what? Yeah.
We haven't seen it. I still want to see Elemental Shaman, Destruction Warlock, Holy Priest, and the Mage Lock. I swear you can win. I want to see Zeepa on the Elemental Shaman. I want to see Mercy on the Destruction Warlock. And I want to see Asgard on the Holy Priest. That's what I would love to see for this matchup, because I think it's solid. I mean, you don't make good trades during Deathborn. Like during Deathborn, you just have to line of sight, you hide, you run. But outside of that, I feel like the Elemental Shaman actually out-trades the Frost Mage, I think. So, well, it's a matchup we haven't seen play out very much, but Zeepa is so good at Ellie. And Ellie right now, it's just... Yeah. I think it can work. I really do, but we'll see if they go with the Outlaw once again. It's just like, you just know Zeepa has like, what, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of games on the Elemental Shaman. And how much time has he really put into the Outlaw Rogue? Like, let's be honest, like, is it looking as good as, it should be? I'm not sure. It feels like it's looking okay, but they're not getting the results I think that they should in these matchups.
He's not dying, but I don't know if that's the difficult part of Outlaw or not. Yeah. I feel like being able to end the game is probably the difficult part for Outlaw, and they haven't been able to close it out either time here. So maybe this is the time to bring him in on Elemental Shaman, at least for a win. But nope, sticking to it. They're sold on this comp. Asgrath this time is just going to be either in a better position or trade more adequately with the setup. But SK Gaming have now seen how it plays out, right? Like, Zeepa is not really a target. Asgrath is probably the main priority target, so it needs to be all about protecting him, getting him in a good position at all times. And then I could see Maro being a target deeper into dampening, or he's kind of the bait target to get Asgrath off the pillar. And now that they know that that's the strategy, they should have better awareness to it. If we see Asgrath go down similarly here, that would be a blunder on their part.
I'm thinking about what Ben said with ending the game. I feel like when we watched Nixie play and when we watched also Waz play, they never really had the games go to, the 40+% dampening. Like I would say around the 20% mark, they were about to win or they already won a lot of the time when they played the Outlaw. So I do think that there is something that they lived for a long time. Even in game number 1, they lived until I think 41% dampening or something like that, and they weren't able to get the kill before that. So maybe it's just the offense that they need to clean up a little bit.
Maybe he should switch up his legendary. Like
he's playing the Vanish one, right?
Yeah, instead of playing the Vanish one, maybe you play the Pistol Shot legendary. Makes it a lot more threatening when you can get like 20k, 25k pistol shots on the mage. Since that's like you're at range so often in the match that it could be worth it. And the Vanish Legendary gives you a lot of utility on somebody's spells, but they're living just fine. It's like you said, the offense is what's lacking, and I feel like that really is the difficult part of Outlaw Rogue. Like staying alive kind of just comes in. You just do your rotation, and you're probably going to stay alive with Enduring Brawler. Like they're very tanky right now, but actually closing out the game, getting that really good crowd control and actually getting out burst at the right moment, getting the damage when it counts, that's the part that I think takes some practice. But obviously SK Gaming is confident in this composition. They've locked it in 3 times in a row. They have a lot of different comps that they could run. So we'll see. Can they make it work here? I think Asgrath just needs to respect that damage. If he can trade out his Trinket and his Bar Skin for every Dark Soul, I feel like that's kind of an okay trade. So LF4 is going to be looking to desync those cooldowns if they can.
Yeah, let's see if they can do that. Already, Tessia looking to get aggressive here onto Zeepa before he has those stacks. Ice Wall coming. It's here, actually. They're committing a little bit onto this damage. beautiful Aegis, though, coming in from Zeepai, so he's not going to really take too much damage as a result with that trinket active. Now they're going to swap over to Maro. Maro is just going to be ducking for cover potentially here. He gets Chaos Bolted, needs to be careful. Fades out the Aegis as well. And Swapsy here just having the most fun ever here with this Dark Soul. He might proc Maro here. Maro on fire already here, less than a minute into the game, forced into the ice block with the Cauterize, and they use the blind here onto Swapsy, and I'm not sure if he actually sat that blind. It looked very yard or potentially even broke. So that is a great opener right now for LF Org.
Yeah, I mean, this is the best we've seen. Will they be able to capitalize on it, though, and close the game? Because the start of the match is the scariest. That's when the Enduring Brawler is in stack. That's when Dark Soul and Icy Veins and Deathborn all line up at the same time. So that is going to be the scariest go, and we saw that even in the last game. This time they actually got value out of it, though, on Tomorrow rather than Askarath, so he might not be as aggressive, although he is right now. Polymorph on the Lone Tar. Swapsy fell down out an Imp to dispel the Polymorph in this position. Clutch little play by Swapsy on that Warlock here, breaking the crowd control chain. I think he did that in the last round as well. So just swapping pets constantly. Looks like they might even cleave down the Imp a little bit as Swapsy gets gripped away from the Ring of Fire at the pillar. Lontar trading the Ray for the Ring of Fire, immuning all the damage, boosting his healing, and then dealing with it at a later time. Using his cooldowns effectively here, but now Combustion is up for Maro. How much damage can he get out? Not really too much, unfortunately. And now he's in trouble trying to get back to the pillar as he gets stunned on his blink. Lone Tar lining up a Holy Fire. That Holy Priest damage is nothing to scoff at. If you can line that up with your team's Chaos Bolts and Frost Bolts, that can be a KO. They've got Fear on Zeepai. Just control the rogue, get him out of the match as much as possible, and then try and swap back tomorrow. But Zeepai does ultimately reconnect here. Swapsy can be able to port to safety. He's caught in a kidney shot. Zeepai pushing forward. I think he faded the blind. Lone Tar immunes the blind of Zeepai. That was a very important setup. That could have got an ending resolve from Swapsy, but because Lone Tar immunes the blind, yes, the Polymorph, like Lone Tar is absolutely playing insane right now, immuning tons of crowd control for his team. This is going to enable them to be aggressive. Ice Wall, but it line of sights Swapsy as well, so they're going to have to cancel that to go after Maro in this position. A bit unfortunate in terms of their aggression. This is the Dark Soul for Swapsy, and he wasn't able to really get too much damage out. At least they do get Iron Bark from Askarath. Now with Deathborn coming up in about 20 seconds, Tessia is going to be the one that needs to make the big play and set up victory here. LF Org have an opportunity to just close out this series. It would be astonishing to see them do it 3-0 against SK Gaming.
I mean, it would really be impressive. Something I certainly didn't expect, but that's the thing. I mean, LF Org, they're looking so solid right now in this mage lock, but this is still such a difficult matchup for them. I think swapping over to Swapsy, he's been getting a lot done in these matchups for his team, playing Necro Lord Destro. A lot of the Destros right now are opting to actually play Night Fae, but the consistency of the Decimating Bolt is really, really solid. Gives you a lot more overall damage. Chaos Bolts aren't going to hit as hard, but still able to find out that consistent damage. And Swapsy in the last game, you could see, I think he like doubled the next highest person's damage, which isn't normal. So I feel like that's why SK Gaming is kind of switching up their target, go after Swapsy a little bit more, don't allow him to free cast nearly as much in the match. And to be quite honest, the Frost Mage isn't nearly as threatening. When Deathborn and Veins is up, that's when you have to pay attention to the Mage and be scared. But outside of those cooldowns, I won't say you can ignore them, but you're not that afraid. You're not nearly as afraid as a Destro Warlock free casting. So I like just dealing with the Deathborn on the Mage and then actually just going after Swapsy for the remainder of the match.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Shutting down Swapsy, he's been really, really strong so far in the series. And SK Gaming still looking to try to put a point on the board. They have that ice block back. Still a little while left on that Cauterize for Maro, but they are starting to recover. And we've always said it, with their defense, it's looked great, but it's about their offense. Right now, it's getting shut down. Maro with the Combustion, and they're swapping to Askarath here to get a Fear into a stun. And they do get one Chaos Bolt, but Askarath is going to trade out early Bark Skin. Should be okay. Lone Tar here actually going for some heals with that Ray of Hope in the back line. Swapsy will be top. Askarath will be top. No offensive cooldown available for Maro, but this is where they need to get that uptime from the Outlaw. Tessia with no Deathborn. This is where the Outlaw starts doing damage. Swapsy immediately has to teleport away from the fight there to recover there with Lone Tar. Lone Tar sitting down for a drink here as well as they send Chaos Bolt after Chaos Bolt onto Maro. He has no Cauterize too, so if Maro doesn't respect the damage, he could just get absolutely demolished. And Zeepai now finally going to be leaving that pillar and look to make his way back onto Swapsy. Swapsy here going to be the target. Maro has his Combustion here in 5 seconds, so Let's see if he can get something done with that big cooldown. And so far, Ascraft looking potentially for a drink there in the back line, and Lontar's been doing the same. They're both just trying to conserve their mana. It's still somewhat early in the match if you compare to the previous games between these two teams. So both of these healers are definitely thinking about the long game. Lontar, though, in a full blind. Swapsy, what are you going to do? Trades out the Dark Pact, trades out the Unending Resolve. Is it going to be enough to get a Ring of Frost onto Lontar? Big damage coming in. Ascraft's there with a Cyclone as well. It is DR, though. It's another Cyclone. Actually gets feared on it. They might swap onto Ascraft at the end of the sphere here. Tessia not going to be able to get there in time. He gets the sheep onto Zipai. They just respect the push here from SK Gaming. And they won't use that fear to try to set something up. Lontar with the early symbols of hope as well to try to get some of that mana back. Both of these healers definitely thinking about the long game. And we're getting there. We're at 10% dampening right now. And I would say opening for SK Gaming, Swapsy, without any defensive cooldowns. That next blind, which is up in 20 seconds, could potentially close out the match here if SK Gaming can get good momentum with that push.
An interesting point for Swapsy's build, although here comes the Ice Wall from Tessia. Can he close it out onto Zipai? Cloak of Shadows cooldown has been reset. Zipai immunes all magic damage, pulls back to the pillar, but now they're stacking up. If Swapsy and Lontar can get there, this could be devastating for SK Gaming. This is the big power moment for LF Org. Can they close it out 3-0? Looks like Zipai has managed to recover. Now he's getting aggressive over onto Swapsy with a kidney shot. Lontar at the pillar, activating the fake Guardians, giving Swapsy massive damage reduction with that Covenant. Is going to make him stable as he gets aggressive here onto Zipai. What I was talking about in the builds is that Swapsy is running Necro Lord Destruction Warlock. I think a lot of Warlocks are opting for Night Fae to get the massive Soul Rot one-shot combos off. But as Necro Lord, it's going to make him a bit more durable. Perhaps that durability is going to be enough for their team to extend this, to find an opportunity and find a kill against SK Gaming. As Zipai's pinned at the pillar by Blizzard. Lontar is trying to sit down for a drink behind the balcony. Maro gets rooted up. He's just going to pop Combustion to try and get aggressive here, but he's getting feared on it. Looks like they were able to spell steal or remove it from Maro. He's not able to connect anything. Lontar is back to full mana. I think Asgrath is also drinking in this position. So both teams at 8 minutes in, resetting their mana. They're blasting down Zipai, trying to close it out here. Do they have enough damage to take him out here at the pillar? It doesn't look like it. Asgrath easily restabilizing him with that Eternal Aegis activation as well. Zipai now leading the charge, blade rushing to Swapsy, gouging off immunities here to try and stay on target. Nice bait by Swapsy, pulling that Ursul's Vortex before porting, so he's not pulled back into line of sight, and he can escape now at the pillar. Tessia proccing a Deathborn, Dark Soul available for Swapsy. What is the value though? There's cooldowns on all three players. If this Dark Soul can get an ice block, then perhaps a big opening in the future. But I think that's going to be even tough to do as Swapsy is stunned up. He can't connect his Dark Soul. He's just dying on his own Dark Soul. Is this going to be it for LF Org in Game 3? Are SK Gaming going to be putting their first point on the board? Swapsy portals away, but it already cost them so many cooldowns. The Dark Pact, the Guardian Spirit, the Unending Resolve, and Zipai is just reconnected. Combustion is coming off cooldown for Maro in just 10 more seconds, if not faster than that. Zipai lands a kidney shot. This could be it if Maro is able to connect. 5 more seconds on the Combustion. Is Lontar ready? They pop out the Ray of Hope, but the Ray of Hope was prior to the Combustion. Maro goes for a Polymorph, gets counterspelled on it. He isn't able to find crowd control onto Lontar. Lontar recovers Swapsy. They're polymorphing Zipai desperately, trying to control the situation as Maro pops Combustion at the pillar, poking in and out of line of sight, but Swapsy ports out of line of him, who escaped to safety as Lontar gets out a hymn there to reset the Unending Resolve of Swapsy, but it's still a minute away here as he is getting cut down in the kidney shot. Zipai vanishing from sight, stunning up the whole team, trying to peel for a moment as he goes for a full blind onto Lontar in the back. They've cut through Dark Pact. Imp dispels the Ring of Frost. Is that going to be enough for Swapsy to survive here? We're so deep into dampening. Zipai gets stunned up. Zipai's getting feared. Chaos Bolts are incoming, but Zipai is just tanking all of the Chaos Bolts. 0 damage taken. Swapsy portals away in desperation. Demonic Gateway to escape. Is Zipai going to be able to reconnect? Is Maro going to be able to get there? Lontar marching in, grips him back to his side of the map as Lontar gets dispelled out of the Polymorph. He connects massive heals. Now looking to try and turn it around with a Holy Fire as they've got Zipai and Maro in the midfield. No cloak on Zipai as he rolls back to the pillar. Double Chaos Bolt, but not enough damage to kill him as he will recover. Mana slightly in favor of LF Org. And with that insane hymn timing of Lontar, Swapsy will have Unending Resolve once again. Here comes Icy Veins, Dark Soul up in 8 seconds. This is the moment for LF Org. They can win it in this next 20 to 30 second period. And if they don't, I think it's going to be the end for them.
Really scary moment. Kidney shot here on Swapsy, Zipai, and Maro. They're just going to be going for it. Can they get the crowd control that they need? Zipai still in a little bit of trouble, though. He does have Vanish. So he can trade that out, and he does. Now, this is a fully ramped up Deathborn by Tessia. This is the moment you have to be very, very afraid of the match, but you're giving time to Swapsy. And now he has Unending Resolve available. Cooldowns are resetting. Positioning looks good. Askrat's going to have to go for a drink, and this Deathborn does everything that it needs to. And keep in mind, Maro has no Ice Block either, so I don't know if he traded it out there offensively, but it's kind of a scary time in the match to trade out your Ice Block, about 40% dampening. I don't know if Maro's going to get another one.
Yeah, Maro needs to be careful. Gets counterspell right now, but he is doing pretty okay so far. He's got his combustion ready to go. They got the blind ready to go. And Swapsy has his cooldowns once again back off cooldown. What are they going to do here? Lontar, as soon as he ducks into Zipai's line of sight, he just pops the fade right there. Not able to get the blind with it, but he is definitely scared of that potential danger. Chaos Bolt's coming out here from Swapsy. He gets interrupted on it, though, by a stun. Maro also getting shut down here with his combustion. Big damage on Maro. He needs to be careful. He's got no ice block. He's caught in the midfield, and he is trying to stay alive. Askaraf still in crowd control here, getting stunned up into a full fear. Can they catch Maro is the question. Tessia is looking for some more follow-up crowd control. He gets a full sheep onto Askarath. He has his trinket. Can they connect onto Maro with the damage, though? It doesn't look like it. Maro just doing a great job so far, using the alter time, using his trinket as well there, with the Eternal Resolve to just stay alive during that CC chain. Askarath able to hold on to his trinket means he won't get swapped to, like we saw in the previous match, and we are at 43% dampening. Anybody is a target here. Well, anybody except Zipai right now, as he still has all of his cooldowns, and he still is an Outlaw Rogue. So Zipai looking to potentially put their first point on the board here for SK Gaming. Can he reach Swapsy here and set something up? He's got the tricks of the trade rolling. He got the combustion in 5 seconds for Maro. And that next fireball will get it off cooldown, and it's deep into dampening. They have a kidney shot onto Lontar. This is an opportunity. Swapsy realizes it, teleports away, and Swapsy's doing a great job kiting, but he might need to pull the trigger on some of those defensive soon. Dragon's Breath onto Lontar actually breaks. He gets a full sheep, though, but the full sheep also breaks right there, but Swapsy still forced to trade out cooldown here. Big push coming in from SK Gaming. Lontar out of crowd control now, finally, and able to reposition slightly here, catch Swapsy back to full HP, but they got what they came for. They got the Unending Resolve, they got the Dark Pact, and now it's SK Gaming here looking to potentially push for the win. Swapsy is still kiting away. They got a full blind onto Lontar. Do they have any follow-up crowd control? Doesn't look like it. Zipai in stealth like a shark in the water, finally coming up here and connecting onto Swapsy. That's going to be the Guardian coming out. Lontar with a defensive fear onto Zipai, and Swapsy looks like he is going to survive, but for how long is the question. I think they're running out of time very shortly here, Super Tees.
Oh, Ice Wall comes down, but it actually lines Lontar from Swapsy. He's going to reposition. They're trying to blast out Maro. 7 seconds to the Ice Block. 5 seconds to the Ice Block. Askarath trades out Iron Bark desperately to stabilize Maro. They cannot afford to go down in this match. It will be it for them in this first round of the circuit. A devastating way to start off the round robin. And now Zipai having to trade out Cloak of Shadows. Askarath is burning through mana so quickly at this point. Lontar is so far ahead. One more clutch play from Lontar. A pre-fade on a blind, a death on CC, and he could easily win the game for his team. He pre-fades, anticipating crowd control, pops out the Fey Guardians to restabilize Swapsy during this moment. He has Unending Resolve again, thanks to that Symbols of Hope. Lontar resets its cooldown. You'll have that for the combustion, potentially giving them one more opportunity, but no Dark Soul and no Icy Veins. They're just going to have to win with normal damage, no cooldowns at this point. But Asgrath has 0 mana. They're hammering Chaos Bolt after Chaos Bolt onto Maro. Can they close it out? Do they catch a Polymorph onto Askarath? Sick catch, but Swapsy is getting devastated by Zipai. Lontar fears him away. Will it be enough to keep Swapsy alive here? Down on 10% with a full blind. There's nothing for him. He ports, but the Guardian Spirit triggers. I don't think it's enough. Swapsy is going to get... Oh, yes, he will get cut down. Tessia trying to close out the game by himself here. Lontar maybe gets a Holy Fire, potentially gets a death kill here on tomorrow. Not enough damage just yet, but there's 0 mana onto Askarath. No Innervate as well for 30 seconds. Can they pull it off? It would be a miracle. I doubt it at this point. Tessia is getting rolled over, and SK Gaming stay alive in their first round of the circuit.
Absolutely beautiful. So this is really interesting. I mean, that was such a close match that, I mean, I'm convinced that it still could have gone either way. But I think SK Gaming kind of realizing some better targeting in that game number 3 really put them ahead. Going after the Destruction Warlock in dampening. You can't really tank through the damage. But still, I mean, lots of signs of life there by LF4. And now it is going to be their map and their composition pick. And they have a lot of flexibility here, being up 2-1 in the series. I mean, we'll have to see what they do, but we can take a look at the replay here.
Yeah, and we can see here again the wall coming up here for Tessia, and this is right at the opener when they get the ice block, I believe. The cauterize and the ice block. So this is the big push. Popsy popping all these cooldowns, Maro popping all these, or Maro getting all the cooldowns popped onto him. He thinks he's kind of safe there with that Eternal Aegis trinket, but Dark Soul and a double bolt coming in there will proc him, and will put Maro there into crowd control chain onto with a nice massive spell there. And they kept that chain going, but it's just the story of SK Gaming. It's just their composition is so durable. You have that Outlaw Rogue, he can just be the damage sponge, while the mage is just staying at the pillar, avoiding damage, getting out a few fireballs, resetting the combustion, and eventually in deep dampening, when you get that blind, you can do a long CC chain with the blind and just kind of walk away with a win from that. And it's always scary as the mage lock, because the mage lock, they need to do basically what's happening here before Swapsy drops into that danger zone. They need to do so much pressure that they just force SK Gaming completely out of the open, and that's kind of how they get their momentum. But they weren't really able to do that too much this time around. They are able to get some crowd control late into dampening, get some good damage onto Swapsy, and chase him down. Swapsy did a great job kind of kiting around as well. And it's so devastating here if you are SK Gaming, because you have great pressure here. You have a full sheep onto Asgrath, and I believe they even got a resheep. They trinketed out of it. And then here, Swapsy, all he wants to do is just press one Chaos Bolt. You saw even Tessia actually almost taking down Maro right here by himself. So if that just one or two Chaos Bolts came through there at the end for Swapsy, he probably would have found the win and also found the 3-0 clean sweep here in the matchup. But unfortunately for him, the blind came back off cooldown, and they were able to execute the win there on the side of SK. 15 minutes, 61% dampening. How do we feel about the offense this game, fellas?
I mean, it still like 61% dampening. It's a lot of things, right? Like, I think one of the things we don't really talk about enough that's so powerful right now in the meta is just cooldown reduction. So normally Unending Resolve is quite a long cooldown, but when you have a Night Fae Holy Priest on your team making it a shorter cooldown, then you just have it up so often that you can find those moments where you shouldn't survive, but you do, because you have your cooldowns. And it's very similar to Outlaw Rogue right now. Cooldown reduction is just so powerful for bolstering the defense of these teams, and they do such a good job rotating through those cooldowns that it's just difficult to actually find a win. So I mean, SK Gaming, they're using the Outlaw Rogue, and in my opinion, I mean, we do see some short games on Outlaw, but for the most part, it is one of those specializations that it's a grind, right? You basically, you don't die, and you slowly grind down the enemy team with consistent damage and good crowd control. You don't have that same kind of one-shot pressure that you see from like an Assassination Rogue with Sepsis, or a Subtlety Rogue, with a big kidney shot, Shadow Dance kind of thing. But you can't die. So not being able to die and doing consistent damage and having decent crowd control is how Outlaw plays, and that's how we're seeing it play out in these matchups. So I think if you just go after Swapsy, limit him in the match, and then bring it to 60% dampening, you have a very fair shot. And I think that's probably the line of play that SK Gaming is going to be going for.
So interesting, they pick Empyrean Domain, which makes me think LF Org think their turbo win was a fluke. They don't want to try and set up a turbo game. So they're going to set up a mage lock. And I feel like SK Gaming is probably just going to keep going better and better for them. Unless Asgrath has a throw. I feel like Asgrath is really the only person that could lose this series for SK Gaming if this keeps playing out with mage lock versus rogue mage. If he gets caught in a bad position, doesn't trade effectively, or gets caught in a bad position twice in a row, I think SK Gaming lose this. But otherwise, I still think SK Gaming can reverse sweep this.
It's just, I think SK Gaming is starting to figure it out a little bit more. I mean, going after Tessia in game number 1, huge mistake. The Destruction Warlock is the scariest caster in the match. When Deathborn and Veins is up, the Frost Mage is absolutely horrifying. Don't get me wrong. It does a lot of damage. You're going to die if it's recasting. But if you throw off blinds on him, gouges, polymorphs, counterspells during those times, after Deathborn and Veins is gone, you're really not afraid of the Frost Mage, quite honestly. You can just go after the Warlock. And if you're just sitting on the Warlock and Deathborn and Veins isn't up, then you're probably going to be able to survive. So I really like just shutting Swapsy down, because on Tolvaron, he was the one that really set them up. Tessia did a great job kiting and running away, But for the most part, his job was survival, and I think that's what Frost Mages kind of excel at. Whereas for Swapsy, even though he's doing a good job kiting, he doesn't have that same kind of mobility, and he doesn't have the same kind of immunities that Tessia has. So there's not going to be an Ice Block that can actually cut him down through that unending resolve, and it can be really difficult for him to get pressure out. So I think SK Gaming looking really good here, even though this is a big map. If they can stay on Swapsy and shut him down, I think they have a really fair shot of winning this one and tying it up.
Yeah, Swapsy is going to be the key player to watch here. And this is match point once again for SK Gaming, LF Org's comp and map pick. And SK Gaming, I mean, for them, they have the momentum now. This is kind of a big game for them. If they can, if they lose here, they lose the series. But if they win here, they're going to have that momentum into game number 5. And I think they're really going to be in LF Org's heads. That new strategy of just kind of going after Swapsy a lot more in the match seems to be working out for them. Let's see if they can do it again. Right now, Swapsy going to be the target of choice, but Tessia has the Deathborn active and rolling. And this is the situation that you have to respect the mage. And you can see Maro is just all the way off screen. Zeepai are going to be the only target they can really hit. And this is, we've seen in the opener what can happen here. So Zeepai will be trading out that Eternal Aegis immediately, does not want to fall behind. And so far for SK Gaming, this opener has actually been better compared to the other games where we've seen this matchup. Because typically they get a cauterize or an ice block or big pressure, but so far that's not been the case for LF Org. And actually it's SK Gaming now finally getting a little bit aggressive here onto Swapsy, trying to pull out a cooldown for themselves. Tessia's Deathborn is gone, and now he's got the Icy Veins rolling, going after Zeepai. He takes a decent hit of damage, gets stunned into a coil, gets dispelled out of that coil immediately, and he has that Cloak of Shadows, so Zeepai is just being greedy right now. He's not in actual real danger of dying, so Zeepai is just doing Outlaw Rogue things, getting his stacks, and just trying to stay in. And this is why the specialization is so punishing to play against, as you have so many interrupts, you have such a long range on your abilities, the cooldown reduction, and just the fact that it's really hard to pressure an Outlaw Rogue off of you. So now they're going to blind Swapsy here on all of his cooldowns. And once again, SK Gaming, happy to play it slow. We saw the last game went to 61% dampening, unless there is a big swap onto, Askrath or maybe Lontar, we're kind of expecting kind of the same thing here. So both teams just trying to respect cooldowns and play the long game.
Yeah, let's see if they can make it that deep into dampening here. Swapsy ports back to the pillar, blasting away Maro. There's not going to be very many places to hide on this map with the toothpick pillars. So if at any point SK Gaming get overwhelmed and stack up, that's going to be a great point for Tessia, Swapsy, and Lontar to punish them. And this is going to be likely their toughest map, I think, for SK Gaming overall in the series, with the way that it's such a large map and the small pillars. Ice Wall down for Tessia. Not going to find any value with that there, unfortunately. Swapsy now getting blasted down by Zeepai, proccing in that robot from the Kyrian Covenant as well. How much extra damage is he going to get during this period? Trying to Ursul's Vortex the port of Swapsy, not going to find it. Dragon's Breath on Swapsy's Chaos Bolt as Asgrath is interrupted. Asgrath is sneaking away for drinks as Maro pops Ring of Frost to CC the Fell Hunter to stop it from moving towards Asgrath, which is a clutch teamwork play on SK Gaming's part. It's going to be very important that Asgrath maintains his mana. That is the other win condition for LF Org. So he will always have to be sneaking away and drinking. And during those times that he's drinking, it's going to be LF Org's opportunity to strike, although they would like to attack Maro. I like that Swapsy is just pulling out towards this balcony. This is so that Asgrath does not have a pillar to line of sight, and he actually gets crowd controlled immediately due to this repositioning from Swapsy. This is kind of the wizard corner of Empyrean domain, where you want to pull enemy melee attackers so that their team has to run out in the open, and then you can find opportunities to swap. And then if the enemy team dogpiles on top of you, you can port and kite to the opposite side of the map if you want to. But you will have to be careful as his portal is not on this side, and neither is his gateway. So pulling over here could be a risk. They stun Asgrath in midfield. They're trying to swap to him, but Swapsy gets kidney shot. And Swapsy's actually at 8 stacks of rune right now, so he has a double Chaos Bolt ready to go. And he really wants that on Maro, but his main priority should be Asgrath. He's going to launch it onto Maro. Blast him down to half with that Blazing Barrier Send Ward. He's going to be going back to full health. And if you don't die to that double Chaos Bolt, probably not dying to the Destruction Warlock. So now that those stacks of rune are out of the way, SK Gaming are going to get aggressive. Tessia knows they want to get aggressive and pops Deathborn, try and clothesline them on their assault. He has Icy Veins up as well. He's chasing Asgrath around the pillar, but he gets caught behind the pillar. He manages to line of sight the polymorph of Maro in the backline there. It would be devastating if he got sheep for 10 seconds behind the pillar on his Deathborn. Zeepai now getting swapped too. Here, Swapsy's pulling him back towards the balcony, trying to drag Asgrath out in the midfield.
If he can get a stun on Asgrath in the midfield, maybe port on top of him, the same way we saw them win on Tolvaron Arena, that's going to be one of their main win conditions. But at the moment, Swapsy is just happy. It seems like to just avoid Zeepai, just try and safely get into dampening.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they really need to. Swapsy getting pressure down. Unending Resolve's going to trade as well. So a big cooldown trade out from Swapsy. He's going to be quite scared here in the coming moments. We're still not in dampening, but the offense from SK Gaming is looking a lot better so far. I feel like their setups have been a little bit cleaner. We have a full blind and adrenaline rush coming up for Zeepai as well. So if they set this up right, I mean, Lone Tar is in a full kitty shot. If he gets blinded out, could be the end of the match. Do they have more crowd control? Full blind land. Swapsy, how are you going to survive this one? He triggers out of the kidney shot with his will to survive. That human racial now getting interrupted once again, getting blasted down here by Zeepai. And it just seems like Zeepai is getting more and more confident as the series goes on. And SK Gaming is looking better and better in this matchup so far.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see now, even at 4% dampening, we're starting to see some big windows here of opportunity. Swapsy still 45 seconds left here on his Unending Resolve. So he could potentially be in danger because that combustion is also 40 seconds away. They're going to line up a little bit there. Actually, Swapsy gets a cooldown reduction there from the Night Fae, but Maro also able to reduce the cooldown. So potentially, there's going to be a small window there where they could net themselves a kill or some big cooldowns. Sheep onto Lontar. Big damage onto Tessia. Tessia forced into the ice block here as well. So there is a lot of pressure here from the side of SK Gaming, and they're kind of just going after whatever they want at this point. Tessia will have his Icy Veins coming up here in 10 seconds with that Deathborn as well. So Tessia, this is the moment that we talked about in the pregame where once Tessia pops those, you have to respect him. You can no longer go on the Warlock. You have to go behind the pillar. You have to shut down the mage, blind him, kick him on Frost, do whatever you can to avoid that damage. And that's going to be LF Org's opportunity here to potentially get a breather and get some of those cooldowns back. And that's the blind onto Lontar, and that's Tessia now. Here we go. It's going to be a race, and you don't want to race the Deathborn. Panda Racial coming out here into Sheep, onto Zeepai, and Lontar's going to come out of crowd control here. And now this is going to be Danger Town for Maro. He gets caught up in a fear. They could go after Zeepai. They could go after Maro. It looks like they're going to go after Zeepai. Big hits coming in here. Wall coming out potentially as well here for Tessia. And so far, they kind of trade excellently here. On the side of LF Org, actually trading it when the blind is active, because that's the one time you don't want to retreat if you are the rogue mage. So Tessia able to activate it at a good time, but still yet to find that big KO kind of pressure. And so far, SK Gaming are getting away with kind of disrespecting that cooldown. But here's Maro. Look at him. This is the situation that you have to try to avoid. And now Tessia going after Zeepai as well. Big hits of damage. He is stacked up and ready to go here, doing tons and tons of damage. But Asgrath trades his Iron Bark and is able to actually allow his team to stay aggressive. And that will be really bad news in this scenario. Lontar, full Sheep, Tessia, Cyclone, 3v1. Swapsy teleports away, summons the Imp, tries to dispel his teammates here from the crowd control, and he catches a big heal. Clutch play there by Swapsy, and he will survive for now. But this is the kind of the result of Asgrath able to buy his team that uptime and actually allowing them to just disrespect the Deathborn like that. That's also going to give them about 2 minutes of free reign on the side of SK Gaming, where they can go after the Lock, they can go after the Mage, and they don't necessarily have to worry about going back to the pillar.
This is a really good game for SK Gaming on their worst map. They're in the best position, ahead on mana, ahead on cooldowns, ahead on momentum. They have multiple targets as options. They're getting crowd control on Lone Tar. Like, this is looking bad for LF Org as this series continues despite their 2 early wins. I think this is going to be going to a game 5. Swapsy ports behind the pillar, but he is getting devastated by Maro's combustion. Is he going to fall here? Lone Tar doesn't have much. He's desperate, trying to stabilize Swapsy as he's down to half. Zeepai connects. Chaos Bolts are coming in. He gets gouged on it as Zeepai gets stunned, but here comes Chaos Bolt 1, 2. Does he have the combo? Doesn't look like it as Zeepai Cloak of Shadows and immune to the remaining damage. And now they activate the Fey Guardians onto Swapsy in desperation to reduce damage, in desperation to stay alive here. Apotheosis has to trade. Lone Tar is going to get some last-minute free heals to try and save Swapsy here as he's launching Chaos Bolt after Chaos Bolt, but he's basically shooting them into the void onto the Outlaw Rogue. I really don't like that they're going after Zeepai with so much damage. His feint is basically no cooldown with the interactions of Sting Like a Butterfly or Float Like a Bee, Sting Like a Butterfly. I'm forgetting mixing up the name of it, but the Honor Talent is making his feint effectively no cooldown. He's taking 30% less damage almost the entire game with over 100,000. He's not even playing that?
No, he doesn't play it.
He's not even playing that talent. He could be even more tanky than he is. I mean, he's so happy to just soak up all of this damage from the team, so Maro doesn't have to worry about not having an ice block later on. Asgrath's mana is finally starting to get taxed, though, as he positions back to a pillar to drink. Blizzard from Tessia actually clips him. If they can keep stopping Asgrath from drinking, that's going to be key, but Tessia gets stunned on his blink and punished for the drink stop. Now he has no ice blocks, and he could be a target here at almost 10 minutes into this game. Who is going to fall first as Asgrath sits down for a drink once again? Zeepai goes into stealth. Chaos Bolt's flying out onto Maro, trying to find an opportunity. Dark Soul's coming off cooldown. Icy Veins is going to get popped. This has to be it for LF Org. They need to close out this series. They cannot afford to give SK Gaming a game 5. It just seems like they're getting better and better with the matchup. And this is the moment to do it with Dark Soul available and Icy Veins active. They need to get on top of Maro, but they seem a bit reluctant to push around the pillar here. Swapsy's going to port away from Zeepai. Tessia's Ice Wall. Looks like he wants to try and find that to line of sight Asgrath, but they're not getting on top of Maro during these cooldowns. This is when they need to be getting as aggressive as possible. They do have an Ice Block in their back pocket to push with, but they seem reluctant to do it. Swapsy's still sitting on his Dark Soul. Zeepai going to pop that pre-feint on the stun lock. Nice pre-feint from Zeepai, soaking so much damage. Going to vanish out from the Ice Wall as well. It was an insane play. Zeepai's easily going to survive that assault. And this is what I mean. Sending these burst moments onto the Rogue has to be a mistake. Nice combo onto Maro from Swapsy here with the Dark Soul. Full rune stacks, but not enough damage to kill him. And not enough damage to get a vital cooldown like Cauterize. Can they push through with these two Chaos Bolts, though, now onto Maro? It needs to get a major cooldown. They're not finding it. Asgrath's Tree of Life is going to proc as he has that third Swift Mend in a row to activate it, and they hold on to the Cauterize, they hold on to the Ice Block, they hold on to the Cloak, and with these cooldowns that can immune the damage of LF Org, they're going to be comfortable to get aggressive and take it to a game 5 as they're pushing in onto Tessia. He's desperately spamming out Polymorphs, although maybe they're getting baited. Going on the Mage means the Warlock will be a lot more threatening.
Yeah, I think it's a mistake, in all honesty, but they're getting more confident in the match, and I still feel like Swapsy is going to be the best target in the match. Maybe they're just trying to slow him down, during the cooldowns, but the cooldowns really aren't up. So I'm really curious as to why they are switching it up. They had so much success going after Swapsy. Maybe they'll go back to him at a certain point in the match, but it just seems like Zeepai is locked into Tessia right now. And on that Tolvaron match, remember, Tessia did such a good job surviving that. I just feel like the Frost Mage, he's going to be good at living. He's going to be good at kiting. He's got those immunities, which are really, really strong. Whereas the Warlock is going to be a lot more difficult for him. Tessia, though, taking a huge hit of damage. Swapsy coming to the Decimating Bolt. Big Chaos Bolts coming in. And this is the threat of the Destruction Warlock. Huge damage as Zeepai is forced to trade out the Feint, which really isn't that big of a deal. Zeepai will end up surviving that setup. And then Tessia will be under pressure. So I kind of wonder why they are switching it up and going after the Mage. He does have one Ice Block. He's interrupted right now, so unfortunately he won't be able to use it. But now that that's available, he does have that immunity. If they do get that out of the way, I think Tessia could be in a lot of trouble. All these kidney shots he's able to just blink out of. Tessia into the Ice Block now. Swapsy with the big Chaos Bolt once again. Feints. Just shrugs it off. Zeepai's going to preemptively trade out his Aegis as well. So this is the Dark Soul. Swapsy's trying to get aggressive, but with that Aegis, he is just looking so tanky. Not even the Warlock's Dark Soul is going to scare him.
Yeah, and mana, not looking great for Lonto right now, as well as cooldowns. They just used the Guardian and the Ice Block overlap. They could basically go after anybody right now on the side of SK Gaming here. They still have all of their defense. Asgrath has everything. And Maro has everything, and so does Zeepai. And it looks like Tessia will be the target of choice. He has no more Ice Blocks. He has nothing to work with, really. He gets a sheep on the Zeepai, Fleshcraft, Gateway with the Altered Time, so he can actually teleport back now.
Oh!
All right. He just gets erased there. I think that was a Tricks of the Trade Combust Pyroblast that took him out. He actually had an Altered Time. I don't know if he got Spell Stolen there. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure he had an Altered Time. So I was just saying, all the damage he's taking right now is just fake damage. He can just go back, but he's still going to be in big trouble, obviously. Either way, SK Gaming turning the map on its head, showing now that they indeed do know how to play the Fire Mage Outlaw, taking 2 back-to-back wins now. And now, LF Org, what do? Do you bring back the Blizzo? You go for the Turbo, because you did win with it, but let's be honest, it definitely looked like, let's just say it didn't look that convincing of a win. So for them, it's gonna be a tough road now, because SK Gaming has, I feel like this comp answers most of the things everything we've seen from LF Org.
I don't think you'd pick Mage Lock again. Like, maybe take the fact that SK Gaming are now, they're kind of like warmed up to this comp, having played it so many times in a row. So now you flip the switch and play something different into SK Gaming. I'm just trying to think if there's literally any other options. I don't think you can run like a Fury Warrior Warlock or something like that, or Fury Warrior Mage. Seems like it would be a mistake on their part. I think you bring Swapsy back on the turbo. You rely on some crits here. You play a solid game of defense like you did in game 1. And then hope that the other team is fatigued and not ready to readjust back to that matchup at this point with the series the way that it's played out.
I wonder what was like the moment of the match where they just decided, all right, well, let's just go after the mage now. Like, you know, it looked so good going after the warlock, and obviously they got the win going after the mage. I think in general, SK Gaming is just looking better and better, especially Zeepai, just more confidence in the matchup. It seems like he's able to get that pressure out a little bit better. And yeah, a reverse sweep here is definitely possible. LF4, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board. Do they lock in the turbo once again? Even in game 1, I still feel like that's a matchup that SK Gaming probably should have won. So can't be too confident in really any of your choices here if you're LF Org. You talked about it a lot, Sid. I mean, the Fire Mage Outlaw Rogue, super powerful composition right now. I think we're going to see it a lot this weekend and potentially throughout this entire round robin. So yeah, LF Org, they're going to have to come up with a solution. And if they don't have one, I fear for them, because this is a matchup I think they're going to fight a lot here in the circuit season.
Absolutely. And for LF Org, I mean, there's a lot of things going on, right? How do you keep your composure at this point? Like, how do you stay how do you stay focused on the next match when you were up 2-0 and it looked like you were just going to take it 3-0, but then things started happening, and all of a sudden now you're finding yourself in this match point situation, getting reverse swept on. That is not how you want to start off the circuit season, being up 2-0 against like these are, like, when we think about Europe's best teams, at least when I think about them, I'm thinking MYWAY, I'm thinking KUNGARNA, I'm thinking LF Org should be really one of the top contenders, and so should SK, because when you look at these rosters, there's just BlizzCon winners all over the place. Like, these are some of the most successful teams that's kind of been split up into two teams. When you look at the kind of old Method Black and Zeepai's team as well, Wildcard. So when you look at those two teams that were kind of dominating in Europe for such a long time, being split up essentially into SK Gaming and LF Org and also KUNGARNA, those are the teams that come to mind. Like, without seeing a single game of the season at the start, I thought these are going to be the best teams. So this is really for SK Gaming, if they can walk away with this one, it's going to be massive for them moving forward for the rest of the season, because I think it's going to be one of those really big momentum builders, being able to pull off a reverse sweep against LF Org. With that said, though, Swapsy's going back to his favorite map.
Yeah, Blades Edge Arena. I feel like this doesn't get locked in very often anymore. It's very rare to see this. So they're really pulling out kind of a wild card here in game 5. Like, this kind of screams desperation. Like, we need to mix things up. We need to pick something like nobody really ever plays. Try and throw SK Gaming off their game here, because they have just been leveling up round after round, getting better and better, cleaner and cleaner. Just no opportunities for LF Org in these last 2 rounds. Now they're going back to their game 1 composition, which they were reluctant to lock in. So they obviously don't think that it's going to be too favorable for them. And we're going to have to wait and see how it plays out on this chaotic map of Blades Edge Arena in game 5. And this is the last time these teams, you only get one opportunity to qualify against a team. So if you lose here, you don't get a second chance at SK Gaming. You don't get a second chance against LF Org on the opposite side. This is your only chance to get this point.
I mean, Blades Edge, really interesting map. I think the biggest thing about Blades Edge is it's going to be difficult to go after Morrow, or it's going to be difficult for Morrow to really get anything done if they're going after him. So not a lot of room to kite. No pillars you can really go to unless you go to the lower side of the map. And if you do that, then Lontar basically has free reign upstairs. So I really like this match. As a mage, I feel like it's super duper annoying to actually get the crowd control you need when you have someone like Blizzo and Swapsy just training you down. And I mean, LF Org, it's very clear what their strategy is. Stay alive, lower the cooldown of Swapsy's defensives with that Night Fae Priest, and just go after Morrow. Pain Train, probably going to go into dampening, and I think for SK Gaming, it's going to be up to Zeepai. This is where he really has to shine on that Outlaw Rogue. He has to set up his team with crowd control, bursting at the right moments. And if they can do that, I can see SK Gaming winning. Otherwise, LF4 might just slowly pull ahead like they did in game number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. For Maro, he's going to be somewhat limited. If he's the target of this paint train, he's going to be very limited. Zipa, the only thing he has to worry about is potential Stormbolt like swaps to him. And for Askarath, I think Askarath is going to be tested as well because he can't really drink on this map that easily. And we know that a Druid burns through his mana kind of faster than a Holy Priest will. So if nobody drinks, I feel like Askarath also will lose on mana. So if they can get good uptime on Maro on the side of LF Org, then they can run Askarath out of mana or run Maro out of cooldowns just with the sheer pressure. And really, you hit the nail on his head there. It's going to be up to Zipai to potentially survive some swaps, but also make sure that he's setting his team up to get aggressive. Because Maro is not going to get cheaps unless Zipai is covering for him, making sure there's no wind shear, grounding totems, and things like that. So they really need to be on the same page here. And Askarath also needs to try to help Maro buy him some time, maybe with some vortexes and roots and things like that, to try to minimize the uptime that the melees are getting on him. Let's see what they decide to do here in the opener. Game number 5, match point. And of course, it is the circuit. First series of the circuit. We'll be going to a game number 5. And SK Gaming looking to reverse sweep here.
This is this is just one of those things. I mean, we talked about it. I mentioned at the beginning of the day, like, how important is it to win a matchup like this? Because this is going to be one of the difficult matchups. I mean, I would say of all the teams in the circuit right now, these two are definitely contenders for, that top 4 position. So if you can pull out a win early on in your first matchup, that's going to pull you out ahead in a huge way. Maro actually doing a big hit of damage here. He actually switched over to playing Human. He is playing the Human, and he is playing the Echoing Resolve now, which I think is actually a difference from game number 1. It's going to be more difficult for Blizzo and Swapsy to actually shut him down in this matchup. So we'll see. All right, now Zipai actually getting swapped too. I'm not sure if he's actually fully stacked up to his defense, but going after the Outlaw Rogue at the beginning of the game can sometimes be a good thing to do. Although now I do think that his defense is bolstered up, so maybe not going to be the best target here as they continue their damage over on Amaro. And one thing we really need to keep in mind this matchup is the mana. So Asgrath's going to have to constantly go for drinks. Lone Tar, I think, will be able to hold on the other side, and if they can slow down the drinks of Asgrath, I think that's going to put LF4 even further ahead.
Absolutely. That's the name of the game. Make sure that you either pressure Maro hard enough so Asgrath has to stop drinking, or to just physically stop the drink. This is the blind setup, and it's Maro actually taking massive damage right there. Swapping over to Zipai here as well. Swapsy just trading out an Astral Shift for the blind. A pretty good trade, I would say. He didn't have to use a trinket or anything in combination with that as well. Blizzo now taking a decent amount of damage. And they do have a Cyclone here onto Swapsy. And I really like what they're doing here on the side of SK Gaming. Go after Blizzo and crowd control Swapsy. They're sheeping Swapsy, they're putting kidney shots on Swapsy and Cyclones, and just making his life as annoying as possible. There is a bash now onto Swapsy as well. You can see the crowd control is just never ending, and it's for a good reason. Swapsy is the harvester. We've seen what he can do with those chain harvests. He's playing the build as well that reduces the cooldown of his chain harvests. So he's going to be able to spam those out, and once Swapsy gets enough chain harvests out, that's just going to be it. So definitely need to continue to try to shut him down as much as possible. Askarth looking for a drink, immediately gets stopped here because of the pressure onto Maro. Actually decides to sit down anyway. There's a nice gouge by Zipa onto Swapsy, and they're novaing Blizzo. They're already doing these defensive kind of plays here to buy themselves time, to buy Askarth time actually, to get those drinks out. And so far, his mana is looking decent. It's kind of tied with Lontar, but as you've seen, Askarth has already drank twice, and his mana is tied with Lontar. So eventually, there's going to be too much pressure with dampening, and he already needs to be well ahead in terms of mana at that point if he wants to be able to play the long game here. He has a very big uphill battle for ahead of him.
Yeah, let's see if he can keep it going. Maro getting connected to massive damage incoming. Ironbark Thorns will be enough to protect the Cauter Eyes of Maro as he soul shapes back into the middle of the bridge, trying to avoid the cleave down of Swapsy and Blizzo. They switch to Zipai for a moment. He's just going to pop Feint, absorb a lot of damage during this Chastise. They actually pop a Chain Harvest into Zipai. I'm not sure if I'm the biggest fan of that, because the Outlaw Rogue is going to be so difficult to kill, at least this early on in the match before Dampening has had an opportunity to stack up. Blizzo now kidney shot, Swapsy into a Cyclone. They've isolated the Warrior, but doesn't look like they have enough damage to take him out, as Maro is going to jump off the side of the bridge. try and avoid the melee attackers and let Zeepai soak some damage while Asgrath tries to regenerate mana in the back. I think that is a good tactic. Send the Outlaw Rogue in to just be the damage sponge so you can absorb as many hits as possible. Spear Bastion, though, lobbed out here onto Morrow, looking to connect. He's going to alter time, and Swapsy is Kidney Shot, so unlikely that we see that get removed, as Blizzo is now Kidney Shot. They swap the Polymorph to Swapsy, trying to keep both melee DPS under control here and safely get into Dampening, potentially win on mana, but every time these Chain Harvest comes out, it is a massive spike of damage. To see another one lobbed out onto Morrow and Zeepai. Asgrath spending a tremendous amount of mana to keep up the aggression, and he has managed to recover, as now we see Morrow connected to by Blizzo and Swapsy. Down to half. Kidney Shot on Swapsy. Dismantle on Blizzo. Zeepai taking control of the fight. Combustion gets ripped out. Massive pressure on Swapsy, but Lone Star's in position. Gets a big heal and a fear onto Asgrath to get his team aggressive here on tomorrow, as Asgrath is mind controlled. He's going to jump to reconnect with that Feral Lunge, trying to get a Cauterize here. Tomorrow is stunned up. Manages to break out with what I believe is the Human Racial there and avoid that stun lock. It could have been devastating. Likely would have been a Cauterize, but thanks to that Racial, he is able to escape. Blizzo stunned up in a Ring of Fire. Zeepai tearing in as well. That's going to force the Enraged regeneration from Blizzo. And how is Lontar going to use his Symbols of Hope? He's popping his Symbols of Hope right now to reset that Enraged regen. It's actually off cooldown. He has his Enraged regen again. He literally just pressed it. So he's going to have that wall to trade moving forward. Blind is available. Where are they going to go with that blind? Likely wanting to find it on Lontar, but Lontar has been pre-fading a lot of these blinds. Lontar has been pre-deathing them as well. So I'm curious to see if it is going to work out for him or not. We don't see Zeepai pulling towards Lontar at all. He's just staying max range away from them, as both teams are just trying to maximize their damage in this position.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Blizzo's still taking quite a bit of pressure. Lontar into full blind, but Swapsy throwing in some big heals. I mean, right there, Lontar goes into a full blind, into a full polymorph, and Blizzo's at 100% health. So that's really the power of those off heals from Swapsy. Blizzo, though, finally taking a huge hit once again. Chain Harvest tops him off. So this composition, very durable. This is why dampening is likely required. Unless I get crowd control on Lontar and Swapsy, I don't really see Blizzo dying. So we'll see. Right now, Lontar is interrupted. Full health from Swapsy. And his health just looking like a yo-yo. It goes down, and it's back to full. It goes down, it's back to full. And at the same time, SK Gaming really not taking too much damage. And you can see why dampening was required in that game number one. Both these teams just so durable with the compositions that they've selected. The Fire Mage, Outlaw Rogue, Fury Warrior, Enhancement Shaman, all of them are super tanky right now in this meta. Blizzo is getting a little bit low. He gets gripped away. Can they actually take him down? Zeepai caught into a full stun. They make a swap over onto the Rogue, but if he gets out of that stun, gets the feint, maybe he can live. Trinket is going to trade as well as that feint. Now Zeepai will survive. Morrow actually uses Combustion there to try to scare them just a little bit, but LF4 shrugs it off. 11% dampening. Mana in favor of Asgrath right now. Has been able to go down and sit for some drinks. Lone Star right now in another full blind. I think he actually deaths it. Lone Star just playing absolutely phenomenal. It's not easy either because Zeepai has a 30-yard range on his blind, so it's not obvious at all. Lone Star gets interrupted though, and it seems like going after Blizzo is working out a lot better for them in the match. Blizzo's actually been scared multiple times in the matchup, so SK Gaming with their strategy change might be able to pull off the win and a reverse sweep here in game number 5.
Let's see if they can do it. They're definitely on track here, and we're going to see a sheep here onto Swapsy, and once again, Blizzo, 1 minute left there on the Enraged region, 1 minute left here on the blind for Zeepai. Combustion ready for Morrow, and they get something going here. They have the damage, but you just need to find the crowd control to be able to maybe get something going. However, Morrow, once again, just has to try to play defense, try to kite these melees, try to deny them the uptime, because when they do get the uptime, you see what happens right there. Morrow almost proccing his Cauterize right there with that uptime, with that damage, but they do get a sheep onto Swapsy, getting shot onto Blizzo. Morrow pops his Combustion here, trying to counter pressure, but they just trade out a Guardian on full HP here. Blizzo, that means Blizzo gets to just be as aggressive as possible. He's on full HP here. He can just do whatever he wants. Nice Spear of Bastion soaks up the blink there from Morrow, and Morrow with that Nova, with those sheeps, should be able to stay alive for a little bit here, but Swapsy should be able to get a good amount of uptime here, unless he gets stunned here by, oh, there it is. Bash coming out there from Asgrath. Asgrath realizing that he has to go for a stun clone there to deny Swapsy the uptime, but he gets feared on it. And once again, Morrow using that Soul Shape, doing a great job so far, just kiting back and forth here in the map. Asgrath actually sitting down for a drink out of that fear in plain sight and they do pull him out there with that Bladestorm. But look at the mana lead. This is what we were talking about. If Askareth can spam Drink, that's what he needs to do to be able to kind of go the distance here against the Holy Priest. Nontar using that Symbols of Hope here, and are going to be able to get some good pressure onto Zeepai by trading out the Gladiator's Emblem, as well as the Feint, as well as the Cloak of Shadows. So Zeepai could potentially be a target a little bit later, but Maro is the main target here for the cleave. They're pushing for the Ice Block. Can they get it? Kidney Shot onto Swapsy, and Swapsy just a few Chain Harvests away potentially here from getting a win. They get a full sheep onto Lontar. This is where they need to get something, and they get a resheep. They do get a resheep. Lizzo burning through the Ring of Fire uses that enraged regen, and this is exactly what they needed to do. Now they have desynced Lizzo's cooldowns here with the blind, and the next blind has a combustion with it as well. This could be, if they can set it up perfectly, could be an opportunity here for SK Gaming to potentially take the game.
Yeah, let's see if they can close it out here. Reverse sweep 3 in a row here, being on the back foot the entire series. Kidney Shot has been found, but not enough damage just yet to take out Blizzo as he looks to reconnect here. Swapping back to Zeepai, stopping the Drink from Asgrath. Asgrath is actually almost completely out of mana. His Innervate comes up in 10 seconds. He's going to need to rely on that. Spirit Bastion connects on tomorrow. Is Swapsy going to be able to get there and deal some damage, though, with it? As he tries to blink out of it, he's not able to. Mirror Image is now going to pop for Maro as he is getting crushed. Blizzo into another Kidney Shot. Maro ducks off the side of the bridge as Asgrath is drinking desperately to recover mana and try and get an advantage over Lontar. Blizzo getting crushed, though, by Zeepai upstairs, and that Ring of Fire is doing massive damage. Zeepai gets Kidney Shot. Zeepai, it goes to the Kidney Shot, but gets stunned up by Blizzo. Blizzo now down dangerously low. He's dismantled. He can't heal himself while dismantled. Is he going to be able to get any sort of defensives out at this point as Lontar sits through a lot of crowd control here on match point? You don't get a second chance in this series. This is the last shot for both sides in game number 5, and Blizzo is getting devastated as he pops the Enraged Regen for what could be the last time. Will it be enough? He intervenes to try and remedy some of the crowd control, but it's not enough. It's not enough, and Blizzo will fall. SK Gaming get the reverse sweep.
Maro, look at Maro's smirk there. He's like, yes, good Zeepai. Love the outlaw. All right, well, I mean, switching up their targeting in that match definitely felt a lot better, a lot more of a convincing matchup. So this might be something, a composition that they're still trying to figure out. But SK Gaming with the reverse sweep, they got to be super happy about that one. And on the flip side, LF4 has got to be devastated that they just lost 3 in a row to this composition.
Yeah, I mean, SK Gaming, they started off really slow. LF Org just coming out guns blazing, basically. They wanted to face off the Mage Lock with this composition. They got the cleave, they lost, and they lost to the Mage Lock as well. But they kept their composure, and they're able to pull off basically a miracle run here. They had the comp to do it. They just needed to clean up their play, and they definitely were able to do just that. I think Maro, especially in this last game, able to survive for such a great amount of time, buying time for Asgrath to get the drinks, and just buying his team time to get the win here. And then at the end, he gets a counterspell into, I think some clones into a sheep at the very, very end there. We'll see, but Maro definitely on fire in this matchup. I think this is where we can see that final push. I think it was actually a blind that kind of started off the pressure, and then they continued the pressure to get a counterspell onto Lontar, and then Maro, they get a Cyclone onto Lontar, and then Maro gets a sheep onto a Lontar after the DR Cyclone. So Asgard looking for the bash, and then they get the bash into full sheep. And at this point, I mean, Lontar has been counterspelled into 2 clones, into a full sheep, and a bash. So he just can't do anything at that point, and he's playing Relentless. So unfortunately for them, they will be getting reverse swept, but fortunately for SK Gaming, they're going to pick up their first point for the circuit.
I mean, it's a bit of a circus as well with how that series went too. I don't disagree with that. I mean, absolutely crazy, how strong it started out for, things on the side of looking for Org. SK Gaming just really able to turn that around. And then I think it was you that was saying, momentum, I think, is going to have a lot to do here with the teams as they ride out through the rest of these cups. So things are definitely going to be looking good, in my opinion, for SK Gaming as they move forward, because they do have another game tomorrow.
Yeah, and I have to see exactly who they are going to be playing against tomorrow. I think it is...
No money, just funny.
Yeah, so I'm going to be honest with you. I think right now the best composition in the game overall is probably Rogue Mage, Outlaw Fire Mage, really good. So we'll see if they can continue that success with this composition. We talked about it in the pre-show. The teams that practice this composition, they bring in the Outlaw Rogue, they're going to be looking good. And I feel like we're going to see a lot of Outlaw Rogues today from people that we wouldn't really expect it from. But I think it's just such a powerful composition that if you can play it effectively, you're going to do quite well overall. So we'll see how Zebai does on that Rogue against some of these other teams.
Yeah, I'm excited to see as well who else decide to bring out that Outlaw Rogue. We barely got to see it really at all before. I think we saw Golden Guardians play it just a little bit. Casual Dads, who we actually are going to be seeing playing up next in our next series, the second series of the day here in the circuit. Casual Dads facing off here against Delirium, Zico.
Yeah, and we haven't seen Casual Dads in a minute. We talked about them a little bit at the start, but Casual Dads, they came in super hot. And they just kind of became a bit of a favorite here for us. And now they qualified for the circuit, of course. But we didn't, I think it was on the last cup, they didn't actually qualify at all. And on the side of Delirium, we've seen, this is, I think, a team that we didn't really even expect to qualify. They just kind of signed up out of nowhere and they were able to get one of those last spots, playing a lot of cleaves. So it should be an interesting one. And I think the Casual Dads, it's going to be nice to see what they have cooked up. Are they still relying on the Desher Warlock, on the Outlaw Rogue? Are they playing more Rogue Mage? We did see them bring it out, but it wasn't super convincing. So maybe they've been putting out more time doing that. And also, I think the main question that we all have about the Casual Dads is Alec finally done renovating his kitchen?
Yeah, I'm curious as well. I'll see if I can get a word from him on that after he's done playing, of course. I did message him, how he was feeling about today's, just about the circuit in general and his team. And he still says that he's still casually competing, which is hilarious to me because this is literally the circuit. Like, this is the best teams in the world right now in AWC. And it's clear that Alec is taking just like a lax approach to all of this, which I think comes from the fact that he's got so much veteran experience. He's already won BlizzCon. So we'll see what he can do here in the circuit for this season. So we're going to head to a break. When we come back, it's going to be Casual Dads facing off against Delirium. We'll be back soon. Welcome back, everyone. It is the second series of the day. It's Casual Dads facing off against Delirium.
All right. We got, well, from Delirium, this is more or less what we expect to see. Different kinds of melee cleave. They're going with the Red Warrior Holy Priest. But on the side of Casual Dads, we are going to see their Mage lock. And I would say Casual Dads have the lead, have the advantage here. I would say this is a pretty decent matchup for them. What do you think, Ben?
Yeah, I think that's true. So Alec right now going to be getting aggressive really early on with that Deathborn, just trying to keep them on the back foot. Still hasn't activated the Icy Veins, so essentially just baiting them to go after them. Here comes the Icy Veins. Alec does get interrupt though. Big damage on him. Doesn't want to get exploded. Forced into his first Ice Block immediately. Big offensive pressure here right now by the side of Delirium, but big Chaos Bolts coming in. This is absolute devastation, and this is what happens if you leave Nazarens alone. This is going to be a very explosive match. Looks like Warrior is going to try to line of sight. He's met with an Ice Wall and will get out of line of sight for now. So really offensive push to get the Ice Block, but now you can see what happens to Delirium. All three members just dead behind the pillar. Absolutely devastated.
Oh.
One more Frost Bolt could close out the game. One Chaos Bolt does land. See if Alec can get there. Deathborn still active for a little while longer, but this is such an explosive match in game number one.
Oh, they're getting swapped too. About to get punted out of the arena if he's not careful. Goes behind the pillar, gets a nice splash, tops himself off. Squarlet as well. So let's take a breakdown here on the damage. Queener has absolutely nothing. He's got no trinket. He has got enraged regen. Squarlet, no trinket, no divine shield, and Punter is currently counterspelled. He's getting his Holy Priest cooldowns back, and he has his trinket. So we're not quite in the checkmate stage just yet, but at the same time, for all of that, all they got from Casual Dads was the Ice Block. Actually, that was a Cold Snap Ice Block, though. Alec has no Ice Blocks. So
maybe there's a
Alec,
chance.
There is a chance, for sure. I mean, the thing is, if they wait for Squarlet's Divine Shield, Alec will have Ice Block. So they need to go out and push without Divine Shield. And pushing out against Mage Lock without Divine Shield can definitely be kind of scary, especially when the lock that you're leaving free is Nazarens.
Squarlet looks like he got out of his day job as being a miner, so he's used to those long days and kind of digging in. So he's got this. If any Ret Paladin has the stamina to do it, looks like Squarlet's going to be the most well-equipped. He's pushing for the kill. Can they take down Alec? No way! No way! Are they going to take him out here in game number one? He holds on with the ray of hope at 1%. And manages to stay alive, but for how much longer? Queen is right back on his tail. Squarlet is in hot pursuit, digging for the win in game number one. Is he going to find the treasure? Is he going to find the diamonds here? Alec manages to escape from that onslaught, and Delirium once again need to pull back to the pillar, need to retreat, but Squarlet is getting walled off from his team. Is there a Master Spell? Can they break it in time? Squarlet ducking behind the corner. Queen charges in to disrupt Alec's pursuit of him. Seems like they have shut them down for now, but Punter's caught into a polymorph. They're ducking for cover. Alec needs to survive, though, for another 2 minutes for that Cold Snap and for that Ice Block if he wants to feel safe in this match. But Chaos Bolts are flying in onto Queen. Is he going to get closed out here? Pops out Fleshcraft, trying to absorb some damage as he pulls back towards the pillar. Managing to break out the snares. They're trying to reposition. Can they get clotheslined here? Shadow Fury, triple Shadow Fury from Nazarens, the king of triples. And it looks like the punter has become the punted. Wait, he's Res Legendary. He's Res Legendary. He's not out of it. He actually is Res Legendary.
So
that line was so good. Can they just can we just say they lost? We clipped it there. I mean,
listen, when we make the highlight reel, that's where we'll end the clip and start the next one.
All right. Well, they're gonna keep going. Alec is still in trouble. The Ray of Hope is, I feel like, so strong. So Cloud right now, he can just trade out the Ray of Hope, but I think they actually overlapped the Cold Snap Ice Block at the beginning of the game. Alec is going to survive right now with the altar time, but a little bit of trouble. It's actually negative. He couldn't fall down. Alec doing a good job. He needs to get away. He gets gripped. Queener still all over him. Gets the interrupt. Alec in a lot of trouble. He needs to try to get away and create some space, but Queener and Scarlet are not making it easy in this position. Nazareth needs to try to find some counter pressure. They can't believe that Punter is running the Resurrection Legendary, but he gets a second chance at life. I don't know if Queener will get the same. Big Chaos Bolt does land. The Ice Wall is unfortunately going to get gripped, and it looks like Delirium will be able to survive. And normally this matchup, I think, is pretty one-sided, so it's interesting that Delirium has made it so difficult, but it's not over yet. Scarlet's still going to be line of sighting. Nazareth is trying to get some damage out, but with everyone being out of line of sight, really not going to be able to find it. Big Chaos Bolt here on Queener. Alec can't assist him with any damage. Has the Icy Veins active right now, trying to get some pressure rolling, but Alec has just been under immense pressure so far in this matchup. Alec might just go down. Straight down an Ice Block. He's got the Cold Snap for a second Ice Block if he needs it. That was Clyde's Trinket as well, and this Fury Warrior is just devastating Alec on the Frost Mage.
Yeah, Queener and Scarlet running a crusade here against Alec. Alec ducking for cover once again. He gets the freedom there, actually. Scarlet with no divine shield right now. Gonna be ducking for cover behind the pillar. Alec here does have his Necro, and he will have that in 45 seconds. So still not too much pressure coming out from him, and they can kind of just do whatever they want at this point on the side of Delirium in terms of pressuring Alec. But once he gets that Deathborn back, is going to be very, very scary waters here. Scarlet, I don't think he's going to have he will for sure not have a Divine Shield for that combo as well. And Nazareth right now with the Dark Soul looking to put a point on the board. They got a Sheep here onto Hunter. Can they take him out? Remember, the Res Legendary is still on cooldown. He won't be able to do that again, most likely this match. But Alec, once again, forced into the second Ice Block. Nice kick there on the Master Spell, but he leaves the Ice Block. Almost goes down here, Alec. I think he procs the Guardian there as well. This is a disaster. Why did he leave the Ice Block? And Alec now finding himself in a situation where he has no cooldowns and his team has no cooldowns. Luckily for Clyde, though, that Guardian did not proc. It was definitely super close.
Whoa.
Here comes the Deathborn. Here comes the damage. Queener, he knows.
Oh, no.
The Blade Storm out of there. Oh, the wall. Oh, no. The Miner has been caught on the wrong side of the wall. They break it. The Queen will survive, but Scarlet will get squashed behind the pillar.
I love that Ice Wall. Beautiful Ice Wall from Alec. This is a pretty scary matchup for them. That's over. Big Chaos Bolts. Goodbye. Casual Dads claims game number 1, and this is honestly the result that I kind of expected, but I mean, you have to give a lot of credit here to Delirium. They made that a very even matchup, and yeah, I mean, going into game number 2, there are a 3-player roster right now. It's likely, I feel like we see this matchup just play out over and over, and if that does happen, I can't help but feel like the Mage Lock should pull out ahead. So Casual Dads, I think, has a big advantage here in this matchup.
Yeah, I would think so. And they still have, their secret weapon Nixie as well on the bench. Casual Dads basically holding all the cards right now in their hands. They can play Rogue Mage, they can play Mage Lock, they can play Rogue Lock as well, all of which are very, very meta comps right now. And you can see here, this is when the match ended.
Yeah.
On the replay, when we watch this match in 2 years from now, and we're gathering clips for the next hype trailer, that's where it ended. So this is actually game number 2 at this point, right, Sid?
Yeah, I mean, my line is rest in peace, but not Punter there with the Res Legendary, which I think he's thankful to have in that position. I think more and more priests are starting to pick that up almost as a baseline, because you don't want that option of you maybe getting caught in a position and getting zapped to be an option for the opposing team. So, but still, that was surprising pressure from Scarlet, Queen, and Punter. I was really expecting Rat Paladins to not have a good time with matchups like this, but they showed such potential in that game number 1 that they could take some games off Casual Dads here. But when it goes into their turf, when it goes into the Empyrean domains, when it goes into the Tolvaron arenas, it's going to be a struggle for them. Like, if they can pull this off against the Casual Dads, I would say it's going to be an upset.
Yeah. I think there's some things that Alec could do to make it a little bit better for himself. So the main scary thing in this matchup is obviously going to be the fact that the Fury Warrior and the Retribution Paladin with Unbound Freedom and the War Banner are not going to be able to be snared. So they're just basically running at you full speed, no snares. The 40% Mortal Strike makes it really difficult to survive. But I think if Alec played like Frostbite, because the only reliable peel you really have for yourself is Fear Polymorph, and then, of course, any kind of roots that you can get. So if you spell steal off the Freedom from the Warrior, and then he's attacking into your Ice Bear, or you Kona Cold him, and he gets rooted, then you're just going to be completely fine. So I think mixing that up, maybe playing the Ring of Frost as well, will make this matchup even more one-sided, because I think that's the reason why it's scary. So We'll see if Alec makes any adjustments to his build. Delirium with the Strat Warrior, it's horrifying. Like I said, no one can be snared, and that's like your main thing. That's your thing as a Frost Mage, right? You like snaring people, but you can't get the snares out with the Unbound Freedom, with the War Banner. That's when you're in a lot of trouble. And Fury Warriors with their 40% Mortal Strike, 40% healing reduction are just going to be so potent and actually taking down Alec if he's not able to kite and get space. So that's where Clyde's really going to have to come in clutch with that Ray of Hope, which I think is a great talent choice for them. And try to keep Alec alive. And they can't overlap, because I think they actually did overlap. I think at the beginning of the game, there's a full-on panic where it was Guardian Spirit, there was a Ray of Hope, and Alec used Cold Snap Ice Block. So it was like everything was traded out immediately. And if that doesn't happen, then they should have the cooldowns to trade against Delirium.
Yeah, that's the thing. They really fell behind because, like you mentioned, they basically used every cooldown in the game on the side of casual dads, whereas in a more normal, like standard game, you will see Delirium making their big push, you trade an Ice Block, and then you get a bunch of cooldowns back, and then Delirium makes the next push, and you trade the, maybe a Holy Priest cooldown, and then you still have an Ice Block, and then your Ice Block's going to rotate back up, and you're just going to have an answer every single time. That's a reliable answer, and that answer should be enough as well to push them back. And every single time Delirium must go back to the pillar. You saw that's where Squarlet died in that last game, trying to retreat, getting blocked off by the wall, and kind of getting caught in open field. So for casual dads, that's spot on what happened. And I didn't actually see him Cold Snap Ice Block, but I only see him Ice Block once, and his Cold Snap was on cooldown. So I'm assuming it's because he got kicked, and then he Cold Snapped, because you can see Cold Snap when you're kicked, and then just Ice Block. I think that's what Alec did in pure panic, just so he wouldn't get one shot. Because Red Warrior, yeah, I mean, it has the scariest burst in the game. So if it's between doing that and just dying without blocking, I think I know what I would pick. So I think in the heat of the moment, it was probably the right thing to do for Alec, but it definitely had some repercussions in that in the remainder of the game, and it kind of shows why the rest of the game played out the way it did. But not to take anything away from Delirium, even when Alec had 2 blocks back, they were still able to force them and almost KO him. So on this map, they should have a better time connecting onto him at least.
Yeah, let's see if they can here, as it looks like Queen is just going to charge in immediately alongside Squarlet. It looks like they might be going after Clyde on the Holy Priest. They're caught in a Frost Nova at the moment. Unbound Freedom, hammers down, swap to the Mage. They're trying to bait what target they were going after. Ultimately, it is Alec, as they are connecting. Alter Time gets some pretty big value. Shadow Fury, and the Bane has come down for Nazarins. And a staple maneuver, Honor Taunt from him. Upstage. How much damage is going to get out with it? Chaos Bolt's coming in. It's a double, baby. Look at that devastation as he line of sights at the pillar in desperation. Left in shambles, but they still hold on to some vital cooldowns. But now they're swapping back onto Punter once again, catching him in the chastise. Down at 30%. Alec linking in aggressively, trying to finish it. He isn't able to connect here as Nazarins is on one side. Alec is on the other. Small pillar is going to get punished here on hook point. They stun up Clyde. Punter's moving forward for a psychic scream, but he gets caught in a cone of cold. Looks like they have made the adaptation potentially. Ice Wall drops. They've isolated Punter out in the midfield here, though. He got left behind. Greater fade for Punter as he's trying to get back around the corner, but Chaos Bolts are flying in. Comet Storm is procced here. Punter's just getting ravaged by the casual dads at the moment. As Queen swaps back to Nazarins, trying to pummel him and try and pull back to the pillar. Punter's trying to reset those cooldowns with that Symbols, but oh no, the Bane is on the whole team behind the pillar as he soul shapes in for a double mortal coil, setting up for Chaos Bolts. Chaos Bolts flying in around both sides of the pillar. Punter getting devastated, Queen getting devastated. That Bane is getting so much value against the melee cleave.
Nazarins is just absolutely owning on this Warlock right now. Let's see what he can get done. Alec doing a much better job this game, surviving. Basically had to trade a single defensive cooldown, but at the same time, Scarlet hasn't had to use his Divine Shield. He was the target in the main game, and he avoided that really, really scary opening pressure that we did see from the casual dads. And now they actually get an Ice Block. Alec in a little bit of trouble. He's got the freedom. He's trying to kite. He's trying to get away, but the snares aren't going to be doing anything. Full Nova on Queener. I am a little bit of time. Full Polymorph actually on Punter right now. So Alex doing a good job getting crowd control. Nazarins going for some damage. As you can see, the Bane of Havoc is down on the ground. Alex just forcing Scarlet and Queener back to the pillar. And this is exactly what you want. As soon as that scary moment's done, you want the Ret and the Warrior back to the pillar. And that's kind of your advantageous position. Big damage here from Nazarins as it drops down the Infernal. Double Chaos Bolts, but still not able to net that Divine Shield. And these pushes, have been quite scary. You can see actually the Warband is going to be available for Queener here, so they do have a huge push here onto Alec. Let's see if they can get anything done with it.
Let's see it. Alec right now looking pretty healthy. Punter in a fear into a sheep. And who are they going to go after? Squall gets counterspelled. It looks like they are going after Punter. Big damage coming in here. Double chaos bolt. He's going to use the greater fade. And the greater fade will fade away. Gets caught up in a stun, but it doesn't look like they have enough damage. It actually looks like Alec is the one who's scared here. Beautiful alter time here coming out from Alec. He's going to use the gateway as well here, trying to get away from the pain train. But Queen is all over him, and so is Squarlet. This could be potential on Ice Block here. Clyde trades out, though, with his Ray of Hope, as well as that Guardian here potentially as well. He has it in his back pocket if he needs it, but they're just going to go ahead and catch Queen here in midfield. Beautiful Ice Wall coming out. Big damage coming out. Nice Master Spell, though, by Punter. And I think that's the only reason, actually, why Queen is able to see the safety of that pillar. But now we're going back to triangle formation. You got Alec on one side, Nazarene on another side. And look at Nazarene's literally walking into melee range, completely unafraid. They get a full fear onto Clyde here. And Clyde actually in a Hammer of Justice, but they can't go after anyone. And look at Nazarene's, meanwhile, doing devastation. They force out Punter's trinket. They get a full sheep. He has no trinket. This could just be the end of the match. And they connect onto Queen. That is the question. Squarlet behind the pillar gets interrupted on his heel. And that will be the game here. Beautiful crowd control there. I really want to see what happened to Punter. I think he got feared and he trinketed into another fear into two sheeps or something like that. He got immediately crowd control there on his trinket. And he used his Greater Fade earlier, so he couldn't trinket Greater Fade to avoid that crowd control either. Because they were trying to swap to him. So Casual Dads playing it out beautifully, and we're going to see in the replay shortly exactly how they were able to pull that off. But nice CC chain there, and a nice stop there as well on the off healing from the Red Paladins, because Red Paladins do really, really nice off healing. So it's important that you shut that down when you do get the CC as well.
I feel like this was looking one-sided for Casual Dads. I feel like game one was like a surprise, like, oh wow, we didn't actually expect you to actually put up a fight. And then game two was just like all about the Casual Dads, like time and time again, just damage across all three players. Any player really an opportunity for them. Amazing ice walls, nice aggression, good defensive rotations from Casual Dads. I think they may have just underestimated Delirium in game one. If they keep playing it out like this is looking like a 3-0, I would imagine, in their favor, especially when we get to those big maps that will likely happen if Delirium manage to put a point on the board. This could easily be one of their hardest opponents. Being a Ret Warrior in the competition, which is loaded with mage locks, it's going to be a really tough circuit for them overall. I don't even know how favorable they would be into the Outlaw Rogue mage teams either, which is almost basically the entire bracket. Maybe they put up a fight for MYWAY on that jungle. It would be interesting to see the Ret Warrior versus jungle matchup, because MYWAY, they seem to be able to deal with most of the teams that have these rogue mage and mage locks, aside from KUNGARNA at the moment. So that could be an exciting series to see, but this one is just going to be kind of brutal. Like we saw here at the end of the game, there's the fear on the trinket, so Punter isn't able to assist. It doesn't look like Squarlet has Sanctuary, which maybe that's a mistake on his part. Does he just not have it? No, he doesn't have it, period. He isn't running Sanctuary, so he couldn't break any stuns, couldn't break any fears either to assist his team. But maybe he just went all in aggression. Maybe they just said, you know what, it's Mage Lock. We need to pick every damage talent. You can see that on Queen's build as he's running double time and he's running Warbringer, so his charge does more damage. And maybe that's just what they're saying is like, we can't beat Mage Lock playing standard. We're just going to pick everything offensive and hope that we get some good crits.
Yeah, they need to just go for it. I mean, honestly, if this matchup plays out standard, they're going to lose 100%. So they need to throw in a wild card. They need to throw them off their game. I think in game number one, they actually accomplished that. And you could tell by how much pressure they had, which I really didn't expect. So unfortunately, I feel like in game number two, the Casual Dads a lot more prepared for this kind of really aggressive push that we're seeing from this Ret Warrior. But if this is the only composition that they can run, there's so many teams in the circuit that do have the Mage Lock, and they're kind of showing their hand right now. Like if this is all they really have to offer, a lot of these teams are going to realize some of the adaptations the Casual Dads have made, and I think they're going to kind of be able to repeat that success. So I do worry for them. That was the smallest map in the pool, which you would think is probably their best map as well. So for here, maybe we go to Dalaran. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Oh!
Okay.
This could actually be good. So I'm not joking when I say this. I think Double Outlaw Rogue is actually a meta composition. Like
I agree. I
Not
fought it
joking
on the
at all,
ladder.
yeah.
I fought Sea-Doo playing it. It's not fun to play against. I will
It's
say
very
that.
good. I really believe that even if Delirium has hasn't practiced this composition even 1/10 as much, it's going to work out better for them. Like I'm really curious to see how this one plays out. Because I swear,
What
if
are they
play
going
it
to
right,
do?
yeah, how does Casual Dads win? They have to go after Punter, but it's not easy. You could even just put an Outlaw Rogue on either caster and just have fun with mind numbing.
Well, that's what I was thinking. Is Delirium gonna do a split strat? They have one outlaw, just take care of one caster each, and we'll see you in dampening, or like what's what are they actually gonna go do here? And on the side of Casual Dads, I think for Casual Dads, they probably just try to get a fear into a stun on Punter and kind of do the Asgrath delete that we saw on Tolvir. But with Delirium, I feel like they could, as long as they're just attacking something, I feel like they're actually going to be in a pretty good spot with this comp.
First time we're going to get to see it. I didn't expect it to be this team to play it. I thought it was going to be Sea-Doo's team. I thought this was going to be like a pick into Cubsy's roster for their side or something like that. And we're going to get to see it play out. Like, can Delirium, is this literally their first day on Outlaw? Like, do they actually have Outlaw Rogues? There's no way they've been practicing Outlaw Rogue, I feel like. Coming in as Rep Warrior as 3 players and really only running those in the Cup stages. So this could be their first time on Outlaw Rogue. And they take down the Casual Dads Mage Lock with BlizzCon champions on their roster. It's going to be the real test here, because if they can, they're really going to show the power of Outlaw. And then the Casual Dads, what are they going to do? Like, they've got an Outlaw Rogue, but they don't have 2, I don't think. So if double Outlaw Rogue ends up being the meta pick, we're going to have to wait and see. But we're definitely highlighting the strength of it here today.
Yep. All right. Well, let's see what they can get done. The double Outlaw Rogue, I mean, we've been talking it up, but if they just lose in the opener, it's not going to look so good for us here on the desk. So we'll see what Scarlet and Queen are going to be able to do. If they pull this off, I think that's going to make a big statement currently. I mean, they're such a good Rep Warrior, but the double Outlaw Rogue could potentially be super duper strong. Let's see what they decide to do. It looks like they are going to be going after Nazarins. And I just want to see lots of blinds on Clyde. There's the first blind. Are they going to be able to get a sap? We'll see how Casual Dads are able to test them on these alternate classes and alternate specs that they're going to be playing here in game number 1.
All right, let's see if they can do it. They're going to have a lot of blinds to work with. They're going to have a lot of lockdown in general. Here we go. Double kidney coming out here. And do you have anything to follow up? Maybe a little gouge there on the Clyde? No? Queen is... I would have liked to see him maybe blade rush back to his target there if he had it, or wait. I feel like they need to get that. If they do the double kidneys like that, they need to make sure that they can kind of Spider-Man back and forth between the target that they're CCing and the target that they are hitting, because I think they both need to be on the same target here. Scarlet, what are you going to do here? Clyde, nice fake there by Clyde with the greater fade. Look at him, he's avoiding everything. He knows they want to swap to him. Clyde actually used his every man for himself for Racial right there to get a stun on the Punter. What else can they get? They get a fear. He trinkets out. So Clyde trading out his human Racial for Punter's trinket, and Nazarin's looking to push in and try to close this one out. They got all their offensive phenons rolling on the side of Casual Dads, and so far they are able to get Punter's trinket, but nothing really outside of that. And I think on the side of Delirium, they have more or less kind of weathered that storm. And now it is essentially their turn here to get aggressive. And let's see what they do. We've never seen double Outlaw play before here in competitive. So they might go after Nazarins here once again. Full blind on the Clyde. And they sap it. It looks like they cannot. They don't have... Scarlet almost had his vanish there to be able to sap that one. But unfortunately, not able to get it. And Nazarins, though, used his unending resolve. So I think at this point, if they get a full blind sap, they can potentially just take Nazarins down 100-0. There's very little he can do about that, actually.
I think the opener was scary because their Enduring Brawlers hasn't stacked, but now Queen and Scarlet have maximum health points, so it's going to be really hard to kill them. Clyde's in a sap at the moment. They got Dark Pact from Nazarins. Winning Resolve still for quite some time. Kidney Shot out of the sap. They kill them in less than 3 minutes. It'd be the fastest game of the day so far, as they're just chasing down Nazarins as he gets gripped back out into midfield. Really good positioning
by their team, so that the kiting ended up out in the open as mage lock rather than at the pillar. Very important to have this open field positioning if you're going to be able to net a kill. But I still want to maybe see them bait Hunter off the pillar, like drag Queen downstairs here towards the right bottom side of the playfield, and then swap the Punter as he crosses to heal his team. Like right now, Punter's moving out in midfield. He knows he's a target, so he fleshcrafts to immune being stunned or crowd controlled. As he's walking in, he's making sure he's walking in bear form, so he has more HP if he wants to go for any crowd control or healing. Nazarene manages to recover throughout that assault, now trying to turn it around with double mortal coils, stunned, ice wall, line of sighting Punter from Queen. Can they blast him out here? I think he trades his Cloak of Shadows. He should be immune to all magical damage, and it gouges Alec just to make sure as he line of sights with Punter and will stay alive. And that's why it is so difficult. If you don't kill the rogue in that one moment, that one burst, almost 100% certain they're going to be able to survive. Scarlet is stunned up. They're trying to blast him, but no crowd control on the Punter. I think it's unlikely that they take him out, as he's just going to vanish away from the fight, reset some of his cooldowns as well with that legendary, maybe pull back to the pillar. They're actually running Clyde out of mana rapidly. Like, he's already down at 30% here. So even if they have defensive cooldowns, this game could easily end on mana. And Delirium look good so far in game 3.
Well, they definitely do. This is the cooldown of Alec. If they're able to weather the storm, I think it's going to be looking good. Nazarene does portal away with his Dark Pact. A little bit of an absorb there, crossing the map, but it looks like Queener is going to get there. He gets the reset potential here on Clyde, opens back up onto Nazarene's. This could be scary, but unfortunately, Scarlet is not there, and Nazarene's is able to get out some crowd control here on Queener. Clyde actually sitting down for a drink, recovers a little bit of his mana, but it's a lot of crowd control he's going to have to deal with. Scarlet has a lot of damage available here as well with his Adrenaline Rush. Can they stay on target? They've had a very difficult time so far, but I feel like the longer they live in the matchup, the better this matchup gets for Delirium. Now this is a nightmare situation for him, having to deal with 2 kicks, mind numbing on him, 2 kidney shots potentially, double gouge. Like, how does he get off his burst damage? You can see Vanish is going to be back up for Queener as well as Scarlet, so they do have those defensive options, but Punter might just get blasted. Trinket and Tranquility as well as the Bark Skin. So that is the opening. You have to go after the Resto Druid if you are casual dads, and they need to force it. They need to find that all-in potential, get the double Chaos Bolt, get the Mortal Coil, and then just do a big push onto Punter. So Punter's going to have to figure out a way to stay alive, or we're going to see some massive peels coming in from Queener. And Scarlet used the blinds defensively, potentially on the next setup, blind up Alec, gouge him afterwards, kidney shot him, just try to slow down the damage so Punter does not get 100 O'd. If they can do that, I feel like Delirium still has a great shot of winning.
Yeah, but right now, Hunter is an exposed target, and I think the thing that we're going to have to look for is the fear. If Hunter gets feared, that could be trouble. But speaking of trouble right now, Nazarenes might just go down. Do they have a sap on this blind? They do have a sap on this blind. Queen gets it. They're going after Nazarenes, but Nazarenes going after Punter. It's a bit of a race. I don't think Nazarenes is going to win this race. The double out. What was that here? That was an insane heal coming out from Clyde. Barely manages to save Nazarenes, but Nazarenes also kind of pulling the trigger there on his damage. I was going to say, Nazarene's pulling the trigger there on his damage, kind of just wasting it since he didn't get the kill on the pump there. But Nazarene's like, nah, I'm going to blast this rogue. And then right after I blast him, I'm going to blast the other rogue as well. Both of them with shadows ready before they can even use it. Absolutely disgusting damage coming out from this Destruction Warlock.
So he saved his Soul Rot. Really amplifies your stats a lot. He got double tap, rune stack, Gauss Bolt there. So he basically got the combo off. I almost think of Dark Soul as like a bait now. It's like you're pressing Dark Soul to like scare them into using something, and then you're gonna win with Soul Rot, double Chaos Bolt. And Dark Soul, like if you can get Dark Soul, Soul Rat, double Chaos Bolt, like you're really gonna kill the target. But it's like it's not necessary. It's almost better to like split them up, to bait something, and keep your pressure going over a longer period of time. And that's where you'll see it right here. Like these are Dark Soul Chaos Bolts, and Queen manages to survive. I think this was earlier on in the game, but at the end of the match, his Dark Soul actually ended up falling off. He was just able to connect Soul Rot, and that chains in to buff his damage by a lot, especially if he hits more targets with it. I really like the swaps to Punter. I'm very astonished that they actually were able to kill an Outlaw Rogue. Like, the burst that Nazarenes had to set up here at the end needed to be perfect, because it is so difficult. I think it's right about now. Nazarenes gets kidney shot, and we're thinking, like, wow, Nazarenes is actually going to die. Like, how is he going to live this? Clyde's in a blind. Alex disoriented. He's at 2%. He stuns the whole team with Infernals. Tosses out a Mortal Coil into 2 players. Chaos Bolt with Dark Soul. Hunter gets back to the pillar, and I'm thinking, oh no, Nazarenes, like, this is it for you. And I think Guardian Spirit procs, and then right before that point, his Dark Soul ends up falling off. He gets through some of the interrupts. He's like it's definitely the Guardian Spirit had to have triggered there for him to survive. And he gets a Soul Rot. And he stacks that up. You can see his rune stacks, I think, on his buffs at some point here. But Chaos Bolt, Chaos Bolt,
Yeah.
boom. Like, I don't even think he needed the instant one. I think the first one killed him before he even got the second instant one off on the
Just for
target.
good measure.
But if they had Cloak there, that was definitely a mistake. Like, it's always Soul Rot. Soul Rot's gonna, when you're fighting a Knife Warlock, the Chaos Bolt's coming like right after, so you should use Cloak on that next Chaos Bolt.
Well, is this a comp that you think we see again, Super Ts, from this team?
Oh.
Maybe. I mean, this looks like maybe not practice very much for them, and it was still almost able to win.
This
So-
looked better than the Red Warrior.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
like,
They're using the wrong legendary too. They're using the pistol shot legendary. They should just go max tanky vanish legendary. Reduce the cooldown of everything.
this is your first day on this comp, and it looked that good, and you have no practice. You don't even know what items you're supposed to be equipping. It's probably a good comp to play, at least for this week. Actually, even still after the change, I think Outlaw remains close to as powerful as it is right now. So it's definitely worth investing in.
Getting more stamina too. So it seems like the only way to really kill an outlaw rogue is 100-0ing it, and with the trinket change. Well, I can't speak right now. The trinket change, they're going to get even more stamina. So that bolsters like that, because that's really the only way that they go down, right? Like if he didn't die in that stun lock, he had Cloak of Shadows up. So I think Double Outlaw could definitely be a contender. I think it's a composition we're going to see more, maybe even this weekend. So we'll see.
And speaking to those changes even more, Casual Dads is going to see, a bit of change to Mage Lock as well, Ven. So do you think if we had seen this matchup next week, we would have seen a different result?
100% yes. Like Warlocks are losing Demon Armor, so they're going to be, well, they're not losing. They're
losing
they're
the
getting-
armor
they're
component
keeping-
of Demon Armor.
Yeah, they're losing the armor component of Demon Armor, which is really big. So they're going to lose 160% bonus armor. So classes that do a lot of physical damage, like the Outlaw Rogue, are just going to do even more damage to them. So it's going to be difficult for them to get away. I'm curious to see how Destruction Warlocks do. I think, in kind of like a wizard world, they're still going to be looking really strong. But into some of these melee cleaves, even against like a Ret Warrior, potentially, they might just get absolutely blasted. So curious to see how that all does play out. But yeah, if we saw this exact matchup play out next weekend, I think for sure we would see a different result. I think Nazarens would have been on the floor.
Okay, well, unfortunately, we don't get to see that one in particular, but we'll, of course, keep you guys posted once we do see those changes come in next weekend on how exactly it's going to be affecting the games that we see. But of course, this is all pre-changes that we see. So we've got another match here coming up next. It's going to be Bugs versus No Money Just Funny. We did just come off of Casual Dads 3-0ing Delirium, so it's going to look really good into Casual Dads as they head into next Sunday. Going to be riding that, game win momentum. So we'll see Bugs and No Money Just Funny coming up here in this next round. Super Tees, what do you want to see from either of these teams?
So Bugs played a lot of Windwalker Mage and then actually started playing Rogue Mage and looked better and better with every cup. Like they were looking like they could be a top contender. So likely want to see some type of composition like that, Windwalker Mage or Rogue Mage. But they're also fighting No Money Just Funny that could either play Shadow Priest Rogue, which we've seen going to be difficult, or they're going to be running Rogue Mage of their own. So this might be a Rogue Mage mirror. That's kind of my anticipation from both sides. And if it was based off the cups, I'd say that Bugs, it feels like they were, a little bit ahead back then, but maybe No Money Just Funny has leveled up as well since then.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see if they put any practice in between, the last time that we saw both of these teams and now, because like we've mentioned quite a few times, these points matter even in these early games in the circuit here. So we'll see what they do. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, it's going to be the third match of the day in the European region, Bugs versus No Money Just Funny. We'll see you soon. Hey everybody, and welcome back. We are continuing on in the circuit in the round robin format. Next up, we've got Bugs versus No Money Just Funny, the second to last European game of the day here. Ven, I want to hear your thoughts. We kind of got Sid's a little bit earlier. If we do see an RMP mirror, how do you think that plays out?
You know, for Bugs, what's interesting is I feel like for them, if you have a Windwalker main, so what's happening for a lot of the Windwalker monks, especially in North America, is they're just playing Outlaw Rogue instead. So I feel like Bugs, for them, if they have actually prepared the Outlaw Rogue, we could see Outlaw RMP mirrors. I'm still not exactly sure how Outlaw does into Subtlety. Like if the Subtlety Rogue in a mirror match has an advantage over the Outlaw Rogue. If that is the case, then I think No Money Just Funny is going to have an edge because Acro, obviously, phenomenal Subtlety Rogue. And you know, that might be what actually pulls them out ahead in this matchup. But another thing to consider is the Shadow Priest Assassination Rogue. That is something we could see from No Money Just Funny as well. Really potent composition. We're seeing a lot of it in North America. And we'll see if No Money Just Funny decides to run that, or we're just going to see the RMP mirrors all the way between these two teams. I also have Jamie on Bugs, so they do have the Elemental Shaman, Enhancement Shaman that could potentially get used. Kind of doubt it, in all honesty, but we'll see. I mean, there's no guessing anymore. Is going to be the Outlaw. Yeah, so look at this. Outlaw coming in for Brunhilde. He has been preparing his Outlaw Rogue. And then, of course, from Acro, he's actually playing the Vendetta. So playing the Assassination Rogue in the mirror match. And we'll have to see. I'm not sure who pulls out ahead between Assassination and the Outlaw Rogue. But we'll see who's going to play him here game number 1.
Yeah, and we're going to see what the target is going to be. I think the Outlaw Rogue actually could go after the Mage, whereas the Acro Rogue, I feel like, has to go after the Outlaw Rogue. But we're going to see exactly what they do right now. Acro going to open up onto Brunhilde. Gets the Ray of Hope right there from next. And now Brunhilde will go after the Mage here. And Tittery already taking kind of big hits there. And he will recover with that Guardian. So both Priests trading out their first cooldowns each. And looks like they are setting up a CC here onto JJ. They get the full sheep there out of the kidney shot. Brunhilde in a kidney shot as well. Acro now running for dear life here. Gets caught up in kidney shot as well behind the pillar. Dragon's Breath onto JJ. No more crowd control though. Means Acro should be able to survive here. And this looks like it's just going to be a brawl between these two rogues. Both teams kind of going to go after each other's rogues. And Brunhilde, more control, more durability. Acro though, more offense.
Yeah, definitely more burst. It's going to be a battle of Rogue Mage supremacy. Which rogue spec is the best in the mirror is something that I think needs to still be clearly decided this weekend, and maybe even for the rest of the circuit. So this is some good insight into the matchup here. Acro leads with Assassination, which I wasn't expecting. I thought it would be Outlaw or Subtlety and not the Assassination. So will it work out though? They're all crowd controlled. They've isolated Tittery, closing in for the Cauterize. Kidney shot onto JJ. Brunhilde's pushing forward, still pushing for it, but not able to completely connect just yet. And will they get it? They get the Cauterize from Tittery, as well as the Guardian Spirit, a massive advantage to their side. But at the same time, Brunhilde with no Trinket and Vendetta is actually still rolling. Not going to be enough to close out the kill onto Brunhilde, though, unfortunately for Acro. Now Acro is kidney shot away from his pursuit. Cleave down a bit, but Brunhilde, I think, ultimately does want to try and make his way back to Tittery. Rolls around the corner for a full blind onto JJ. Tittery alter times, looks to get some value out of it. Brunhilde gets intercepted by Acro. Kidney shot locked down into a dismantle, really slowing down his pressure. Now Acro going to get dismantled in return. Combustion coming up for Tittery. This is where his moment to shine is going to be. Maybe they can swap to the Holy Priest. No Trinket. If they can bait a Guardian Spirit onto a different target and then swap with Vendetta Bust, that would be a really good way for them to close out the game right now. Wait and see if they want to play that strategy. They are massively ahead on mana. Next is having to heal through a lot more damage from the Assassination Rogue. They've saved their Kidney Shot, which makes me think that they want to swap with this next Kidney Shot using Cheap Shot on Brunhilde in this position. But they popped the Vendetta, and now they're not able to really even connect at all there. So this Vendetta is effectively going to waste as Brunhilde is locked him down. Acro Shadow steps back behind, but it's on diminishing return. So he's just going to get dismantled and really not get to connect here. They're losing a big opportunity without that Vendetta. Now we can see Tittery getting blasted, has the Ice Block. So cooldown's in favor right now for Bugs, but mana in favor of No Money Just Funny. How much longer can No Money Just Funny stay alive?
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll definitely have to wait and see. This is massive for Bugs. I mean, going into an RMP mirror, I really would have given the edge to No Money Just Funny, but the Outlaw Rogue is apparently paying dividends here. And what's really interesting is Acro's actually playing Necro Lord, which is not nearly as bursty as Night Fae. You're not going to have that huge sepsis burst, and maybe that's why Brunhilde is going to be able to survive, because we kind of talked about it. I feel like what the Outlaw Rogue loves is playing into classes that are more consistent damage, because your defensives just trade really well. The only way you really die is if you're getting one shot and stuns. So I think Acro's build is particularly bad at taking down Brunhilde, but we'll see what they can get done. Hittery, keep in mind, no Cauterize, no Ice Block. Really scary moment. Double Dragon's Breath, he does have the Altar Time up right now. It does top himself off. Mana, heavily in favor of No Money Just Funny, so that's definitely one thing to consider. Brunhilde right now going to get gripped away on that kidney shot and will ultimately be able to survive. So Bugs, bit of a time limit here, and the fact that their mana is not great. At the same time, though, No Money Just Funny really don't have cooldowns for quite some time. Tittery going to be a very exposed target.
Yeah, Tittery needs to be very careful, but he does have his combustion rolling up. Data is active as well here for Acro, or actually just faded. And that next combustion for Tittery definitely needs to get some work done here. What can they do? Oscar actually rips his combustion right now. Brunhilde in a kidney shot will be able to survive, and Brunhilde has his stun ready, so he could potentially get aggressive with that. He has a blind in a couple of seconds as well, and might go for the combo here. Brunhilde, though, taking massive damage here from Tittery, basically just putting the team on his back, forcing out the Cloak of Shadows, the Ray of Hope as well, so decent value there, but Tittery now needs to be careful. And Brunhilde is trying to make his way forward. Nice CC setup here. They get a nice Sheep and a Ring of Frost into a full Fear. Brunhilde, nice defensive kidney shot there by Acro right before he gets caught up in the Fear. Tittery was about to be 3v1 for a long period of time there, but Acro able to back him up and peel for his mage in that situation. Should be enough defense there for Tittery to stay alive. And now once again, Acro in a kidney shot here. Going to be taking some damage here from the Outlaw Rogue, but should be able to stabilize. And now it's going to be Brunhilde here on the back foot. And what are they going to be able to respond with here? Brunhilde still has a lot of cooldowns to work with no Cloak of Shadows. And full blind here onto JJ. Brunhilde looks like he wants to try to follow that up as well. They get a Sheep onto JJ. Acro actually using his Trinket and his Cloak of Shadows and his Vendetta. And his Acro just used his whole spellbook there. But JJ didn't use his Trinket in trade for the blind, so the next time Acro's in trouble, JJ can trade that, and that it should be okay. Other good news for No Money Just Funny is that they have the Ice Block in about 40 seconds as well. So defensively, Acro is the target right now. He has got nothing. And if you look on the other end, the Bugs, they just don't have mana to continue the fight soon. So all No Money Just Funny needs to do is just survive, do damage, don't die. That's the motto of World of Warcraft. And right now, if No Money Just Funny can stay true to that, they should be able to walk away here with this game number one.
Yeah, they're just staying on Brunhilde, grinding it out, slow and steady, wins the race here. Kidney shot onto Brunhilde, next just trying to drink. Can they close it out with 1 second left on the stun? Doesn't look like it. His next stabilizes Brunhilde here. Evasion will pop, and now he's looking to turn it around. But they're going to have to go through so many cooldowns if they want to go after Tittery, so they're not. They're going to go after Acro instead with no Trinket, stun-locking him in midfield. Can they kill him here? JJ Trinket's out. Guardian Spirit going to trade. Acro should recover. Now Vendetta and Blind available. Next has 0 mana, but the Dragon's Breath cleaves the whole team. That's going to put that Blind on DR. Brunhilde's on the run, escaping with that grappling hook, escaping with the Cloak of Shadows as well, gouging Acro on his Vendetta. Brunhilde with an insane escape right now, swapping to JJ, catching him in a kidney shot here on the corner, but Acro intercepts with a kidney shot onto Brunhilde. Now there's basically no mana for next to really heal into this Ray. They can make this a negative Ray here. Doesn't look like they're able to. It evens out. Not too positive though, as Acro suddenly gets blasted down. He's at 30%. Is he going to get taken out here? Can Brunhilde close it in game one? Acro is being destroyed at the moment. JJ grips him for a moment, gets a big heal there with the Sanctify. Brunhilde is now the one rotting down to the dots of the Assassination Rogue. Dismantles onto both rogues. Polymorphs onto Oscar, trying to slow it down, but next got a drink, and now Bugs have the mana advantage.
Yeah, big advantage here. I mean, Brunhilde once again getting gripped away. Acro, this is looking like such a scary matchup for him. He does still have a lot of his defensive cooldowns available, but as dampening gets higher and higher, this consistent pressure of the Outlaw Rogue really going to start paying off. Brunhilde on a polymorph, interrupt on next. Beautiful setup here. Acro actually changing his focus now over onto Oscar. Oscar, keep in mind, he's got no ice block. He does have to cauterize. This is Vendetta. This is Combustion. A big hero swap here by No Money Just Funny, trying to get it done. Oscar, can he survive? He's on fire. He's on the run. He's behind the pillar. It looks like he will be able to hold on for now. Still low, though. Could actually get dropped. Next needs to find some heals. It looks like he will be able to. Acro getting dismantled. Not really going to be able to do too much. If he gets caught into a kidney shot here, And we need to see an opportunity for Oscar to actually get topped off. His health is just going nowhere but down. And maybe this is the moment that No Money Just Funny has been playing for. At the same time, Acro trades out all his defensive cooldowns. Anyone could get dropped. Oscar just so low, he gets potted. Can they drop the seed? Can they keep it alive? Big peels, a gouge on Tittery. Kidney shot on Acro. Brunhilde might just save the day. Can they do it? It's getting so close. And Oscar survives. Hero plays there by Bugs to keep the pot alive. But how much longer can Oscar survive? He gets a second chance at life, but are they going to use it or are they going to waste it?
Let's find that out. Oscar right now on his last leg, trying to stay alive. Soul shapes away. He's able to survive for a little bit. Acro with the Vendetta rolling, though, trying to get pressure. Brunhilde shuts it down with a kidney shot. Oscar still trying to buy himself a little bit of distance, a little bit of time here. Tittery going in there for the Panda Racial. He gets deft by next. Beautifully done there. That could have been the end of the match. Tittery pushing in there, but he gets a nice blink counterspell. Oscar might just fall. How is he going to stay alive? 1% HP, and he will fall. That Guardian barely not getting used there by next. He almost was able to use that, and I would have been able to keep Oscar alive for a little bit longer, but next mana not looking too good, and No Money Just Funny showing that, you know, you got Acro, you have a rogue main on your team. Brunhilde alting from that Windwalker and doing a good job here on the Outlaw Rogue, but I think the experience of Acro really shows in this match here, and it's a big reason to why No Money Just Funny is able to grab the win here.
I was not expecting that. I really wasn't expecting Assassination. I thought it would be Subtlety and Outlaw only. So Acro is bringing in some interesting tech here, especially with Necrolord Assassination as opposed to Night Fae. Just focusing on slow and steady, grinding down the target with dot damage, and winning with pressure. So well played. They appear to have came prepared with this strategy in mind. But do remember at the start of this game how close Bugs were, and time again it felt like Bugs had control of this game. So it's still one of those series that could go to a game 5. They're so evenly matched, and Brunhilde doesn't necessarily even have to be playing Outlaw. Like we might see Bugs make a change up here. Maybe they go to Subtlety, or maybe they go to Assassination as well, or maybe he just switches class or comp entirely if they know what's being locked their way. So the rest of the series could be very interesting in terms of blind locks, but it was an impressive game nonetheless. Both sides came back from the brink of death multiple times. Like, I mean, look at Acro at this point. They proc Oscar's pod at this point, and Brunhilde has a hero save, kidney shotting Acro, gouging Tittery, buying time for the seed, protecting the power word shield, dismantling Acro out of the stun. Like, he did everything he could to keep that seed alive, but after committing everything to the seed, they didn't have anything afterwards. That death there by next to immune crowd control was really a hype play here, but it still wasn't enough. That counterspell comes through, and Oscar gets closed out here. Next is desperately trying to mind control his counterspell, do whatever he can, but it is not enough. Such an evenly matched game. You can see it on the scoreboard. You can see it in the plays in the game. This is going to be a very exciting series.
Do you think that it was a big, like, I can't help but feel like when Brunhilde was sitting on the mage, when he was on Tittery, the game was looking really good. And then at some point he just decided to go, like, they got cauterized, they got ice block, and then they just left him alone the rest of the game and turned their attention over onto Acro. Then No Money Just Funny did the opposite. They were going after the rogue, getting no results, and then they go after the mage and win. So I can't help but feel like Bugs just made a tactical error, like on the Outlaw Rogue. You know what? Like, if you want to, throw an off kidney onto Acro. If you want to, throw an off gouge on Acro. If you want to, throw a dismantle on Acro. But just put your damage on the mage, because it seemed like it was way more effective. They were actually way ahead while they were doing it. So I'm really surprised to see that they made that change, and I think it's what ultimately cost them the match.
Yeah, it's kind of what I expected at the start of the game. The Outlaw Rogue, you know, has decent mobility, cooldown reduction, long range. I was expecting him to just, and most importantly, also being basically a tank. So I was expecting him to short. You're going to get kidney shot by Acro. You're going to be in maybe open field even when it happens. You're going to take some damage. You're going to recover, and then until the next kidney, you just have free reign on the mage, and that's kind of your win condition. Whereas for No Money Just Funny, I did think they were going to go after the rogue, try to shut him down as much as possible, and then just maybe win on a random vendetta or on just mana, since they have more output damage and stronger MS as well. So I thought that's kind of the game plan of these two teams. But yeah, like you said, it kind of ended up going to a mage race, and Bugs kind of stopped their mage race. So yeah, maybe they didn't exactly know how they wanted to approach the matchup. I think in this game number 2, it's a great map as well to kill a mage on. It's, you know, you don't have that much room to move on. I would like to see maybe both teams actually go for a mage race, and I wonder who would win that, the Outlaw or the Asa. I feel like the Asa should win because he can force bigger defensives, but at the same time, the Outlaw has more uptime. And yeah, if both teams just leave the rogue and just make it a pure mage race, I really couldn't say who would win that.
We're going to learn, right? This is a great series to get that data, get that information for the rest of the circuit, because these are comps we're likely going to see for the remainder of it. So see how the matchup evolves, see how the plays change, the strategies, the targeting. There's so much decisions that need to be made, let alone even before the gates open in the match itself. So now that they've seen, oh, okay, they're playing Necrolord Assassin. We weren't really ready for this. Maybe they were anticipating a subtlety or an Outlaw Mirror. Now that they've seen one game of it, adapt their strategy, see what went wrong, and commit to it. So I think, in that pre-game analysis, you want Tittery to be the main target for Brunhilde on the Outlaw Rogue. Keep up that aggression that got them so many cooldowns earlier on and not abandon that push that was looking so valuable. And then, Zico, you think it's going to be a mage race, Acro with Vendetta onto the mage, but they've committed the first Vendetta onto Brunhilde. He's going to get kidney shot. They pop the Ray, immuning damage, pausing healing for a moment. Buy time to get those big Serenities to stabilize through that first round of cooldowns. As we can see, Tittery is the target here for Brunhilde. He's just chasing him down on that Outlaw. Acro pulls over to try and assist, but he's going to get kidney shot. And I think using these kidney shots as an off stun is going to be really effective for that Outlaw Rogue, as Tittery is likely running the blink stun. So it's not like you're going to get a lot of value by using kidney shot onto him. But Brunhilde kidney shot again. Acro is just peeling for Tittery, trying to keep him at bay, but Brunhilde is still just relentless, just going after him. Constantly, as we see a blind onto next. No money, just funny. Secure some important cooldowns here. They get Cloak of Shadows from Brunhilde, but I'm not sure the most valuable cooldown. You really want to get a trinket from somebody during that blind, and they're not going to find that. Brunhilde dismantled by Acro, still slowing his assault onto Tittery. Tittery trying to pull Brunhilde behind the fence line here. Going to get a kidney shot, reposition, drop another Rune of Power, Ring of Fire, and get some damage. Next is using that Symbols, resetting some important cooldowns and getting some mana for his team. Really important that Next manages his mana, as he was the first priest to go out of mana in the game number 1. So Tittery getting crowd control on Brunhilde, but he's getting ravaged by Brunhilde here. Lots of pressure from that Outlaw Rogue, and Acro's getting controlled, not able to assist just yet. Dismantled now for a few more seconds. Can they push through and get the Cauterize in this position? In the meantime, Oscar ice blocks offensively with his combustion to try and push for cooldowns. Is Oscar going to regret that offensive play here? He's not getting the Cauterize just yet. They're so close to it. They really need to get a caught block here. Maybe even just a win. They get ice block before Cauterize. Where's the Master Spell? Next is going for Master Spell. They could maybe kill him. 1 second left on the ring. Full blind, no trinket. 5 seconds away from the trinket. It's a race for the Cauterize. It's a race for the kill. And game number 2, Cauterize triggers. He's burning down rapidly. Guardian Spirit comes through, and now Oscar, that ice block got some cooldown value, but it could cost him the game here as he's not way to immune damage for 4 more minutes. Next saves him with that Guardian Spirit. And if they can stabilize, I do think that offensive play was worth it.
I mean, definitely. At this point, it's not looking too bad, but it's one of those decisions that could absolutely backfire here on Oscar. No money, just funny. They are greatly behind in this match right now. Tittery getting incredibly low. Dragon's Breath on GG. Are they going to be able to find the polymorph that they can? Doesn't look like they will be able to. GG getting the greater fade, getting out of line of sight with the Holy Ward, looking like he will be okay. So good positioning here by No Money, just funny. Stabilizing, have a moment to breathe in the match, but let's see a full kidney shot does land on GG. They don't need the kidney shot on the mage, so I love getting that crowd control. He trinkets into a full fear. Tittery, this could just be the end of the match. Another kidney shot lands. Just everyone, this kidney shot in this matchup. Tittery, is he a pod? He is. Can they take it down? Do they have the damage? They do, and as kind of anticipated, I mean, Bugs going after the mage. It looks so good in game number 1. Super confused why they abandoned that strategy and decided to go after Acro, but in game number 2, it's clear they know their target. They know as well that they don't need a kidney shot. That's one of the main strengths of that Outlaw Rogue, is you don't have to rely on the kidney shots on the mage to get out effective damage. You can just throw it on anyone you want. Oh, you want a kidney shot on the healer? Great, let's polymorph out of it. Oh, you want a kidney shot on the rogue? He's doing a little bit too much damage? Great, you can polymorph out of it. You just set up your team, they'll continuously running down the mage. And this looked really, really good here for Bugs on this small map.
Yeah, absolutely. Bugs definitely, learning from that game number one, and you got to give a big shout out to Oscar as well, man. Oscar, right here, actually during this play, ice blocks offensively, lands the crowd control, gets the damage. They get the follow up there as well, and I think did JJ sit previous blind CC chain, or his trinket is just so desynced there with that Ring of Frost blind chain. That they're just able to basically force out everything, and that was really the big moment in the match. They get everything. They get ice block, they get cauterized, they get JJ's trinket as well. So actually, they held on to the trinket, but JJ trinkets here into a full fear, into another kidney shot, into a triple DR mind control, and yeah, that's it. He can't really do anything after that. He gets polyed, and they're able to walk away with the win. So really nice momentum, and they just snowballed that one big play that Oscar made. So Oscar, once again, he's been kind of a rock for this team. We haven't really seen him compete before the Shadowlands season, but so far he's been definitely making some big plays.
I feel like more often than not, the offensive block, you almost always regret it. But in this case, definitely was a game breaker. I mean, I'm used to seeing some people willing to ice block things like Earthbind, Totem Slows, and stuff like that. But in this case, it was definitely a value trade.
Can be, yeah.
And we'll have to wait and see if he can make clutch decisions like that here for the rest of the series, because I don't know if No Money Just Funny were able to anticipate that, as they rode off that momentum for the rest of game two. Small map looked really good for them too, so maybe a bigger map where you can bait Brunhilde into bad spots will pay off for No Money Just Funny if they don't make any comp changes.
That's crazy. I mean, I'm really curious to see. Maybe they play Outlaw Rogue themselves. I don't see why not. I mean, Acro as a Rogue main should be more than confident to play that. I mean, I feel like Outlaw has been kind of the most consistent Rogue spec so far, or even playing Subtlety. So I think they could go for a Subtlety Rogue. When I think about the matchup, playing Necrolord Assassination seems like the worst possible choice you could make. So I'm kind of wondering, what the thought process is there. Maybe the Necrolord for a little bit more defense, but it's very typical right now to play the Night Fae Assassination Rogue. You get the extra bursts from Sepsis, which seems like it could be good in this matchup. Or just playing Subtlety or Outlaw yourself, because I don't really know what is Necrolord bringing to the table for them that's really helping them in this match. Like a little bit more consistent damage with the Bone Spike, but yeah, they're going to switch it up. They're going to go Subtlety. So Acro, they're going to a large map, potentially allowing Acro to go for those restelts, and going for a little bit more burst damage, more concentrated, which I think could be a great choice. But going after Brunhilde, I think is still not going to be a great option. So they're going to have to look for all-ins on Oscar, look for all-in on Next, and if they can do that, I think the matchup's going to be looking good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if it's early on in the match, they can go after Brunhilde, but I want to see a sub mage race, and if Next ever trinkets, at a bad time, and you can find an opportunity to swap, by all means. But if you can't, just play a standard mage race, because Oscar was doing way too much last game as well. Just getting his crowd controls out, getting the damage out, and just doing whatever he wanted, basically. Whereas Acro wasn't really able to get that big Asa pressure, partly because he's not Night Fae, and also partly because he was getting off kidney shot and things like that all the time. So it's interesting to see as well, because the meta was Necro Assassination for RMP mirrors. But then we saw some people, like I'm thinking 3.5 Men on NA, they started going a little bit more sub in the mirror. And then we saw some mirrors where it was Unitas and 3.5 Men playing double sub rogues. And it was kind of, just a sub showdown. And now we're seeing Outlaw Rogue beat Assassination in the mirror, and the Assassination swap out of it to sub. My question is, will the sub rogue also lose to the Outlaw Rogue? Because if that's the case, then Outlaw Rogue is just the best. Like you're best in you're best into Wizards, you're best into into Mirror, you're best in almost every matchup. So it's very telling to see kind of what the result of this is going to be, especially when you consider that No Money Just Funny, I would say, is more of a RMP, like all of their eggs, not all of their eggs, but most of their eggs are in the RMP basket. Whereas Bugs, we've seen them, they bring in Jamie, playing some Enhance, playing some Windwalker, things like that. So I feel like Bugs has more flexibility too. So for No Money Just Funny, you're kind of expecting them to be the dominant RMP here, because that is mostly what they play.
Wondering if maybe it's experience. Maybe Acro has put so much time into assassination and subtlety that it's like comfort pick rather than running the outlaw rogue. Yeah, I mean, you've got to get used to the new legendaries that reset your cooldowns when you vanish, and trying to line those different things up that maybe if it's not prepared, they don't want to try it in a tournament. They'd rather play with what they've practiced and what they know up to this point. But this is game number 3. Both teams looking to move to match point. Can Brunhilde assert dominance in this rogue mage meta, as outlaw being the supreme rogue spec?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I feel like that's pretty clear. It's super strong right now. It doesn't really have any weaknesses. And if it can take down Acro on the subtlety rogue, then I feel like No Money Just Funny is basically going to have to just adapt or die. Like, they're going to have to play outlaw rogue themselves. So Brunhilde pushing forward. They're going to be going after Tittery, focusing on the mage once again. Brunhilde likely going to be throwing off a lot of these off stuns onto the priest as well as the rogue. And if they can do that, and get a lot of control of this matchup. All the bones coming in from Brunhilde. And as you look for a full blind, GG right now is going to be put into a full kidney shot. So this is the start of the crowd control. Oscar looking for a Ring of Frost. Does he get it? No, but he gets the follow-up polymorph. Brunhilde just going to be vanishing out. Full blind right now. Does not want to allow Acro to capitalize. Beautiful Dragon's Breath there. Oh no, Acro's so sad. He gets caught in stealth. The Dragon's Breath into a sheep. And this go is entirely wasted. Next sits the full blind. He sits the full Ring of Frost. I feel like Bugs played that one out beautifully.
Absolutely fantastic stuff here. And let's see if they can carry on that momentum. You're going to see Oscar having his combustion here in 15 seconds. And so far, you can see what they decide to do with it. Full blind onto JJ. JJ trinkets out a little bit late here. He didn't sit too long. Oh, he actually gets counterspelled on his trinket. That could be devastating. Can they continue the chain? Oscar with combustion rolling, trying to get the cauterize. Can he get it? They get a sheep onto JJ. It's the R, and that will be the cauterize and the ice block most likely. Maybe even a master spell. Can it? No, they have a sheep as well on the next. Resheep. Brunhilde taking some damage here. Next gonna trinket out as well. And both of these teams now in very, very scary waters, because Acro is going to have a blind in exactly 55 seconds. Next will not have a trinket for that. And we've seen this movie all too many times. I would say Bugs have about a minute left before they are going to be in really, really big trouble, where they need to try to close out the game or get so ahead that they won't lose in a minute from now.
I feel like you can just swap next right now. You have Combust. He has no trinket, no Guardian Spirit. If you don't get peeled, you just KO next in a stun lock here. Get some crowd control, maybe polymorph him to set up. There's the cheap shot. They're not committing. They're going down to the Outlaw Rogue. Full polymorph, no trinket. They get Brunhilde's trinket and Cloak of Shadows. And now that blind is coming up in 18 seconds. Could be a win condition for them, but Tittery needs to survive to that point. There's not a lot to work with. Guardian Spirit can activate. Acro re-stealthing off the Frost Nova and actually sapping Oscar. Really nice punish by Acro. Oscar not keeping track of Acro in that position. And he's able to just sap him out of the fight for now and protect Tittery. But JJ's now into the full sap, and that could be it for Tittery. He's got the pod, I think, as he blinks back around the corner. The pod is going to be triggered. Can they crush the pod? They will. And now Vendetta or Assassination Rogue has been defeated. Subtlety Rogue has been defeated. I think it's all aboard the pirate train at this point, or pirate ship, I guess. You got to join in here on the outlaw. What do you want to call it? The outlaw trend, the outlaw meta. Outlaw is the fetch spec.
Doesn't have any weaknesses. That's the power of the outlaw rogue. It's really durable. Lots of crowd control. Lots of consistent damage. It has everything. It's got everything you want. And Bugs ultimately will pull ahead in this particular match. They take down the Assassination Rogue, like you said. They took down the Subtlety Rogue. Acro, is he going to adapt? Or are they going to try to continue to play off an advantage they might think they have with a different specialization? Because so far, it just seems like Outlaw is the best in these matchups from what we've seen today.
Yeah, Outlaw just seems to be... I mean, we've seen double Outlaw. We've seen all kinds of Outlaw variety coming out today. And it is going to be Outlaw looking like the stronger spec here in the RMP mirror. We've seen them take out the Assassination and the sub now. And we know Acro is he is a member of the pirate ship. So potentially we'll see him maybe hop on. But for now, Acro in the replay here, getting a couple of saps here. And JJ going to be sitting through one of them. And this was big burst here onto Tittery. And they proc him and they ship him. Beautiful crowd control chain there. And not really much. No money, just funny could have done there in that situation. And now we just got to think about the next game. Sub, I'm not sure if we're going to see it again. We might see it again because I feel like the game, I mean, there was rooms for improvement in that game, but at the same time, kind of agree with Van. You have a rogue spec that has a lot of mobility, infinite CC, infinite survivability. Look at the damage as well. It just has everything. It has range damage. It has literally anything you could ever want. So I think personally, Outlaw is starting to look like the spec in mirrors too. I think being able to reduce your cooldowns is a pretty powerful thing in World of Warcraft. I think that's a big reason for it, combined with the fact that you are not immortal, but pretty close to it.
It's a good time to be a pirate right now. Everybody's gonna have to pack their vitamin C for the long journey of Outlaw Rogue here if they don't want to get any scurvy over this meta. I think the Outlaw Rogues aren't really going anywhere here. No money, just funny. Can they embrace their own pirates, or are they going to just be walking the plank here in a second? Because that last game looked really grim for them. I think if you're going to run a subtlety build, you kind of have to kill the priest. But I think Next was running the Res Legendary. So it's
let's see.
Can you kill the priest twice? Because I feel like priest has to be the target. Yeah. Res Legendary is huge value for Holy Priest right now. Like, I play it every game on my Holy Priest. I think most of these Holy Priests have been playing it. And like people, okay, so actually JJ wasn't playing it. I guess when you're fighting the Outlaw, you don't really need to worry about dying. I don't think a Holy Priest is going to die to the Outlaw Rogue. Maybe?
He's going to be CC'd all game, so that's why he's playing Relentless and Cephus.
But if there's any chance that you can be a target as a Holy Priest, which is a lot of things, that Res Legendary is almost just always good as a safety blanket. Like, oh, I didn't get the pre-fade on that go and walked in the middle of the map. I got my cloak to save me. So it's a really good save, especially into a lot of the burst damage compositions that are available. I wonder how good a Shadow Priest Rogue would be, though, into this type of comp, if it would work at all. The Shadow Priest is really tanky, but they're actually going back Assassination, so I think it's obvious Acro has not got the Pirates. He's got the Pirates ready.
Maybe he doesn't believe.
He might not believe. It's still pretty early, depending on how many
we've seen him play it
got in the past. But in, like, I feel like different expansions.
He played it in the Cups, Acro.
Oh, he was into the Wizards. Did they win those?
He was one of the pioneers of Outlaw in the Cups. It was like him and Nixie. They were like the only people running it for a while. He definitely knows how to play it. I think Acro probably just doesn't think that it's the best, and that I don't know what they think happened during that game, but they obviously think that some decision or play that happened during that game was not the move when they were playing Assassination, and they're going back to it. Maybe he's swapping Covenant. I mean, there is a lot of things you can do within one spec, right? You can swap your conduits, your Covenant, and things like that, your legendaries. You guys both look super unconvinced.
It could work.
Yeah,
it's still too,
you should have been
like,
a pirate. This is a mistake.
There's no way. I'll tell you this. There's no way right now I can confidently say that Outlaw is just the best in RMP mirrors. I don't know. I really don't. Like, but right now it's looking good, and no money, just funny. I think they're definitely going to have to make an adaptation. I don't know what that adaptation is, though. It's like you said, if they go after the priest, they're running into Res Legendary, and it's not easy to kill the priest anyways when you have an Outlaw Rogue peeling for you. So killing the Outlaw Rogue is really difficult. Taking down the Fire Mage, it seems like they're losing the race. So I could maybe see like going Sepsis, going for more burst. If they want to play like a consistent damage spec, I feel like they're playing just they're basically playing to the Outlaw strategy, but you're just doing it in a worse way, is what I think. Like when I see the Necro Lord Assassination Rogue, I feel like they're literally just playing a worse version of Outlaw. If they play Sepsis, then I think might be different. And it looks like he is going to play Necrolord again. So no money, just funny. Kind of doing same old we saw in game number 1, game number 2. Let's see if it works for them in game number 4, or if they are going to be walking the plank.
Yeah, let's see if they're going to be walking the plank here. Right now, there's not a lot of pirates on the side of no money, just funny, but maybe they can infiltrate this boat anyway. 2-1 right now for Bugs. Match point. This is not an elimination match. This is not there's no bracket for this tournament even. This is a round robin tournament, and every single team fights every other team one time. So they only have one time to get this win here between these two teams, then they won't face each other potentially to the finals if they qualify. So we're gonna not potentially. This could potentially be Nobody Just Funny's last opportunity here to win this matchup. Gonna see a full blind onto Oscar on his combustion, so a bit of a dampener play here from Brunhilde. And Brunhilde honestly looking like a rogue main here on his Outlaw Rogue. He's been doing a great job in this series so far, looking to lock down Acro here and looking to get some pressure onto Titari. They force out the Guardian Angel. So, ooh, what a sap! Look at Brunhilde. Yeah, he loves that. That was amazing. He gets the kidney into the full sap, into the full field. They got a sheep onto JJ. And look at Titari over here. Just basically in a 2v1 against Next and Brunhilde. Brunhilde finally getting sheeped up here. Acro finally gets to play the game, but JK, he gets disarmed into potentially another kidney.
Oh my
He
God.
gets gouged out of the disarm. So far, Acro has not played the game for the last 30 or so seconds. A full kidney. And guess what? There's a fear coming up soon as well for Next. Probably will be placed onto Acro. So now finally, Acro can shadow step over and press kidney. Ray of Hope denies it. He gets Dragon's Breath on it as well. Acro is just not having a good time here into the Outlaw Rogue, and a big reason for it is just because of the control that the Outlaw Rogue offers, in addition to the fact that when he is on the Outlaw Rogue, he's just not taking that much damage.
All right, let's see if this is going to be smooth sailing for Bugs on their Outlaw Rogue here. Acro is not having a good time here in game number 4. Crowd controlled endlessly while his mage is getting crushed under the waves of Bugs. Tittery on the run, burning down from that cauterize. JJ desperately trying to get to save him and has managed to stabilize it. Even now this game, they're winning on mana, which they weren't with this matchup in the first game. So things are looking better and better for Bugs here as Brunhilde looks to reconnect with that grappling hook, getting caught in a kidney shot, blind onto JJ, Dragon's Breath onto Acro, Polymorph onto Acro, double crowd control, Oscar switching that Polymorph to JJ, launching out massive damage to Tittery. Where's the block? Potential Mass Dispel. JJ manages to grip Tittery back to the pillar, gets kidney shot behind the corner, getting destroyed at the moment. Is he going to go down? I think the Guardian Spirit might have triggered. That might be a 3-minute cooldown for JJ. We'll have to wait and see. They get Ice Block. They're killing him through everything. Next, sitting through a full blind, trying to play it greedy here. Doesn't want to throw offensively. They're so close to the win at this point, but he may end up having to trinket anyways. Brunhilde on the run, going back behind the pillar. Acro's into Polymorphs. Oscar is not letting anybody get to Brunhilde, playing a perfect bodyguard at the moment. Now Acro getting stunned, holding him at bay for Next to get out of that crowd control, and Bugs still hold on to their medallions, still hold on to a solid position. However, a massive wave of damage is available for both sides with Vendetta off cooldown, Combustion's off cooldown, Adrenaline Rush coming off cooldown. Here comes that Vendetta as Acro lets it rip. Next is going to use Ray of Hope to deny all of that damage. Will he be able to make it a positive Ray of Hope, or will it end up being negative? Brunhilde going to Cloak of Shadows just in case to stabilize through the combustion and get aggressive and go for the win. Tittery alter times. He's around the corner. Acro re-stealthing behind the pillar, trying to peel Oscar. Tittery blinking back to his healer, JJ. Will it be enough? Next is caught in cheap shot. They need to get crowd control here. They don't find it. Here comes Combustion from Oscar. Is JJ ready for it? Pops Apotheosis, resetting that Serenity, resetting his Holy Words, trying to get big heals out, but it's a lot of damage to heal through. Ducking in and out of that corner at the pillar. Brunhilde getting swapped to for a moment here by Acro, trying to hold him back. But I'm not sure if it's going to be enough here. No cauterize, no block, no Guardian Spirit. It did get triggered by JJ 2 minutes away from that. Tittery has to pull out all of the stops to stay alive on match point.
I feel like Oscar has been doing such a good job playing defense. He's been training for this moment his whole life. He's had to keep a Windwalker alive in the past, and he did a good job. Now he has to keep an Outlaw Rogue alive, and it's looking like a walk in the park for him. I mean, Brunhilde has not even been scratched this game so far. It's been very, very easy for him to survive, and a lot of that comes down to Oscar and his wonderful peels. Tittery at the same time taking a huge hit of damage. Breaking Palm on next. Tittery just getting so low. He's got no cauterize. He's got no ice block. There is nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Brunhilde is all over him right now with Oscar. He's just getting absolutely pummeled. Brunhilde should go to full health off the back of this Ray of Hope, and it looks like he actually won't. So it didn't have that much healing, but with a grapple hook, will get behind the pillar and ultimately survive. Tittery still got about 2 minutes left on that ice block, so not going to be available for just a little while, but it is possible that they get to that moment of the match. We're very early on in dampening. At the same time, though, GG has no trinket, very low mana. I could see Bugs closing this out here in the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, Bugs definitely looking to take this one. Can they do it? They got a full blind onto JJ. What do they have to follow it up? Do they have anything? Next is there, but he didn't use his fear. He wanted to wait and see if they could get a blind. Brunhilde wanted to sap it, and he probably told Next to not fear, so he wouldn't put him in combat, but he got Dragon's Breath, so he couldn't use his Vanish because he didn't have a trinket for it as well. So very unfortunate there for Bugs and their potential KO attempt right there, but beautiful defensive play as well from No Money Just Funny. Now, what can they do? There's still no ice block onto Tittery for another 38 seconds. Here comes the kidney shot. Here comes the damage. Quaking Palm. Look at Oscar immediately here. Just a trained bodyguard right now to keep his Outlaw Rogue alive here. He gets a nice Sheep and Ring of Frost there, shutting down the big damage spike that was available there for No Money Just Funny. Now, Bugs once again looking to resume their onslaught here onto the mage. Mana tied between both healers right now. And if I had to give the lead to somebody, I would probably say it's going to be Bugs here, taking down Tittery there almost with 5 seconds left on the ice block. But he will be able to survive long enough to get that back. Good defensive place, and Acro here trying to turn up, trying to get some counter pressure going. The kidney shot Acro, and potential here to get aggressive once again. Brunhilde just kidney shotting Acro and then running at the mage, which is exactly what we wanted to see. And here's a blind onto JJ. JJ will not hesitate this time around. He will trinket immediately. Oscar, offensive ice block. We saw the last time he did this. Things started spiraling out of control here for No Money Just Funny. Oscar hits the counterspell. He's looking to try to take the game in his own hands. Swap up to Acro. Full kidney shot. Do they have the damage? They do. And Oscar, once again, man, with the hero play, the second series, or the second match, he goes in, offensive ice blocks, forces out the entire spellbook of Tittery. On the next setup, they grab the win. This time around, he just ice blocks and sets up the win. Basically on his own. Beautiful stuff.
I've been really impressed with Oscar. If I can give like a Rookie of the Year award, you know, someone who's kind of new to the AWC, I feel like Oscar's been really holding it down. Super impressive on that mage, both offensively and defensively, and it's a big reason why Bugs ended up winning this series. Really impressive performance, bringing in the Outlaw RMP. I mean, this is the comp to play right now, and it looks like they're playing it very well.
Absolutely. I think you hit the nail on its head. Oscar has been having, I mean, this is kind of his rookie season, but he's been having a great performance. And I don't think I've seen him play bad in a single match yet since this team kind of started showing up in the cup. So Jamie definitely did a good job kind of scouting the ladder and finding some people to play with, building up this roster. And you could tell, I mean, Oscar's been having some monster performances. And this time around against No Money Just Funny as well, which are, you know, very experienced players. Able to pull ahead, and we got to raise the question, right? With the this was such a big moment. We'll raise the question in a second between Outlaw and you know, the other rogue specs in the mirror. But let's just look at this. Oscar here blinks in, blocks offensively, pops the combustion, lands the counterspell, does a ton of damage to Tittery, and with that counterspell, his team has just capitalized. They're like, oh great, our mage is just 1v3ing right now. Let's just hit something and win the game here. And it really comes down to, of course, Brunhilde as well, finding the opportunity there. But Oscar is the one who kind of opens the door there on the ship. So good stuff. And it's going to be No Money Just Funny walking the plank this time.
Yeah, good stuff indeed here by Bugs. And yeah, unfortunately, that's going to be a game one loss for No Money Just Funny, or sorry, for No Money Just Funny, you know, in this circuit. So they've got some more opportunities to try and get some wins out here, but looking good so far for Bugs. And yeah, why don't you go into that just a little bit more, Zico, the different kinds of, you know, rogue specs that we could have seen in that match and how they would have done versus Outlaw.
Well, we saw every spec there. Sub lost, but it looked like there was opportunity there. If they could stay alive long enough to get that blind back, they had a win condition there with a full blind, or if they just got better value on their first blind, they could have forced a trinket with it and then won when I think it was a sheep that got trinketed instead. So the sub, I want to see a bigger sample pool between sub versus outlaw before I can like definitively say I think outlaw is better or I think sub is better. But with Asa, I mean, we saw plenty of assassination games, and it looked good in terms of pressure, in terms of like you had good pressure on the healer's mana. But aside from that, it really didn't feel like it was doing too much. I mean, if you look at this last game here, there was one point in the game where Acro got kidneyed into a sap, into a full fear, into a gouge, into another kidney, into another fear, or something, like some crazy thing like that. So it's just like the assassination rogue, just it looks like he doesn't get to play the game at all, and he's hitting a tank, so it just doesn't. Maybe we'll think differently if it's a Night Fae, but for now, we can definitively say that the assassination Necrolord rogue did not look like it in this matchup.
Yeah, that didn't look like a fun position to be in at all. So we'll see if they can recover from that loss. They do have another game on Sunday tomorrow. I kind of already mentioned them on accident earlier. SK Gaming is who No Money Just Funny is going to be facing. So we'll see how they do there. That's obviously another very tough team. So for now, though, we've got our last up European game of the day. We can see it at the bottom of our screens here. It's KUNGARNA versus MYWAY. There are just so many strong teams here, Venruki, in the European region. I feel like every time I look at the schedule again to remind myself who's coming up next, it's like, oh, this is going to be another good one. And I'm excited to see these two teams play.
Yeah, I mean, this is quite literally the finals last year, where it was KUNGARNA was up, I believe, 3-0 in the finals, and MYWAY came back with a 4-0 reverse sweep. So MYWAY on that jungle, they've been holding it down for a long time. Some people may call them a one trick, but they always make it work. And when they play jungle at a high level, it seems like they can really contend with anything. And I think KUNGARNA, this is a matchup that they think could potentially be their most difficult. And I think either one of these teams could end up winning this entire thing, at least winning the circuit. So this matchup could have a lot on the line.
Yeah, I think so as well. So it's great that we're getting to see these two teams play in the first day of the circuit. It's the first and second team as well. KUNGARNA almost doubling the points of MYWAY, who was in second. So we'll see if MYWAY or KUNGARNA, of course, have made any developments over the course of, these last couple of weeks that they've had off to sort of get prepared for these matches. So we're going to head to a break. When we come back, it's going to be those two teams facing off against each other in the last EU series of the day.
I'm MYWAY from Finland, and I play Holy Priest for Team KUNGARNA.
They're going to root up Waz. They're trying to prevent Waz from getting to Relza. They stun Tony. This is actually good. Tony might not be CC'd. No, he's chastised. This is the 3-2-1 go. This is it for Katsu. There's nothing left for him. Here it comes. Smoke bomb, mind games, holy fire, massive combo of damage, and there should be no way that Clyde makes it out alive.
But now mind games with the Swap team. The Swap team might just die here.
Maybe they don't need it. They interrupt Baron and heal. They're going for the kill in game number 2. Guardian Spirit at the last possible second.
I would categorize myself as a mechanical, flashy kind of player. I like to do a lot of flashy things, you know, things that look good, and people are like, wow, well, he actually did that. But that's trap. You know, I play a lot of Night Elf, so making plays with the Night Elf Racial Shadow Meld, people think it's like super cool when you like meld a CC. Oh! Things like that are, I guess, kind of what defines a mechanical player.
One of the reasons why we decided to pick up MYWAY is because not only have I always thought MYWAY was one of the best priests in the game, if not the best, he has a different approach to WoW that I haven't seen in a lot of healers. He knows exactly what I need to do, so he's always like, oh, Wes needs to stun this guy now, and then he's just there. He's just always there, and I don't need to tell him what he needs to do.
Meb sprinting in for crowd control, gets the Psychic Scream. Mercy on the run, pre-gates the kidney shot. Nice play by Mercy, but perhaps it won't matter. Massive damage incoming. Is he just going to die through on any resolve? They go all in on it and close it.
And that's what sets me apart from every other priest in Europe.
So MYWAY is definitely one of the teams that we are most scared of.
What happened against Horizon last year, 1 week prior to the tournament, we started playing a lot of RMD and ladder, and we had a lot of success. So we were like, wait, this might be our answer.
They're battling it out to the absolute bitter end with 0 mana left in the tank, but Waz Shadow steps in.
And I think we caught them a bit off guard.
Method EU have solved Horizon, it looks like.
They are one victory away.
When you're winning really hard 3-0 and then randomly it just feels like everything is just crumbling slowly.
Well, that tank is still he goes down!
And you're just losing 3-1, then 3-2, then 3-3, and then randomly you're getting reverse 4-3 in a final.
Game 7!
It can be very hard, but I also realized after that maybe we were actually not meant to win in that moment.
They're gonna win 4 in a row and reverse sweep Method EU in the Grand Finals.
We definitely have prepared a lot of games against jungle. They are the best jungle in the game, in my humble opinion. So it's always going to be very tough against them no matter what. It's always going to come down to which team plays better, essentially.
That is, of course, the legendary Waz here from Team KUNGARNA, and now we're going to see them face off against MYWAY in game number 1.
All right, here we go. It is going to be the Outlaw Rogue from KUNGARNA RMP going up against MYWAY playing their jungle. And this is a matchup we've seen from these two teams over and over. I would say the evolution here is bringing in the Outlaw Rogue. We've seen it shine, basically, and do absolutely fantastic today. I believe winning every series that we've seen. So we shall see if KUNGARNA can pull it off once again, or if MYWAY is going to be able to get it done with their jungle.
Let's see if they can do it. This is a classic. We just saw it on the video as well. So many finals between these two teams. And let's see who can get ahead. Right now, Relza in a full sheep. Kidney shot onto Kasu. And a fear onto Tony. It looks like they can follow it up with anything more just yet. And Raikou actually will be the target of choice here for the jungle of MYWAY. But now, Raikou doing a good job just staying away from the fight, resetting. Actually has combustion ready to go here. He doesn't want to use it though. Because of that sacrifice on that first push. Now on the second push, Kasu's going to be in big trouble. Waz actually force uses every man for himself. Now Kasu could be in big trouble anytime Raikou wants to push that combustion. He has big value waiting. They just need to get something onto Relza. Boon of the Ascendant. There's the kidney shot. Here comes the damage. Kasu, preemptive Aegis here. Is it going to be enough? They get a full sheep onto Relza. There's the kidney shot. There's the stun. There's the resheep. Here comes the combustion. Tony in the backline spamming out the heals, but Kasu will have to respect it, trinket, and trade out the turtle. That was a massive launch of damage, and you can see KUNGARNA how precise these guys are when they play that Rogue Mage Priest, holding onto their damage to the very last second of that stun, and then forcing out everything.
Yeah, definitely good coordination from KUNGARNA. These are the all-star teams in the European region. They've been reigning terror for so long now over here. And let's see if MYWAY can turn it around. They've got a freezing trap onto Meh. They're blasting down Waz.
Can they finish him? But Shadow's Guardian Spirit looks to be enough. Boss not going to be faltering here, pushing in aggressively. Counterspell onto Relza. Raikou blinking in aggressively to close out game number 1. Waz grappling hooks over for the kidney shot, looking to reconnect. Tony is mind controlled, cross crowd control across the entire universe right now as Kasu is isolated and looking like he's going to be going down. Kungana with clean crowd control in game 1.
Oh my goodness.
That was disgusting. You see that? Oh. The counterspell into the kidney, into the mind control on Tony, and then he trinketed, got re-mind controlled, and the mech walked him into the ring and rung him.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. There's like, there's RMP, and then there's Kungana. And Kungana, they just play it at such a different level. I feel like it's a joy to watch. But when they are on fire, I mean, it's looking like the other team can't do anything. I mean, right now, MYWAY, we can see exactly what happened here. So they're going after Waz, which obviously is not the greatest target for them to go after. It's like they basically have a bunch of bad targets and they have to pick Waz, which is not necessarily the best. But this is where the CC starts. It's interrupt on Relza into a kidney shot. Ring of Frost drops. Tony gets mind controlled. He gets re-mind controlled into the Ring of Frost. Kasu gets kidney shot, so Waz actually commits his Vanish to get a double kidney shot there. It's a Dragon's Breath out of the ring, and it's just... So all 3 members just are completely taken out of the game there, and it's just so precise the way they do it. They have these long extended crowd control chains. Relza, especially the fact that he is going to be playing Relentless, it's just so difficult. Matt with his Boon of the Ascended during that first go, they're able to get out the aspect of the turtle with that additional priest damage. Just crazy stuff coming in from game number 1.
I mean,
I don't think anybody wants to fight this team right now. Like, think about the Cross-Region Tournament as well. Like, MYWAY was the one team that sometimes had Kungana's number, but right now, the way their RMP is looking and how RMP is in general right now, I don't know if they're going to be the team that has their number. Like, is there anybody in North America that could even give them a run? Like, I'm thinking maybe Brain's team, but we'll have to see how that Shadowpiece road is performing now.
Now we're starting to think the same way here, Sid. And anybody in NA match up? Finally, it's starting to come out here. For those who don't know, so there's going to be a show match tournament. There's going to be a cross-regional tournament. We're going to basically the teams that qualify for the Grand Finals will also automatically qualify for right here. Top 8 teams from the AWC Grand Finals will be invited. So top 4 in Europe and top 4 in North America. Double elimination, best of 5 cross-region tournament. Teams will play on home and away servers. So the team that has the higher seed will be playing their first game on their region. And then if they lose, they will get to pick play on the other region. Or sorry, if the other team loses, they get to play on their own region. So it's basically the same thing here as with the counter picks. You know, the blind pick game number 1, team that loses gets to pick map. It's basically the same thing, but with the home and away advantage. And it's going to be kind of a for-fun tournament. It's not exactly, a BlizzCon maybe, where you can definitively see who is the best, but it's a bit more for fun. But it's like something at least, so we can see EU versus NA, because that's not happened in a while. I think on the last BlizzCon it was an EU final, right, guys?
I don't know. We'd have to double check that. I'm not sure.
We need a historian. It's years since then now, which is crazy.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Well, I could tell you, it was a Mistweaver Warrior Fire Mage versus an RMP or RMD, I think, and it was a 4-3 scoreline, and they were all from Europe. So there you go.
I like this. You know, we have a bit of a show match between EU and NA coming up, and all of a sudden, all the talks of EU and NA return. So the chat is on fire right now. You know, who would win? Which region is better? Kungana right now with RMP, they're just absolutely they're disgusting with how good they are. Let's just be honest. I mean, I feel like MYWAY going into any other RMP, it's gonna look so much different than this. But their setups are just so perfect. It's just like all 3 of them just have perfect synergy with each other. Everyone's crowd controlled at the exact same time. Every go is a perfect 3-2-1. Nobody can move their character. Game number 1, Their first go, they get every single cooldown. Second go, they win the game. And I'm curious to see how MYWAY can actually disrupt that. I'm not sure if they can.
So, I mean, I'm looking at the gear website right now to see like what gear people were wearing. And it looks like Tony forgot, or it's not being registered that he was wearing 2 legendaries.
He had 1 legendary on.
So,
does that matter?
Maybe
No, I'm
he's
just kidding.
purposely doing it. It's the Unity one that makes your adaptive swarm spread. Or split, sorry. Maybe he doesn't want it to split. I'm trying to think if that's the main reason for it, or if he just forgot. He's not playing with 2 seems odd. That's the only logic I can see for it, is that legendary as Necro Feral increases the chance. It'll let your adaptive swarm split every time, so it gets cleaved and it might break crowd control. Although it can still break crowd control even if it's not splitting. You're just gonna have less of them. Yeah, so I feel like that had to be a mistake on his part. Either way, game number 2, there's a big change. Kasu's gone Beast Mastery. Before, it felt like they needed to have the burst from MM if they were going to even win any games. It was the main reason they stopped playing Beast Mastery. But now it seems like this Outlaw change from Waz is the scariest. It's like the final boss of Rogue Mage. It's like we didn't even see the final form of Rogue Mage. It's like, this isn't even 20% of my power, and now Outlaw has come out, and we're going to see the full force of it here. Can anybody find a way to break through?
No, I mean, time will tell. I can't help but feel like if KUNGARNA plays as well as they did in game number 1, I don't know if anyone's going to be able to beat them, in all honesty. So I'll see what MYWAY can get done, and we'll see with Matt and his Boon of the Ascendants can get done as well with that additional damage. But the short cooldown on Blind, the crowd control Waz is able to put out, very, very strong. I mean, this guy's been playing Outlaw for such a long time, since Legion, when it was really, really powerful. And here we go. Waz is going to move forward. Did he go for a blind? No, he didn't. He actually, I think, tried to fake out the Shadow Word Death there. Rel's right now into a full blind. Kitty shot on Kasu. Where's the follow-up crowd control? Looks like a Ring of Frost would potentially drop down. Mind control. Tony Farrell actually line of sights it, but a sap onto Relza. Waz setting up crowd control all by himself. Do they have any more? DR Polymorph coming in. Is there anything else? This is the Boon of the Ascended. Big damage here on Kasu. Kidney shot on Relza. It is never ending. I mean, Kasu uses the aspect of the turtle, but I almost feel like he should have greeted it 100%. I feel like that was a waste in that position. Difficult call to make, but KUNGARNA just got exactly what they wanted.
Yeah, that's crazy. And actually just got a little bit of information as well that I think it is on purpose that Tony is playing 1 legendary, because he was complaining about it on Twitter that it was breaking CC, the adaptive swarm. So good catch there, Sid. And now back to the game. We can see Relza in a kidney shot. Kasu, no turtle. And I do agree with what Ben said there. He had to greet it there a little bit, because now he's in big, big trouble. The resonators are coming out. And that is going to be his trinket. That is going to be Relza in a full blind. And
Good night.
Kasu, what are you going to
Good
do?
night,
I think that's good night. Can they stop the Fleshcraft? They get a sheep. Kasu actually getting some big heals there from Tony. Tony on that kitty cat, able to keep his teammate in the fight. He's been a crucial part of this team here. And he needs to stay, he needs to keep it that way and try to keep Kasu alive, try to continue to set something up, because he's the hardest member to kill for the RMP. So he's the one, in theory, who needs to make something happen. Let's see what he can do. He goes for the Cyclone. He gets kicked on it, Tony. And Kasu's still on very low HP. Raikou just farming fireballs right now. Interrupts Tony there on the cast. And Waz rushing forward here towards Relza. Gets feared. Trying to fake out the Greater Fade. And some big cooldowns there from Relza so they can start up CC chain. There's a kidney shot. Kasu, full of fear. Boon of the Ascendant. Holy Fire coming in. Waz is all over him. Relza is on the other side of the map. Doesn't want to get crowd control here by Raikou, but Tony shuts it down with a nice Cyclone. Relza gets kicked on a heal. Kasu still very low. Tony able to get a big heal there, and Kasu will survive, but Raikou combustion in 2, 1.
Blind.
Ready for takeoff. Full blind.
Goodbye.
Combustion. Good night. This is where you cue up the coffin dance song. As soon as that combustion hit 1 second, that's when you play it.
Waz just looks so chill. He's just like wiping sleep out of his eyes. You know, he's like, yeah, this is just another day. Like, KUNGARNA absolutely dominant. There is not a moment in these games where they're afraid. From start to finish, they're in control of the match. They're looking on fire. If this is the matchup they said could be their hardest matchup, like what does that mean?
Yeah, what does that mean? Like what? It's looking like a calm breeze right now. Like you're just standing in front of a calm breeze. There's no. I mean, Kasu is so desperate here. He's playing that turtle build. Like the last tournament we saw them, he's trying this DM Hunter turtle build, where he's running like cooldown legendaries to get Aspect of the Turtle more often and stuff like that. Problem is you can't press Aspect of the Turtle when you're stunned. So at the end of the game, like here he uses Aspect of the Turtle, and then with the build that they're playing, they're going to be able to reduce the cooldown of it significantly to the point where he actually has it again when he goes down, but he can't use it while he's stunned. So it really doesn't matter. Like he's trying to be a tank hunter. You ain't not competing with Outlaw Rogue survivability as tank DM hunter. I do not think you even want to try and play tank DM hunter. It's just, it is not going to work. But here, this is where they got the trinket from Kasu with blind, and then his Aspect of the Turtle comes off cooldown, but because they got his trinket earlier, he's not going to have that use his immunity. So the only way he could have maybe survived the end of this game was like a pre-turtle. Would have had to be really heads up, and then even after that, there would be nothing left for him. And offensively, there's just no pressure. Reich is doing whatever he wants. No threat whatsoever onto the side of Kungana here, by the side of MYWAY. And I feel like they're going to have to make a change here. I also feel like if you're going full tank hunter, why not play with a Kyrian Pharaoh so they can give the versatility Kindred Spirits buff, you know? Like, then you don't have to worry about your CC breaking either. Like, not wearing 2 legendaries feels kind of sad for the Feral Druid. So I would have liked to seen... There's 2 sides of the spectrum here. This was like the full turtle all day side, and then the other one is the full YOLO side, where you send Necrolord MM Hunter and you send Convoke the Spirits Feral Druid with immunity trinket, and you just try and one-shot somebody in the opener. I'm kind of on the side with just trying to one-shot somebody in the opener after seeing the last 2 games.
I mean, try anything at this point, because I mean, this just does not look good whatsoever. Going for kind of like a Hail Mary with something like Convoke could maybe work, but at the same time, I mean, if you're going into an RMP, Fade, Dragon's Breath, Shimmer, Evasion, like you have so many answers for an all-in like that. I don't really know where the openings are. I want to actually see if Matt is running Resurrection Legendary. He's not. Okay, so he's not running the Resurrection Legendary, but I mean, it is one of those things that they could run. But at this point, I really feel like Kungana can just run RMP for the rest of the tournament into every single team with how strong it is and how good they are at it. So we've had a lot of success with it. I actually don't even think we've seen Chaz play a single game this year, have we?
We have not. Yeah,
so in Shadowlands, we haven't seen Chaz play a single game this year. And I mean, we saw the video on him. He's obviously a phenomenal player. And I think, you know, it's one of the things that Kungana specializes in, or it's one of the things that makes them such a good team, is their communication. They're always looking for win conditions. They're always looking to set up their teams, telling their teammates what they need to be doing. It can be really useful. I mean, you know, for example, if you're Raikou and you're getting attacked and Mez saying, oh, you know, just polymorph out of my Chastise, or you know, get a polymorph out of my Cheap Shot. It allows all 3 of them to just be playing on their A game at all times, because they're backing each other up in terms of their communication. I think Matt was just such a good pickup, even though at first it seemed kind of weird to have 2 healers. I just think on that Holy Priest, he's really something special. So their team is looking really good this year.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you hit the nail on its head right there. And also with everybody on Kungana, they are playmakers. You know, I think one of the things that's very overlooked about them is their split-second decisions. Like, for example, in game number 1, it doesn't look like a big deal, but Kasu pre-ages the setup, and they go with their combustion and with their big damage on I think it was the triple DR sheep or the second DR sheep, you know? Usually you land the full sheep, and then you send all your cooldowns, and that's when, you know, they trade a defensive. So he's expecting that. He's preemptively using his Aegis to avoid that scenario, but they just wait out the Aegis. They're like, okay, we have 18 seconds of CC. When it's 60, like when it's 2 seconds left, that's when we're going to pop everything, and we're going to force everything, because that's when the Aegis has faded, and that's when our damage is going to be so surprising. And, you know, things like that, like the split-second decisions like that, they're just really good at making them, and all of them are always making plays. You know, We saw in game number 1, right, kind of setting things off, getting the blink CS, and then Waz following up with a kidney, and then Meh is there with the mind controls, and it's just they all play off of each other really well on this RMP, and those are the things that you need to be doing when you're playing RMP. You need to be proactive, you need to play ahead, and it looks really one-sided as well when MYWAY is kind of getting demolished like this, but MYWAY doesn't get demolished like this by the other RMPs. We've seen them play against other RMPs. We've seen them, plenty of times as well on ladder, Casu streams as well, and they usually do really well into RMPs. It's this specific RMP that is so hard for them.
KUNGARNA are looking to swab the deck here of MYWAY and send them packing, because this is looking like a devastating series for them. Casu has decided to go back Ventier Beast Mastery at least. Not going to be running that full Turtle Hunter build. A lot more aggressive plays coming out from him here. And they're going after the Mage. Finally, some pressure for their team. Raikou down at half health here. But it's game 3. Can they manage to reverse sweep KUNGARNA, which has just been on absolute fire for this series? Raikou still playing aggressively here, blinking towards his opponents and looking to get in their face. Getting bashed on his blink, though. Good punish, but Tony gets feared by Meh, setting up with the blind. Holy Fire combo over onto Casu. Raikou just fireball after fireball. Trying to bait a cooldown here from the enemy before popping that combustion. Before sacrifice was committed, Casu still holds on to that as the main answer. As we see the symbols interrupted by Rels, a really important to interrupt that symbols of hope to prevent the cooldown reduction. And Tony is tearing in. I think he's up where the legendary, as I saw that adaptive swarm split. So I think he's wearing 2 now. With the Beastmastery Hunter, they're just going to be focusing on raw pressure and raw output this time around, targeting down Raikou. Is it going to be enough for them? Raikou, alter time, ducks around the corner, goes back, fears onto Relza, fears onto Tony, polymorph. Relza looks like he was able to get out of it, though. Maybe a Shadow Word Death there on his part. Now Raikou's got to be careful. He's got to play defensive. No crowd control for anyone on the team. Boon of Ascended from Meh. He's going for the one-shot wonder. Casu Turtles at 10%. It almost goes down to the Boon of Ascended from Meh.
Absolutely insane. I mean, that additional damage is looking good. Another kidney shot on Relza into a full polymorph. The crowd control is just never ending. I mean, Relza is doing everything he can to get out of CC. I want to actually see if he's going to be playing... What legendary is he playing? Yeah, full blind now. And Relza does, I think he managed to get out of that one. So crowd control will end. Casu looks like he will be able to hold on, but this is the Aurora Sacrifice. And KUNGARNA is just moments away from doing another setup. Here's a double kidney shot potentially. Kidney shot on Relza. Waz does have his vanish, but not committing it just yet. Polymorph now onto Relza, still in crowd control. I want to see how much time he spent in crowd control this game. It's got to be at least half the game. Raikou at the same time, though, getting blasted back. Might be taking a huge hit of damage. Casu's still low. Was in a root right now. Great job by Tony trying to do something in this match. You get some pressure for his team. He gets the crowd control on Waz. He gets the damage on Raikou. But KUNGARNA stabilize, and now they'll be pushing forward to continue the pressure on Casu. And keep in mind, Casu, no aspect of the turtle for another 2 minutes. We've got combustion coming up in 20 seconds. We've got blind coming up in 15 seconds. It's basically a checkmate position here if KUNGARNA can pull this off correctly.
Yeah, let's see if they can. This is basically exactly where they want them to be. Kidney shot onto Casu, and that Guardian Angel was used there by Relza. Relza in a full counterspell. This is the beginning of the end, I think. Raikou in a Cyclone, though.
Blind.
And he has no way out. There's the full blind. And this Cyclone on Raikou is massive. Waz looking for the sap, finds it. They actually try to flare him there, but Waz dodges it. Beautifully done there by Casu and by Waz. Raikou now finally going to leave crowd control. Gets stunned. Raikou just block it and send the combustion. Just do an Oscar straight up. There's no sacrifice here, but Raikou is going to be playing it a little bit patient here. Doesn't want to throw Meh. Deaths the freezing trap right there in classic Meh fashion right there. And Raikou's going to be blinking back to the open field. Get fully topped. Boon of the Ascendant gets kicked there by Tony. Tony looking to Cyclone as well. Can he find it? Waz going for the kick. Gets juked on it by Tony. And here comes the Boon. Here comes the damage. Do we have anything? There's the Chastise. Are you just going to kill him with a Chastise? Chastise into fear. Relza does will. Casu almost going down. They might just kill him through it. So much damage coming out from Raikou with the combustion. Beautiful Pyroblast spam. Can he get one more? He gets silenced. I don't understand how Raikou has the willpower to not block right there. But he won't block. Casu will survive. And MYWAY hold on by a thread.
Yeah, I mean, this is really close. A nail biter. This is their last chance MYWAY will have against KUNGARNA. to show that they are the better team here in this circuit, as the teams will only play against each other once to qualify to the top 4 of their region. Right now, it's looking dicey. Casu trinkets at the last possible second. His Aspect of the Turtle coming off cooldown in 1 more second. He's trying to go for the kill, though, popping the Aspect of the Wild. He has Bestial Wrath available as well. Is he going to pull the trigger on it? They land a full freezing trap on Meh. They're pushing for it. They need to get a kill here. They need a Mass Dispel on the Ice Block. They need everything. Raikou alters back, but here comes the Bestial Wrath. Massive pressure incoming. Raikou gets gripped upstairs. This is going to be enough. Blinks on top of Casu, but now he's silenced. Meh gets interrupted. Casu CC'd. Multiple players pushing for the cooldown. Can he push hard enough, though? Raikou manages to recover. Meh saves them from that last possible segment. Full kidney shot. What do they have? They grip Casu out of the resonator, back to the pillar, but Relza gets interrupted by Waz. Waz now gets feared away. Casu is ducking for cover along with Relza, trying to escape. Tony stuns Raikou, looking for a Cyclone pre-Master Spell, so Tony stops the Cyclone cast. It doesn't get MD'd, but regardless, the Master Spell prevented it anyways into the future by stopping the cast, and now full blind. Pre-Guardian Spirits the blind, but it doesn't matter. They're going to trade Aspect of the Turtle for the combustion. They don't want to risk it here with such a powerful cooldown. They've actually almost run out of mana, but here comes Boon of Ascended once again. Huge damage incoming. I think that is it. Casu Feign Death at 10%, but it's not enough. KUNGARNA are going to clean sweep MYWAY, and they are asserting dominance in the European region. This is the only team to give them a run for their money, and they're going to just completely swab the deck with them with Waz on that Outlaw Rogue. Who's going to stop him?
I mean, your guess is as good as mine at this point. Maybe Zeepai on the Outlaw Rogue might be able to get it done, but KUNGARNA right now 3-0, and they said this is going to be their toughest matchup. They made it look absolutely easy. That being said, it seemed like MYWAY was getting better as the series went on. That game number 3, obviously they lasted the longest, and they actually had decent pressure on Raikou. So some signs of life, and I don't think any other RMP going against them is going to look nearly as good in my estimate. So we'll see. We can see the kind of the final moments here. There's a lot of moments in this match where Casu's barely holding on. He gets gripped out of the resonator. That could have been a KO, and you can see, I mean, really under pressure this game. It didn't get an ice block or a cauterize, but that doesn't really tell the full story. I mean, Raikou got so incredibly low. Just an extra crit here, an extra attack there. Could have been the difference between getting those major defensive cooldowns. But it just seemed like from the start of the match to the finish, actually this whole series, it's just Relza in crowd control that he can't really avoid, and Cass just in a kidney shot, just absolutely devastated and just so afraid. And I love the fact that Matt went with the Boon of the Ascended. He knows that his team, I think there's multiple reasons he's playing Kyrian, but I just love the Boon of the Ascended because it really feels like to me, Waz, he's got basically all the control that you need, and just having that little bit of extra damage to push Casu over the edge to force out the turtle or to actually secure the killing blow actually was pretty significant, I think, in this series. It really got a lot of value.
Yeah, absolutely, and I mean you can see it right now towards the end of the game. Right here, you're gonna see it. The boon comes in, and it gives them that extra damage that they need to squeak out the kill right here. Relza gets kidney shot right there at the end as well. A big CC chain there onto Relza. I think it was a kick into a sheep, into a fear or something like that, into a kidney. So Relza not really able to do too much about that one. And on the side of MYWAY, honestly, we can't. It's hard to, because this happens a lot as well. Like when these two teams face, sometimes you just see MYWAY 3-0 or clean sweep, and sometimes you see KUNGARNA just dominate, and sometimes they go the distance, So today was KUNGARNA's day. They looked absolutely flawless on the RMP, and they're able to make it a quick 3-0 here to start off their circuit.
They're keeping their points, their momentum from the points in the first 4 cups on the side of KUNGARNA. We know that they were in first place, MYWAY following in second. So we know that MYWAY is that really strong team that is going to recover from this, I think, just points-wise at least, as we move forward into the rest of these games. But, I mean, that was a really, really good play from, obviously from KUNGARNA. So I am curious, Ben, if you were saying that is going to be their strongest opponent in the form of MYWAY, if there's any team that can take KUNGARNA down, are they going to end the circuit undefeated?
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me, in all honesty. It wouldn't surprise me at all if we see them go undefeated in the circuit. Just looking at all the different teams and all the different compositions, it really feels like to me, Outlaw Fire Mage is the king comp, and they're the best at it. There's just no doubt about it. in Europe. So, and unless someone could figure out something, and keep in mind there are changes happening, right? Like 925 is coming out. We saw some of the PvP changes that are coming in, but I'm going to be honest. I feel like I'm trying to think of how that would affect their team, because I still feel like Fire Mage, Holy Priest didn't get any changes, Fire Mage didn't get any changes. I guess the Echoing Resolve, like maybe some Shaman Cleaves could give them trouble, and that could switch it up. Like maybe like a TSG will finally have a good shot. You know, there are some changes going into the Death Knight. They can play the Dark Simulacrum. Shaman Healing is getting buffed, some of their endurance. So yeah, with the Echoing Resolve change, maybe we see that kind of rise to the top, but right now, I haven't seen anything that can really beat the Outlaw Fire Mage if it's played well.
Kungana just continues to stomp all over everyone. Some interesting background information. I was talking with Chaz during that last matchup, and he says that he was actually the backup for that. So we may have seen him play had we seen Kungana struggle just a little bit. But obviously, since they were doing so well, they continued with the comp that they were playing. And then also, I guess Chaz was saying that Waz was like yelling so loud because he was so excited about this match that he had to keep taking his headset off. So obviously excited for that win. Waz, super enthusiastic player, but that is going to mark the end of the European region here for this first day of the circuit. We are going to be heading into North America now, and as we can see on our screens, we've got Golden Guardians and UNITAS coming up next, Supertees.
Yeah, very exciting series between these two teams. Like this matchup, the Rogue Mage versus the Golden Guardians. Be nice to get some North America screen time here today. It's been a European show so far on this wonderful Saturday morning, but now we're going to be jumping over the ocean to the North American side. And does Unitas have those pirates prepared, or are they going to be still running in the old tech? Whereas the Golden Guardians, I'm anticipating in this matchup their Rogue Shadow Priest, but they might have a curveball as well. They've been practicing some other specs as well.
I'm excited to see it. I think we've been hit by a lot of curveballs from Golden Guardians, as well as Unitas sometimes, just in terms of the comps that they do decide to bring out. So that blind pick is going to be really important for this one. So stick around. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, it's going to be Golden Guardians versus Unitas in the first North American game coming up next. Everybody, welcome back. We are now in the North American Games. It is Golden Guardians versus UNITAS in game number 1 here for NA. And if you look at the record as well for Golden Guardians and UNITAS back in the Cups, they've actually played each other one time. It was Golden Guardians that did take that victory. However, Sid, I feel like both of these teams are a bit of a wild card, so we really could see it go any way here.
Well, yeah, Golden Guardians especially, like they're one of the only Shadow Priest rogues, if not, I would say the only Shadow Priest rogue that's left in the competition, and with the Shaman Healer at least, brain running that Paladin. So have they adapted that? Is Absterge going to be able to come in on the Paladin for these types of fights? Because that's what we've seen having some success in the Rogue Mage. Has Unitas evolved now moving into the circuit with Outlaw Rogue? There's so many unanswered questions moving into this that any prior match record might be irrelevant. So I'm really excited for this game 1. Like, is Jellybeans coming off the bench in game 1? Like, what's going on here? What have they prepared for us?
Yeah, that's really always the question with Golden Guardians. When are we going to be able to see Jellybeans come out? It's always such a, such an awesome occasion. We did get to see him play quite a lot more as well, Zico, in this last season. So I think, the audience definitely wants to see it. What about you?
Absolutely. Bring in. Well, we've seen them actually do really well with the Outlaw BM Hunter. So ideally, if we see him, it's in similar context to that. But we've also seen him play things, his alts. So Jellybean's always been really clutch for the Golden Guardians. But in true Golden Guardians fashion, they are going to start things off here with their Shadow Priest Rogue Shaman. So no on the Paladin right there. And from Unitas, no big surprise here. We are going to see, actually a little bit of a surprise. We're going to see Aiden on the Outlaw Rogue, but we are going to see RMP, which is what they've always ran. The gates are open. Game number 1. This is a matchup that we've seen the Golden Guardians been able to do a lot of work in, but it was typically against Assassination Rogues. Now with an Outlaw on the playing field, might be a different story here.
Yeah, let's see how it works out here. The first time we're going to see this matchup, the Outlaw RMP versus the Shadow Priest Rogue. The Shadow Priest Rogues have been having actually a really good time into the Rogue Mages, but Outlaw has anything to say about it, we'll find out shortly. Aiden caught in a kidney shot, trying to go after him before that Enduring Brawler has time to stack up, but that life grip onto Aiden is going to pull him to safety at the pillar. He's going to get earth grabbed by Absterge. They're swapping to Abrua. Aiden grappling hooks in for a kidney shot onto Absterge, trying to set up crowd control for Abrua. He does find the full polymorph, and it looks like they do want WizK. They counterspell the Mass Dispel, but Peekaboo is still all over Abrua, and it's a bit of a race here. Who's going to be more tanky, the Shadow Priest or the Fire Mage? Right now looking pretty even at the moment. WizK is pushing in for aggressive crowd control onto Korlik. Stunlock, where's the silence?
doesn't look like it's available here. Just trying to go with the Psychic Core, maybe get in position for a Fear, but they are so far away. They do get the Psychic Scream now onto Corlick. They're going to swap over to Aiden, but Peekaboo is actually the one that's primary target of Aiden, it looks like. He's just trying to cut in, force an evasion here, maybe pull for a kill later on. Absterge caught in a chastise. Peekaboo down at half health. Whiskey into a polymorph. It looks like Absterge pre-tremored the Fear, and they weren't able to kill it fast enough. So that was a nice read by Absterge. Breaks out of that crowd control for free, right when it was starting to get scary for Peekaboo.
Yeah, Abster's actually going to be playing the 4 set for Restoration Shaman as well as Tidebringer. So every 8 seconds, the cast time of your next chain heal is reduced by 50%, and the jump distance is increased by 100%, maximum 2 charges. So when he drops his healing stream totem with his 4 set, that's when you see the chain heal kind of heal everybody up. It's a lot of throughput there for the Restoration Shaman. Let's see how they can do right now. Brew under a lot of pressure with the silence on Corlick. This is looking pretty one-sided, but at the same time, full blind on Absterge. Peekaboo forced to trade out the trinket cloak, but that was also overlapped. WizK, what are you going to do? Is he going to trade out the dispersion? He does to get every single cooldown in basically one go. Luckily, Absterge still has his trinket link. No ascendance, though, but that was definitely a great push there by Unitas.
I mean, that was insane. They just got everything. Trinket, cloak, void shift. The only thing, like you mentioned, still that spirit link available and that trinket for Absterge. So they're really, really going to need that that to be well timed. And we're going to see Corlick here. 10 seconds cooldown right now from his Will of the Forsaken, actually, I do believe. Or maybe actually just lined up with the blind. But Peekaboo has that available. Abrua with the Cauterize available, but no ice block. Here's the blink. There's all the time. There's the blind of the Corlick. They might proc Abrua here, and they will. They got a Siphon down. Corlick trinkets into a silence. I think Abrua is just finished here. Can they keep the pod alive? Do they have anything? Corlick gets disarmed here. Peekaboo needs to make his way over. He gets disarmed. Smoke bomb defensively by Aiden. Void Crash coming in. Absterge trying to take down the Seed with the Lava Burst, but fails to do so. Abrua will come back to life here. And Golden Guardians, they had an insane push there. They did force out the Trinket of Corlick as well, so they have a guaranteed win on the next blind. There's the Trinket Spirit Link now from Absterge. Both of these teams one setup away from winning. Who is going to take it? If they can get a CC onto Absterge, a stun on the Peekaboo, he will go down. There's no Void Shift. And if they do the same on the flip side, they can just get something onto Corlick and ride Abrua down with just damage. That is also a win condition here for Golden Guardians. It's going to be a race. Who will win it? Absterge in a full shape. Whiskey gets counterspell on the Master Spell. Peekaboo in a kidney shot. How is he going to stay alive? And he cannot. He will get dropped by the Pirate Aiden. And that is going to be game number 1, going in favor of Unitas. But let's be honest, if it comes down to a Seed getting resurrected and then you barely getting the win before the other team can make their push, it's not that convincing of a victory. So I think we got a series on our hands here.
All went down to that overlap, right? Like if there was a trinket swap there, or just a swap even, I think, or a trinket cloak, they survived it. They win the game. So offensively, Golden Guardians, really insane game, but that one critical moment where they overlap cooldowns, I think, is what ultimately cost them game 1. So if they get their defense as clean as their offense, they could just easily walk away with this 3 more games, I think. And maybe we see Unitas have to even change their comp. It looked really good otherwise. Nice to see Absterge utilizing those new set bonuses as well as Restoration Shaman. I feel like he's going to be at least pretty happy about next week's changes coming in with Earthenwall Totem getting a bit stronger. And those healing stream totems, if he's preemptively healing stream toteming, crowd control, that's going to help a lot on his team. This was the moment, I think, where we see Abrua ice block, but where's the overlap? They turned it around suddenly, right here. Trinket Cloak and Void Shift. So those are 2 major ways for the Golden Guardians to stop burst damage, and using them both in that instance with how long of a cooldown they are, Void Shift being 5 minutes and Cloak being 2 minutes, meant that at the end of the game, we can look at the cooldowns. Peekaboo doesn't have Cloak of Shadows still, and Whiskey still doesn't have Void Shift. What prevented Absterge from saving the game here? When did he trinket? Because he still has his trinket at this point in the match. Peekaboo pre-evasions because he knows he has no trinket. He wants to make sure he's not getting crowd control on his Vendetta. But what exactly did Absterge? Did he trinket aggressively to kill the Seed? Is what I'm wondering. I don't know if we're going to catch it in the replay here because he's the only one not CC'd. He's trying to, I think, Flame Shock the Seed here and maybe take it out. He's casting Hex. We really need to know when his trinket was used because Absterge's trinket and Spirit Link, yeah, we're not going to get to see it. It looks like they did trinket and Spirit Link earlier. So now Peekaboo's trinket's coming up. He's got it in 21 seconds. Cloak is coming up in 4 seconds, but it's not soon enough here. Whiskey gets interrupted. multiple times. And he tried to use the Quaking Palm, I think, there to try and save, but it wasn't enough.
Wow.
If they just had one more answer, I think they had that game.
Aiden just set that game up, the game-winning play. It's the double vanish with the double kidney shot with the vanish legendary is just so devastating. You can just set up your mage with a kidney shot on the healer, then get a vanish, reopen up on the rogue with a kidney shot. And you have two people in kidney shot at the same time. They're able to follow it up with a polymorph, get the range kick on WizK when he was trying to throw in a Shadow Mend, and unfortunately weren't able to really get too much done. So great setup there by UNITAS. And I'm curious how this one does play out if we keep going, all 5 games potentially. I feel like UNITAS, I would still give them kind of an advantage. In this one, it just seems like that Outlaw Rogue is so potent. And yeah, that pressure on Peekaboo seems really, really solid. But yeah, maybe they clean it up a little bit. Like you mentioned, Sid, they didn't have that one defensive cooldown overlap. They would have had an answer during that moment. And it was really, really close for them winning. They actually got the Cauterize, they got the Ice Block, they got the Pod Tender. So a lot of offense coming in from the Golden Guardians, but they just had to play it a little bit better defensively, and they could have pulled out a win.
Yeah. Well, you raised an interesting point there with the pressure that they had on Peekaboo at the end. What? I feel like Peekaboo, he plays Outlaw. We've seen him compete with Outlaw. Why doesn't he play Outlaw right now? Like when we watched the RP mirrors earlier, it looked kind of like in Rogue v Rogue, it looks better to be Outlaw than to be Assassination. Like, I know, it's a different matchup. Like, it's not a mirror and all that, but I feel like if your game plan is to just ride down the mage and get good CC chains like that, you could definitely get away with being Outlaw. But at the same time, it is a little bit different because the Peekaboo plays Night Fae and he's... Yeah?
What?
Oh, never mind.
That was a big oh no! Wait, what did you think happened?
You can't do that. You gotta give us a background on that.
I thought someone had messed something up, but no, it turns out it's not true. So everything's good. Don't worry. There's no problems.
I don't. As Rogue Shadow Priest, like versus Rogue Mage, the Shadow Priest isn't going to kill anyone. Like the Shadow Priest isn't the reason that the target dies, whereas the Fire Mage can be a reason why the target dies. So if you run Outlaw Shadow Priest, you kind of just have like 2 slow whittlers and you don't have a closer. Whereas with Fire Mage, you've got the burst, you can combust, they can close the game. I think that's the major difference. Whereas Peekaboo is Vendetta, he gets to be the closer. He's the one that can get the burst damage when it's going to be able to pull off a kill. And WizK is much more utility based on the Shadow Priest would be the main difference for not running an Outlaw here, I think. And if he runs
go back, closer?
If you're not trying to win, if you're trying to win on mana, no. But I'm worried actually if they would just kill Absterge and ignore WizK and ignore Peekaboo on Restoration.
Could they do that with an Outlaw Rogue peeling though and a Shadow Priest? I don't know. Maybe you just like stop going so all in on like the Vendetta, and WizK goes over to Venthyr Shadow Priest and gets the big mind games, and they get the extended crowd control on Korlek, little mind games on Abrua. He's confused, they can take him down. I feel like there's still things that Golden Guardians can do, but I don't think we're going to see it right here. Aiden's going to be opening up, and there's a little bit of a ramp-up time here for Outlaw Rogue, so nothing crazy really happens in the opener as they're building up their slice and dice. They're rolling the bones, getting everything stacked up, ready to go, but now finally, Peekaboo will be into a kidney shot, but Abrua is just straight up dying. Great crowd control here. Peekaboo playing very aggressive, gets the full blind on Korlek. Korlek forced to trinket, but that is more than enough for Abrua to survive, and just trading up Trinket in that opener from Korlek really isn't a bad trade whatsoever.
Yeah, definitely decent trade early on here, but Abrua now using that shifting power, trying to reset some of his cooldowns. He has a combustion ready to roll. Gets a sheep onto WizK. They need to find the CC though. Can they do it? That is the question. Peekaboo right now in a kidney shot, and he is in the Earthen Wall Totem, so I don't think we're going to see any big cooldowns committed here. Aiden gets Panda Ray Shard, and now Aiden looking to get aggressive. He gets caught up in the kidney shot, gets slowed down by the Earthen Wall, or the Earth Grab into stun as well, but now finally gets back onto Peekaboo, and this is where Aiden can do some damage. Can they get the crowd control? They get a silence onto Korlek. Abrua is taking some damage, and a Ray Shard onto WizK. And Abrua just staying in that defensive Ring of Frost, actually with that combustion right there, able to force out Peekaboo's Trinket and Cloak of Shadows, full sap onto Absterge, and they get anything else out of that one. They do get a DR kidney shot as well, but Absurge will come out now and should be able to keep his teammates alive with that trade from Peekaboo. He should be fine, but Abreu is on fire. He might have to ice block. They have a kidney shot on Corlick, and he will have to ice block. Can he get the Master Spell? Whiskey tries to snipe the Master Spell right there from max range, not able to find it. Disastrous situation there for Whiskey. Just barely out of range on that ice block, but they will net that cooldown and the cauterize. So again, we see ourselves in a similar situation to what we saw in game number 1. And this time around, that big defensive overlap that we saw from the Golden Guardians hasn't happened yet. Peekaboo, though, no trinket. The next stun onto him, that's where we saw the overlap. So the next kidney shot, if they don't overlap anything, the Golden Guardians should be looking good here in game number 2.
Hasn't happened yet, as if you're presuming it's going to, but they proc the seed. Silence with 1 second left. Smoke bomb comes down. That is it. A clean game, both offensively and defensively, by the Golden Guardians here in game 2, tying it up 1-1. How are Unitas going to respond?
I mean, that's a really good question. It seems like on the small map, there's not nearly as much room for Abreu to kind of maneuver around and bait Peekaboo far away from Absurge. So it's difficult. You're getting purged down by WizK, you're getting purged down by Absurge. You have all 3 members just kind of running you down the entire game. And that was probably one of the main differences in this game for Unitas, besides Golden Guardians playing super well defensively. It just felt like it was really hard for them to get away. So maybe going to a large map could help them out, but Golden Guardians certainly look good in this one. And honestly, I think they look really good in game number 1 as well. It seemed like they had most of the pressure and momentum for the majority of the game. So I think Golden Guardians have a good answer here, and I'm curious to see if Unitas does anything to mix it up.
Yeah, well, both of these teams can still mix it up. Both of these rogues can play every spec. So I think that's what we would expect to see if anybody swaps anything around. Maybe Aiden goes Asa, or Peekaboo goes Outlaw, or maybe one of them goes Sub. But aside from that, I think this is what we're going to be seeing. The entire game, and it didn't look too bad from Unitas. There was some openings, but at the same time, I would say Golden Guardians, it's kind of a unique team because, like Sid said, there really isn't many people playing Rogue Shadow Priest, let alone Rogue Shadow Priest on this level. So getting practice into the Golden Guardian level Rogue Shadow Priest, it's not something that you get every day, whereas the Golden Guardians, they get practice into RMP every single day. So they usually have a pretty good matchup here, and they've taken down some really, really big name RMPs like 3.5 Man, like Unitas before. So I would say for them, game number 1, I don't think it was a convincing win for Unitas. It was more of a mistake on the side of Golden Guardians, and game number 2 looked just super convincing from the side of Golden Guardians. So I think if we get to a game number 3, or when we get to the game number 3, that the pressure to swap something up is for sure going to be on Unitas, and we might see a little sub rogue come out from Aiden, but I'm not 100% sure on that yet.
I'm curious to see. I feel like I don't know how much I'm sold on the Outlaw Rogue for this matchup for either team. I don't think it's necessary for the Golden Guardians, and I think they lose a lot of kill pressure to make the switch from the Sepsis Vendetta Rogue over to the Outlaw. So now maybe a big map. Is there any chance we'd see a Mage lock on a big map? And they bring in, I believe it's Burn on their side here for Unitas, because that could be an option if they were really not sold on this. And maybe this is the first time we're going to see a switch. So they've locked in a big map, but they're not changing their comp. They're going to stick to it, just play out a better game, perhaps offensively here. But they were still so many setups away. If the Golden Guardians don't overlap their medallions, I feel like they've got at least 4, maybe 5 minutes on the clock. And if they have any preemptive plays, like those pre-tremors on a Fear go to break out and save a medallion, that's just adding an extra 30 seconds onto the clock for their team. And that's just another opportunity to sneak in a Vendetta and do massive damage, which can almost always get a major cooldown from the side of Unitas. So maybe we're starting to see a threat here. Perhaps, people were second guessing this, I think, with the Golden Guardians. They're just always locking in RPS. And it's like, come on, man, it's not an RPS meta. But actually, RPS into RMP is not the worst matchup. And we've been seeing other teams like Brain's team using Shadow Priest Rogue as well as an answer for this. So perhaps this could be a silver lining for the Golden Guardians, having so much invested into Shadow Priest Rogue Shaman and having so much experience in this matchup against Rogue Mage for their circuit run.
It's funny because anytime I see Absurge like playing and practicing online, it's always on the Holy Priest. Like he's just been playing like Elemental Shaman. I played double Shaman with him the other day. It was actually pretty fun, double Elemental Shaman. But he's been playing a lot of Holy Priest, so it's interesting to me that he is going to be locking in the Shaman. Maybe just getting excited for some of the Shaman buffs that are coming next week, just in anticipation. But yeah, this particular matchup definitely doesn't seem bad. Then I think Shamans actually have a lot more throughput than people realize with the Tidebringer and the 4-set. It's a lot of AoE healing. Now, still going to struggle a little bit against that really heavy burst, but it doesn't seem like the Outlaw Rogue is bringing that burst you're so afraid of. So you might be right about that, Sid. Like maybe you're not sold on the Outlaw Rogue for Unitas as well. Maybe they should be bringing in an Assassination Rogue for some extra single target pressure that Absurge might have a hard time dealing with. But for now, they're just going to be going to a large map, kidney shot on WizK, and potentially just going after the Shadow Priest. They do get the dispersion, but that was Adrenaline Rush, that was Blind, that was Combustion. I think WizK is more than happy to make that trade.
Yep, Spellbook for Dispersion sounds like a good trade here. And now what can they get back on the side of the Golden Guardians with their offense? So far, they get the Guardian Angel, they get the Trinket from Korlek, and they get the Ray of Hope. Abrua back full HP here. And what else can they do here? They need some CC onto Korlek if they want to get something going with this remainder damage that they have onto Abrua, but doesn't look like they have anything available in terms of crowd control. So I think that push has faded for the Golden Guardians. And now, once again, it is going to be Unitas' turn to get aggressive. Kidney shot onto Absturge, Panda Racial onto Peekaboo, and actually Korlek in a kidney shot. They're pushing in here on the side of Unitas, or on the side of Golden Guardians. Can they potentially land something here onto Korlek? It looks like WizK wants to try to set up for maybe a Silence Fear combo or something like that. They just need to get Peekaboo on the target right now. Peekaboo in a kidney shot. And if they don't get big pressure on the Peekaboo here, as soon as that kidney shot ends, he can make his way back onto Abrua. And this is where the Golden Guardians can force out potentially an Ice Block if they can get this uptime. And if they can get that crowd control chain. WizK right now is getting slowed big time here. Aiden's doing a great job as well going after him. WizK wanted to get the Disarm into full fear right there. Forced to use his Trinket and defensively fear instead. So nice pressure here from Unitas, shutting down WizK's crowd control attempt. And with that being shut down, the threat of Abrua dying is also subsiding. Absurge also forced to use his Trinket there in that exchange. So now no Trinket on WizK and on Absurge.
Yeah, good opportunities here for Unitas, but Abrua getting crushed by Peekaboo. Is he going to go down to the Vendetta here as they have to trade out Ray and Guardian? Once again, will it fully recover Abrua? It looks like it as he bounces back into the fight. Peekaboo caught in crowd control, not able to connect. They drop Earthen Wall Totem onto WizK, predicting crowd control. So nice pre-Earthen Wall Totem here on WizK. That little brown circle going around him is going to be reducing some damage incoming as Absurge sits through crowd control, and that's going to hold on to a major defensive for the future. Those types of preemptive plays are what is going to buy the Golden Guardians more opportunities, more chances to get these Vendetta Sepsis Ghosts onto Abrua. And they're going to need even more than that, having two medallions down out of the way. How is Peekaboo going to save? Maybe he saves his blind defensively here. We'll have to wait and see so that he can Trinket blind to go or something of the like. We can see Aiden just pressuring WizK with the kidney shot. Symbols of Hope channeled fully by Korlek to try and maintain his mana. Moving into the late game here. Aiden getting a kidney shot. Looks like they're popping Vendetta, trying to go for the kill with the Psychic Horror onto Korlek into a silence. Nice crowd control. The Sepsis is ticking. Massive damage incoming from Absurge's Lava Burst as well, but not enough damage to finish Abrua. Korlek able to recover him now at the end of that crowd control chain. Aiden chasing Absurge, looking for a kidney shot. Looks like they're swapping to Absurge. He could be a liability on that Resto Shaman. Outlaw Rogues do so much damage to Resto Shamans, bursting him down to half. He's going to have to trade the Aegis here to absorb magic damage to get gripped out away from Aiden. But fortunately, it did cost Peekaboo his medallion amidst that chaos. Now there are no more medallions for 5 more seconds. Can they get a kill in that 5-second window? Doesn't look like it just yet. Maybe. Dispersion available. WizK's Trinket coming up now. So Trinket Void Shift going to be the main saver, but he's counterspelled on Shadow for a moment. Doesn't look like Aiden even wants him. He's just attacking Peekaboo at the moment. WizK activating those Fey Guardians, trying to reduce the cooldown of Peekaboo's Vendetta, trying to push for the Ice Block, potentially even needing to push for the kill. Pre-Earthen Wall Totem once again down from Absurge on WizK here as it surrounds him. Big damage incoming. Here comes the Sepsis, and Abrua has to Ice Block. They bomb the Ice Block. WizK gets interrupted. He can't go for the Mass Dispel just yet. Tries to find it. Mass Dispel will connect onto Abrua. Kidney shot onto Aiden to hold him back. They still stay alive in the fight. They've got Trinket Spirit Link. They've got Trinket Void Shift. As long as they don't make any more overlaps
and they can keep getting these preemptive Earthenwall totems, I think Golden Guardians are in a good position to win Game 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's not looking bad for them whatsoever at this point. So we're almost in dampening a full blind now onto Absurge. Unitas trying to make some plays. Who are they going to go after? It looks like they sap Absurge, but Peekaboo actually just vanishes. So completely destroying the go. Peekaboo trades out his vanish, gets into stealth, grip onto Absurge, and Unitas is very sad about that one. They commit the blind, they commit the vanish to get the sap, and they essentially get nothing except Peekaboo's vanish. So really well done there by the Golden Guardians. They're on fire both offensively and defensively. Brew is going to be in trouble. He's got no ice block. Still has a cauterize, but Corlick almost completely tapped on mana as we enter dampening. And I don't think Corlick's really going to find an opportunity to drink. Polymorph now on Absurge. Fear on WizK. Beautiful cross crowd control. Peekaboo, what is he going to do? He's got the evasion, he's got the Cloak of Shadows, but is not going to trade it out. Sentence trades for Absurge as they continue their push onto a Brewer who is now on the run. Cauterize has procs, and right now Golden Guardians, they want to be up 2-1 in this series, and they are close to doing it. This is Vendetta rolling here onto a Brewer. Corliss got no trinket, he's got no mana. They're going all in on Peekaboo. Peekaboo trades out the trinket, he trades out the Cloak of Shadows. He realizes he's about to win the game. If he could just stay alive a little bit longer. They still have the answer. Absurge has Trinket Link if he needs it. They got Void Shift. So many defensive cooldowns for Golden Guardians. Unitas just on the back foot.
Yeah, and they just need one more setup to do it here on the side of Golden Guardians. 0 mana left on Corlick. No Trinket, no Ice Block, no Cauterize, no Trinket on Aiden. They can kill anybody. Anybody that they attack right now will die. Corlick getting silenced, and this could be it. This could be the game. Do they have anything out? They get the disarm. WizK is in position for the Fear. He has everything he needs to land it as well. Actually doesn't have the Fear cooldown, sadly enough for him. But he does push in for that silence disarm combo. They're getting some uptime here onto Abrua. Abrua still taking decent amount of damage. He blinks, but doesn't take him very far. Peekaboo still all over him, doing tons of damage here. And as soon as they have a little bit as soon as they push the cooldown on that Vendetta, it's basically game over here. They just need to find something onto Corlick. Any crowd control on Corlick, and this is lights out. Can they get the Fear? WizK has it in 9 seconds or so. If Absurge can land a Hex or something, and they cover Abrua, or if they just wait for that silence cooldown, anything. There it is, silence, Vendetta, good night. And there's the seed, there's the Hex, and that's the game right there. I don't think Abrua is going to be able to survive this time, and he will get potted and cracked here in the sands of Tolvir. Nothing grows, and Golden Guardians up 2-1.
Need some like environmental effects. If you proc Wild Seed here, it's like it takes 50% more damage or something. it can't.
That would be good.
Can't properly soil itself to be able to resurrect. But Golden Guardians move to match point now, and with every game looking more and more confident, looking like a brick wall. Honestly, like there was lots of points in this game, like 5 minutes in, where they had all 3 medallions. So as Rogue Mage Priest, Unitas are out of mana, out of cooldowns. No offensive options. I think it's time to switch from the Outlaw if they're going to keep playing Rogue Mage in this specific matchup, which is, I think, a rare case where I'm going to say this during the circuit stage, where Outlaw may not be favorable. Bring in a different spec of Rogue, or maybe bring in Mage Lock, bring in Burn on the Destruction Warlock for a game. Typically, it's been the Cleaves that give Golden Guardians a lot of trouble. But Unitas isn't a team that has those options. I see them as a Rogue Mage team, a Lock Mage team, a Rogue Lock team, which is good for the meta. Those are all the best meta comps coming into this. But Golden Guardians Shadow Priest Rogue has always been tough for those comps, even when those comps are meta. So let's see what they decide to do here for match point. It'll be their last opportunity against the Golden Guardians in the circuit, as you only play a team once. Only one shot to get that point. And the top point earners will qualify into the Grand Finals, the top 4 of each region. There's a lot on the line there in terms of prizing, so you really want to get some wins early on. Also, the morale, right, and momentum. Like this would be an insane start for the Golden Guardians. I feel like if they win this here, like they're going to pop off. Like this is really good play. This might even be some of the best games we've seen from the Golden Guardians. Aside from that one overlap in game 1, there's been so many preemptive plays. I think WizK at one point tried to preemptively fade a Chastise when Absurge got blinded on that go. Peekaboo pre-vanishes the go. Completely negates their assault. Like this is a really good Golden Guardians right now.
Yeah, it's something you love to see. I mean, It seems like Golden Guardians are really kind of like heating up and finding their own. They're finding their stride, I should say. This composition looks good. We're not seeing too many Shadow Priests in AWC in general, but the ones that we do see, you know, WizK, Prev, they've been holding it down, especially with that Assassination Rogue, making it look really, really solid. So curious to see if they can continue, you know, the momentum in this matchup. This is something, it seems like it's just a comfort pick for them. Whenever they play against RMP, it's always the RPS that they kind of lock in. You have good shutdown. I think the thing that's just really nice about it is you have the double offensive dispel for the fire mage, so you're purging off pyroblast procs, limiting their damage. You're purging off the blazing barrier. You have grounding totem for the combustion. You can remove the combustion quite quickly. So unless Unitas is getting like basically perfect crowd control, Brew is going to be really limited in what he can do in the match. So I do like the pick. Aiden's going to switch it up and go subtlety, so a little bit more control, a little bit more focused burst. But yeah, I don't know. Where's the opening going to be in this one? WizK unlikely to fall. Potentially big setups here on Absterge. I think Absterge could definitely be a target if they can find that. Get cross crowd control on WizK. Go after Absterge with a kidney shot. And I could definitely see Unitas finding some success here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think at least they're changing it up a little bit, because Outlaw, yeah, it is really strong, but it just seems like they're missing you know, something here. So I like that they're experimenting a little bit with it. Bring in the sub rogue, and maybe the sub rogue can make something happen here. And if not, I mean, you were losing anyway with the Outlaw. So I think this is one of those situations where you're kind of forced to swap off of your comp. I like to see that from Unitas, and there is some openings for them. I think they will have a little bit more, you know, like burst damage during their setups, but they will have to play a little bit more hit and run. Map is good for that, actually, it gives them a lot of options as well with what targets they want to go after too. So I don't mind it from Unitas, but we'll see how it works out in practice, because right now, like you guys already mentioned, Golden Guardians are just playing on another level right now.
All right. Will the subtlety rogue be enough for Unitas to stay alive in the series? They still do have 1 point on the board, so they need to win 2 games if they wanted to pull it back. Not a complete reverse sweep like we've seen some teams have to pull off today. But still, yeah, if Golden Guardians aren't slipping up, I feel like this is going to be their series. And honestly, they really can't afford losses against teams like this where the Rogue Shadow Priest is actually got a good matchup, because there's other teams that have those cleaves that are going to be a bit of a struggle for them. So they really don't want to be going down to a team like Unitas here. They want to keep that momentum. They've played a solid day so far. Korlik has actually gone mind games as well, as dropping the rogue here, not wanting that cooldown reduction for the mage either. He's going to be bringing in a lot of offensive pressure and potential with that. And where are they going to go? Is it going to be Absterge? Are they just going to be racing down the healer? It's a really good strat as Rogue Mage, honestly, I think, to go after that. I think Shadow Priest probably a bait, just because it trades so effectively. And it looks like they are going to start the fight here on Absterge in the cheap shot, but they drop the stuns. Peekaboo peels away Aiden with a cheap shot, and they're going to basically get nothing off the opening stun here, which is devastating. It's match point. They're on the back foot, getting pushed over, getting rolled over right now by the Golden Guardians. They're on fire. They're burning down. Will they be taken out right here? Second extreme on the Korlik now. That's the will of the first taken out. That was Cauterized. Guardian Spirit, Medallion from Abrua. They're relentless. They're staying on target here. Aiden's trying to peel for Abrua. I don't think they were expecting Peekaboo to intercept so fast right off the bat here. Abrua caught in a kidney shot, caught in the smoke bomb. Korlik rolls into the smoke bomb with greater fade, anticipating the blind, but Peekaboo was patient and held the blind, and now no trinket for 8 seconds. Can they stay on target here and finish it? They're going to use the Fey Guardians onto that Vendetta, reduce it for Peekaboo, and try and close this game out. They already got caught. They already got a nice block. They're so close, but now they're turning it around onto Peekaboo. Oh, the punish! The stun on the trinket out of nowhere. Unitas are going to steal game number 4, going to a game 5.
Aiden is just a hero, man. Like, I feel like, I don't know. He really turned that around for his team. The stun of the trinket of Peekaboo, that was the only way they were winning that matchup. I'm going to be honest. Aiden basically being a hero for Unitas, tying up the series, and kind of a last-ditch effort. If they didn't win there, they were not winning that game. So, very insane. And going into game number 5, Golden Guardians. I mean, yeah, at the end of that game, when we look at the replay, I don't know if we're going to have the player cam, so you can see Abster just kind of smiling. Like, he knows that game should not have ended in that result.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that game looked did it look the worst out of every game? I think it did, right? In the entire series so far. That was the worst start Unitas has had so far. I mean, we can see it right now. They basically had to use everything. Abrua was so low on HP, they forced out the will from Korlik, and then they full blinded him later on. It was just a nightmare. This is like, look at Abrua here. Korlik, super low, or Abrua super low. They proc him. They proc the Guardian. They get the Ice Block. They get a full blind. And they get the MD as well, I think, there. And it just looks like, okay, well, they forced the entire spell book of everybody. The next time they press silence and disarm, this mage is going to disappear. But instead, they go for the stun of the Peekaboo into the restun, and look at that stun there from Aiden, and the Resonator goes off, and it takes Peekaboo down, and Absterge there as well. That's the only way they lose, really. Just getting stunned like that on the trinket before he can use anything. Beautiful, beautiful punish by Aiden, honestly.
An insane moment. Like, you're just getting smashed the entire game, but Subtlety has that power to carry so hard, which it was able to in that position. Outlaw wasn't going to do that. I don't think Peekaboo is going to be getting smashed by the Outlaw Rogue like that. So this swap to Subtlety definitely paying off for them in Game 4. Now they have to maintain that moving into Game 5. Golden Guardians shouldn't be getting tilted here, right? Well, what could they really do to change? You getting stunned on your trinket like that is like just so unfortunate.
Don't
it's like,
change anything.
It's like you can't. Like, I'm thinking like maybe if they're closer to each other or something. But they're gonna go to Runes of Lordaeron. It's finally happening. Love to see it. Great map pick,
Let's go.
especially on a Game 5. This is one of the best maps they could select for more than just the reason I'm thinking, but. There's not going to be many places for Unitas to run here. I can imagine the Golden Guardians are more than ready here to deal with that type of situation again and not have the series robbed away from them, but it's still a threat, still looming there. They got to be ready for it. Things like the Shadowy Duel, things like the Smoke Bomb, the Subtlety Rogue one-shots are something you've got to always be looking over your shoulder for, even if you're just 1 second away from winning the game. Subtlety Rogue can take it away from you.
If it's the double, if it's a double Resonator, it's Trinket Cloak. Like, you can mash them at the same time. I think he should have been able to get it off, but I think it was just, I don't know if he was just going for like a Trinket Feint or what, or if he actually just got stunned immediately. But I feel like Peekaboo maybe could have been a little bit faster with that one. But for the Golden Guardians, I think they just need to shake off that loss. Really not that big of a deal. That game went super well for you. You're way ahead, and you kind of just got unlucky, or in that one little moment you got outplayed. So I think for Golden Guardians, just basically do the same thing you've been doing. It seems like both their losses are kind of random, in all honesty, and if things play out the way they should, then the Golden Guardians should be walking away with a 3-2 here on Runes of Lordaeron. But never count Unitas out. Never count out the hero Aiden. On that Subtlety Rogue, he can basically carry super hard, find these win conditions, and that's something Golden Guardians is definitely going to have to look out for. But they need to be careful, because there's a fine line between looking out for those kind of all-in situations and then overreacting and panicking, right? So you have to be very clear who's going to make the trade, because if you don't, then you see a Game 1 where you use Void Shift at the same time you Trinket Cloak, and that's why they lost the game. So you have to be very careful for that.
Yeah, and that's the thing. So in one game, they overlapped everything and then they lost. But if they also underused, then they will also lose, right? So they just need to respect the fact that RMP just has a lot of punching power, and you need to track everything that can one-shot you, like the Resonators, like Combustion, Shadow Blade, all their different tools that they have. Just respect them. And if you do that on the set of Golden Guardians, it should be a one series for them, I think, because so far they've just looked like the better team. Like, the scoreline is 2-2, but I feel like the 2 wins that Unitas has, I would say the last game was a bit of an outplay there from Aiden. Happens, but it's kind of uncommon. And the first game was just a big mistake, as a team. So we'll see here. Game number 5, we got a fitting. Game number 5 on Runes of Lordaeron Super Teas.
Yeah, it would be a fitting final resting place, as it is a cemetery. Will Golden Guardians be able to stave off the grave long enough to close this out on game number 5, as they are rushing in aggressively into the inner tomb here of Abrua and Korlik, that starting room?
looking to close it out. They're just dogpiling right on top of each other, so no smoke bomb shenanigans should be able to catch them off guard. But while they're pushing in aggressively, they swap to the Shaman. Double Fear, triple crowd control. Is Absterge going to be stable here? It looks like he has managed to recover. WizK fears the whole team in a reversal. Quaking Palm on the Trinket of Corlick, pushing for the Cauterize, pushing for the Ice Block onto a Brua here as WizK goes into Void Form, launching out huge amounts of shadow damage onto Brua with the Shadow Crash down at half. But Corlick isn't crowd control. He's easily healing his back. They're swapping over to Peekaboo with the Kidney Shot. Cheap shots onto everybody, and they're just going to Trinket Cloak of Shadows. Looks like it was the shadowy duel committed by Aiden in this position, but they still do have a Smoke Bomb. And now Peekaboo has no Trinket, which means his team needs to be near him if they're going to keep pushing aggressively. If they want to close this out. Otherwise, that smoke bomb threat could be lethal. Corlick into a silence, into a stun. Abrua getting blasted. Ice block, Master Spell. Shadow Step kick comes in from Aiden, stopping the Master Spell to remove the ice block, buying time for Abrua to get back to full health. Still has Cauterize, still has a Guardian Spirit. Couple options left. Mind Games available. Smoke bomb available. Where's the push? Peekaboo gets out of the fight with a Vanish. Looks like he vanished away from a Resonator. Pre-Vanish. But Absterge gets swapped to Trinket Link, Void Shift. They throw out all of their cooldowns to survive that. So now there's nothing left standing in front of Unitas in terms of defense here. If they get a clean setup, they can close out this game. They need to get Peekaboo's Vendetta off cooldown as soon as possible. They're trying to take out Abrua before the stun diminishing returns reset here, and the opportunity for Unitas to strike is nigh. Their team could really take it here. Can Golden Guardians get like free earthen wall? They pre-evasion, Peekaboo pre-evasion, but Aiden Shadow Steps through it, and now they're going to grip. WizKid grips Peekaboo out of the Ring of Fire. Buying a couple more seconds. Abrua now getting blasted, trying to blink back with Corlick. Peekaboo Shadow Steps in, gets Dragon's Breath away. Abrua at 10% on match point, holding on for dear life. Corlick manages to get a big heal. Unitas trying to set up. Actually, Desperation Blind. We see a defensive blind onto WizK during this Vendetta, but Vendetta is still going to connect onto Abrua. Corlick gets wind sheared by Absterge. They drop the smoke bomb. They're going for the kill. 30% remaining health. Abrua Desperation shifting power to reset his Blazing Barrier. Dragon's Breath on Absterge trying to set up for the win. Can they win? Can they win? Master Spell comes in from WizK, but the double fear by Corlick. And they take out Peekaboo. Peekaboo all over Abrua. Big heal comes in. Corlick saves Abrua for now. Symbols of Hope in the backline, gripping Abrua across the field. Peekaboo trying to push in aggressively. His Trinket coming off cooldown in just 2 more seconds. Peekaboo feels confident with the medallion to go for the kill. He's going to pop out. Massive damage onto Abrua. Once again down to half, but Corlick is bombing heal after heal. It is costing him a lot of mana to heal through the onslaught of the Golden Guardians. How much longer can Corlick keep this going?
That really is a good question. We'll see. He's completely tapped on mana. Golden Guardians in the lead. Abrua still no ice block and a full kidney shot right now. Do they have the damage to actually take him down? The blind goes out on Corlick. He's got no trinket for another 6 seconds. They need to push forward. Abrua, can he survive? Dragon's Breath does come in, trying to just deny any additional crowd control. The Quaking Palm comes in, but a huge swap now on Absterge. Can they take down Absterge? He trinkets. Gets the Ascendance, gets the Healing Tide there, not messing around. At the same time, Guardian Angel on Abrua. He's on the run in a full shot, and he's going to get crushed and seated. Golden Guardians, can they take it down? They do. A very back and forth series. Unitas had some really amazing kind of miracle wins, but ultimately, Golden Guardians with their RPS, they pull ahead, and they will get their first win of the circuit.
Absolutely phenomenal performance by both of these teams. I would say Unitas, had they locked in the sub right off the get-go, it could have been a different series for sure. They did such a great job here. Really, really big fan of the swap that they did onto Absterge. They forced the entire, everybody's cooldowns, like the entire cooldown of the whole team, and they almost got the kill there right there as well. So it was a really, really good swap. I really liked how proactive they were being, but at the same time, this is the Golden Guardians. This is what they do, and they make it count when it counts. Or when it counts, they make it count. That's the story of this series.
This is a crazy game. I think this was the swap to Absterge where they got everything. This is when I'm thinking like Golden Guardians have this game. Like there's still 2 trinkets left. They're in such a good position. They just got ice block. Golden Guardians are chilling. And then Peekaboo, I think, pre-vanishes this. He pre-vanishes the Resonator. He pre-vanishes the setup. They're like, okay, we didn't want you anyways, Peekaboo. Go after Absterge, and Absterge is like, and everything on the spell book. He opened it up and just like hit every key and threw everything out there. And I'm like, oh no, this is still a chance now for Unitas here. Golden Guardians, you're going to be in trouble. But they held strong and steady all the way up to that final point. That Master Spell was clutched by WizK on that Polymorph earlier on the Absterge's CC chain.
and they just stayed alive to the point where there's no mana. Desperation swap to Abster. Just Trinket comes up during this setup. So he Trinket Healing Tide Totems to distract them and recovers with Ascendance. And as soon as he's recovered, they know it's over. There's no mana left in Corlic's tank, and they can cut through Cauterize. They're going to cut through the Seed. They have full control at this point. And Lava Burst. It actually doesn't finish. I thought Absterge was the one that got the killing blow there, but no satisfying Lava Burst for him. Regardless, insane game played here. Series played by the Golden Guardians to stay alive here. It's a Rogue Mage meta. They're trying to battle it against it, sticking to their roots, sticking to the Shadow Priest Rogue Shaman.
Yeah, very solid, and also exciting to see them, kind of play their bread and butter composition on the side of Golden Guardians. So good start to them for the series, and like you guys kind of already mentioned, really good for UNITAS as well. They were the 8th seeded team as they, coming into this circuit. So they're definitely the underdog statistically going into this matchup, especially considering last time these two teams played against each other, they were only able to get one win off of Golden Guardians. So, being able to take them to a game 5, I think is a strong start for them. They've got an entire circuit left, quite a few games coming up here. They're going to be playing Novus tomorrow. So I am looking forward to seeing what UNITAS can do as they move forward. But obviously Golden Guardians, things are looking up for them. So well done to all of these players. 3.5 men versus Novus coming up as well, Super Tees.
Yep, gonna have an RMP showdown. Well, who are the best RMPs in North America here? I think Palomar has got some outlaw practice though, and we've seen his outlaw kind of the king of the seas here at the moment for RMP mirrors. And is Calvish ready for it? Or is he going to be sticking to the subtlety? That's what I'm interested to see between these teams. It's going to be an RMP dominance fight here between these two rosters though.
Yeah, I love it. We're seeing 2 mirrors in a day potentially. So I can't wait to see this one get started. And we've only got a few games over here on NA as well left. This is the second to last one. So we are going to head to a break, and when we come back, it's going to be that series coming up next. RMP Mirror 3.5 men versus Novus. See you soon. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are now having the second to last series of the day. It's going to be 3.5 men versus Novus. We talked about it just a little bit before we headed off here. Likely to be another RMP mirror. We did see one earlier today. These two teams, they're both kind of newly formed rosters this year. So it'll be interesting to see how this one plays out. 1-0 is that match record. 3.5 men were able to 3-0 them last time they were facing off against each other. So I'm not sure if we are going to see a repeat of that, Zico, or maybe one of these teams is going to surprise us. What do you think?
I mean, the last time we saw these two teams, I would say Novus, it looked pretty good for like a newcomer RMP. They're both kind of newcomer RMPs, but I think 3.5 men had some players that we've seen around, on the ladder and such for a little bit longer. But Novus, for a new team, they had a great season. They qualified to the circuit and everything. But in the head-to-head, and I would say also in the general standings, 3.5 men definitely pulled ahead. And in general, looked like the better RMP. However, the last time these two teams fought, I believe it was double assassination rogue with Cephus. That was kind of the meta. And now, yeah, we're gonna see some pirates here. So it's gonna be a different take on this mirror. So we don't really know exactly what's going to happen. All right, you guys go ahead.
Ventir Outlaw. Ooh, what is going on with
it.
Calvish? Why is he playing the one-shot Outlaw? Outlaw's not a one-shot spec. I don't know if this is going to work for them. I'm saying
might.
ooh, but it might be kind of cringe. It might be kind of cringe. I don't know. He is definitely trying to cheese here with Ventir Outlaw, I believe. Palomar playing the standard, playing the Kyrian, but even differences in the Priest. Whaler's playing Mind Games, whereas Kearney is playing Night Face. So a lot of differences in Covenant between these two teams. Blind early onto Kearney, trying to set up their damage, but not able to connect anything just yet. And that blind is going to do nothing on the side of Novus. Now 3.5 men are setting up with their blind. Where are they going to go? Looks like Calvish is actually still the one getting blasted, despite Whaler sitting through a full blind. So really unfortunate blinds from both sides in the initial stages here. Palomar caught into a kidney shot, trying to go after him before he's able to stack up that Enduring Brawler. It doesn't look like it, actually, just for crowd control. Dopamine and Nuked appear to be the main targets. Wait and see. Here comes that flagellation from Calvish. How much damage is he going to be able to get out here onto Dopamine with that? Doesn't look like too much, as he's going to quick and bomb Calvish. And now Nuked is just getting owned by Palomar at the moment in midfield. Dragons with Polymorph, trying to hold him off for now. But those Polymorphs are going to be ending, and Palomar's going to be getting some uptime soon.
Yeah, so it's something I saw Calvish complaining about on Twitter. You know what I love about Calvish is he'll recognize something is really, really strong, and he'll have his words about it, and then he'll play it. So it's like he's not afraid to play what's so good. But Kearney right now, this is something Sea-Doo does often on the ladder that they kind of stole from Sea-Doo. But I'll talk about it. Oh! Barely holding on against the Trinket Cloak of Shadows as well as the Feint. Let's see, they reverse the pressure on Polymorph. Can they take him down? But right now, Kearney, he's playing, I believe, the Resurrection Legendary. He's not playing the Resurrection Legendary, but what he is playing is the Inscrutable Quantum Device as basically an extra PvP trinket to get himself out of crowd control with Relentless. So taking that tech from Sea-Doo, he's got Will the Forsaken. You can use the device to get out of crowd control, and he's playing Relentless, but at the same time, Calvish getting absolutely blasted. And I would say so far, Novus is heavily in favor in terms of pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Calvish is one setup away from actually getting completely KO'd. Needs to make something happen right now, because so far, Novus is just walking all over 3.5 men. Full blind with the Taylor, full sheep, no trinket. This could be very, very scary here, but it's going to be Calvish in a kidney shot, but he does make it out. And CC ends on Whaler. They're not able to do anything. Actually, they land the counters, but Whaler hasn't played for the last 30 seconds of the game, and still there is no pressure whatsoever on the side of 3.5 men. Finally, a kidney shot, and he's just going to get gripped back to the pillar by Whaler, and Whaler should have no problems keeping Palomar alive in this situation, since all the CC has already been used. And now it's going to be Palomar once again looking to push in, looking to get aggressive onto Calvish. And Nuke interfere, Dopamine interfere, everybody's interfere. Calvish getting that vanish there as well, or a restuff potentially. And now making his way over to Whaler. They're going to swap to Whaler. He has no trinket. And this might just be the game. And they get a restun. They don't even need it. And is he playing the Res Legendary?
He is.
He is playing the Res Legendary. And Kearney is not playing it. Whaler Ooh, he almost dies when he comes back there. He gets counterspelled. He could still die. Calvish, can he make his way over there? It doesn't look like he has the hook. He can't. But still, a big cooldown essentially forced there with that Res Legendary. But still, I don't think they're going to be able to do that one more time because Calvish once again in big trouble. Dopamine ice blocks offensively, gets counterspelled. Calvish already traded out there to Trinket Cloak of Shadows. I'm not sure how I like that ice block right there. Now, Dopamine is going to be a juicy target here for 3.5 men, and it looks like 3.5 men might actually have fought their way back into the game at the back of that play.
Why do all the players have their transmogs turned off? Did they think it was a pool party here in game number
Kearney's
one?
the only one that didn't want to participate.
Oh wow, Kearney's a sourpuss, I guess. He doesn't want to be part of this fun, I guess. But everybody else has the same transmog, which is no Mog Day, I guess. Dopamine getting blasted down. I feel like Novus, they had control of the game for the first couple minutes, but now it's falling out of their hands. They've got nothing left here for either Whaler or Dopamine. They're going to need a miracle. Can they set up the win here and now onto Calvish? Calvish running laps around the boxes, avoiding Palomar for now. Palomar rolls the bones. Remember, if we can see any 5 buffs here, that could be definitely important turning this game around. Outlaw Rogues. Mana is at least still even for their side. Calvish getting pressured at the moment. Palomar ducking over for a kidney shot, gets Frost Nova. Actually, Cloak of Shadows to get aggressive on Calvish, but Calvish vanishes away from the fight, and he is not going to be able to connect. They're forced to swap over to Nuke, it looks like, as Kearney sits through the full blind. Really nice play by Calvish there with the vanish. All these rogues pulling off some insane vanishes. Nuke getting pressured though at the moment. Polymorphing Palomar trying to stall for Kearney. Apotheosis is up, so he should be able to stabilize. They stun Calvish. Swapping to Calvish. Outlaw Rogue might be one of the hardest targets to kill on both teams here, so I'm not sure if they're spending too much time on him, whereas 3.5 men are spending all their resources on Dopamine, it seems like so far. As you see both rogues pushing together, looking for crowd control and looking to find where they're going to burst. Neither one committing just yet as Dragon's Breaths are found. Double Ring of Frost. Devastating setup here by 3.5 men. Damage incoming from all 3 players. Will Palomar stay alive? Doesn't look like it. 3.5 men will close it 1-0.
Yeah, back and forth game. I mean, there's a few close calls in that one on Calvish, but ultimately it was 3.5 men that was able to pull out a victory in game number 1. Kearney, we kind of called out his build a little bit, but the fact that he's playing Relentless, he's given up some main stat, and he's giving up some stamina by not using 2 PvP trinkets, but what he gains is basically 2 abilities to reduce crowd control. So the one, inscrutable device, that's going to allow him to break out of crowd control when he's in it. And then in addition to that, he's got Relentless. In addition to that, he also has Will of Forsaken. So he has 3, basically the Relentless, and he still has 2 breaks for crowd control when he needs it, making him very difficult to control. But there's some nice setups here by 3.5 men, really trying to punish Whaler. So he's just playing the standard medallion, which makes him very susceptible to swaps and also very susceptible to crowd control, which is what we see here at the end, the really extended crowd control chain where they were able to take down Palomar. But that's a few setups in the future.
Yeah, this is still pretty early on in the match. And this is Dopamine's Cauterize. He is able to survive there. And this is also, I think this was after this was way after they did the swap on Whaler. So at this point in the game, there's no Ice Block Cauterize on Dopamine. There's no trinket on Palomar. There's no trinket on Whaler. So they can just pick their target. They get a nice doubled Ring of Frost right there. And they just have the damage to back it up. They get a DR Sheep onto Whaler. And Kearney is out there as well, ready with the fear, but they don't even need it. They have so much CC just in that one instance that they have enough to grab the win. And I feel like you don't typically see RMP mirrors kind of go to dampening, and I really feel like it felt like 3.5 men were behind basically the entire game, at least in the first 2 or 3 minutes, where Calvish was just getting kind of destroyed by Palomar, but they were able to get that one big swap onto Whaler. Dopamine used his ice block, and then they were able to force out a bunch of defensive cooldowns onto him, and then eventually they were able to take down Rogue. So I don't know if I'm entirely sold right now. It feels like the game should end faster if both teams are playing their offensive a little bit better. It feels like there should be some more opportunities before that. Like the first 2 minutes, 3.5 men really didn't do anything,
Maybe they were trying to figure out the matchup because they made so many different adjustments. Like they're playing Venthyr Rogue, they're running Inscrutable Device Priest. Like,
Yeah.
how many healers have practice on that? Like when to use that to break CC? Like, do you just press it on cooldown to keep uptime, or what's going on there? I think it was probably just a figuring that out, because although it is a comfort matchup, like they've played Rogue Mage a lot, they never played that combination of Rogue Mage.
Right.
So learning what they need to be doing, setting up those burst cooldowns together, makes me wonder if Novus are going to readjust. Like, is Venthyr Rogue really the reason they won? Was that the difference? Was it a Night Fae Priest? Was that the difference? Like, what was contributing to this overall victory for 3.5 men? Because the builds were actually so unique from each side.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if the side of Whaler, Dopamine, and Polymorph actually make some adjustments and kind of copy some of the tech that 3.5 men was using. Because from what I've gathered, 3.5 men has played a lot against Sea-Doo, Sam-I-Am, and Trill running the Outlaw RMP. So I think within themselves, they've been able to kind of develop a meta in kind of the Outlaw mirror. So I don't know how much practice all these teams do have. Certainly 3.5 men has some. It seems like they're bringing more of an advanced strategy. Novos, though, they had a lot of close calls. Can't count them out. I think Calvish lived at like 1% HP twice in that matchup, so even just the smallest little bit of more damage could have closed it out. So very back and forth series between these two teams. We are going to be going to Hook Point. Very fitting map for the series, I would say, and for the theme of today, I would say so far.
Well,
Should be only Hook Point when there's 2 Outlaw Rogues. The series has to be played on Hook Point, or the map has to be a Hook Point of 2 Outlaw Rogues.
What if it's 4 Outlaw Rogues?
I mean, that could happen.
Yeah, we saw
That
a
could
double
happen.
Outlaw Rogue already today. It definitely could happen.
Maybe we see it later today. I think with Team Liquid, maybe. I feel like it's possible. We might be seeing the double Outlaw again. But this series seems so difficult to predict. Like, I cannot distinctly specify what exactly about what they did determined the outcome of that game. I can't be like, oh, it's because they overlapped here or this, because it doesn't feel like that. It just felt like they have more damage, I guess. That's what it was on the scoreboard. I think Calvish and Nuke had significantly more overall damage than Dopamine and Palomar. Is that it? The only major difference and factor was damage output? Because aside from that, it didn't feel like there was any... If there was a mistake, it was made by the other side too, in terms of CC.
I think the offensive ice block was a mistake. It didn't actually... He did it after they already traded, so it didn't net them anything. And that gave 3.5 men an opportunity to go on the mage later, and they did, and they forced out like a guardian and stuff like that. But at the same time, like, that shouldn't be enough to win the game. You know, so I actually don't. I feel like that's what I was trying to say earlier. I feel like the game should have ended earlier, but I don't know how, because it felt like 3.5 men didn't do anything for the first 2 minutes, and then they got going, and then they won. So yeah, I'm not sure. We'll see. These Outlaw Rogue mirrors are a little bit of new territory here, so we'll see exactly what they are going to do here to get the win.
We have Whaler playing Relentless now. I wonder if he's picked up the trinket. I also Polymorph is playing Relentless also. So, is he human? Did they go human? I think they did, actually. So they're playing Alliance now. So Novo's switching it up, at least in terms of races. Not going to be the Panda Orc Undead anymore. They're playing triple human. And we'll see how that one ends up working out for them. Full blind now on Whaler. What are they going to do? Full kitty shot here on Polymorph. Polymorph does have his will to survive if he needs it, but won't trade it out. He gets to feint in between the 2 kidney shots into a gash.
Whoa!
Oh, goodness gracious. That's going to be the Cloak of Shadows. That's going to be the Vanish. A huge panic. But that was a good push there by 3.5 men, timing some of that burst at the end of that stun lock and forcing Polymorph to panic and actually trade out quite a bit in terms of defense.
Yeah, absolutely. Palomar doesn't really have anything to work with anymore, and if they can get another big setup like that, next combustion, that could be how they win the game on the side of 3.5 men. Right now, Palomar still taking a beating. He disarms Calvish, though. Should be enough to stabilize Whaler, able to throw out a couple of heals there as well. Nuke now getting kicked, and Nuke going to be the target of choice here for Novos, whereas 3.5 men are going after the Rogue. So different strategies here. And let's see who ends up pulling ahead. Kearney now in a full fear. Whaler pushing in, gets the chastised. It looks like they want to swap maybe. They're going for the mind games, but doesn't look like anybody is there to kind of answer that offensive play there by Whaler. And now Calvish looks like he wants to maybe swap to the healer as well. It looks like both RMPs are trying to set up a healer swap there, but not able to find it. And now most likely just going to go back to the default, which is Calvish going on to Palomar. And maybe not. Whaler is in a blind. Palomar is in stealth. And they get a sheep here. They're definitely going to go on. Okay, they're going on to Palomar. This could just be the game. Can they get a resheep? They do get a resheep. And Whaler is able to trinket out. I believe that's got to be the quantum device that he used right there, because he's not playing a trinket and he got out of the sheep. And that was for sure a dead rogue. Dopamine, though, still taking a lot of damage. Dopamine might have to ice block the cauterized triggers. Whaler's in a kick. I think that will be the ice block if they have any more damage. Dopamine will survive. Whaler gets a kidney shot now. Still not over yet. Can they find any more crowd control here? Dopamine! 1 HP ice block. That was almost a Venruki, but he does get it off and will be able to stay alive in the match.
Okay, almost a down goats moment for Dopamine here. Palomar stunned up, pressure across the board here for 3.5 men. They appear to be in control of the match so far, looking to take this to a game 3 and maybe just close it out 3-0. How are Novus going to be able to turn this around? Palomar evasion sets up, double ring of frost. Mind games casted by Whaler, trying to get aggressive here. Is he going to find it? Nuke blinks through the mind games and counterspells it. Line of sighting his enemies for now, while Kearney sits through crowd control. Kearney now is looking for crowd control of his own, I think, onto Whaler. Actually deciding to pull away and not get aggressive in this position. Just play safe, play standard. They're winning on mana, head on cooldowns. Don't get over aggressive here. Full blind onto Kearney. Nuke looks like he's the target. Palomar gets stunned up. Looks like he's the target as Whaler's into a polymorph. Kearney into the Ring of Frost. Who is going to fall first in this race? Nuked or Palomar? Palomar trading Cloak of Shadows, both defensively and offensively. Nuke meets a mind game straight to the face by Whaler. Holy Fire as well is going to get an ice block from Nuke. Mass Dispelled. Another polymorph onto Kearney. Big turnaround point for Novus. Can they push forward for Wild Seed? Doesn't look like it. Guardian Spear from Kearney comes in the nick of the time, but that was the miracle moment that Novus needed if they still wanted a shot in game 2.
Yeah, and let's see if they can continue that. 3.5 men right now, up 1-0 in this series. Can they get that second win? Mana relatively even, but Dopamine is the one that's behind in terms of defensive cooldowns. He really doesn't have much. Full Ring of Frost on Whaler. Dopamine could easily go down. He gets seated. Calvis will trinket out of the dismantle and has enough damage to drop the seed. Dopamine falls. 3.5 men up 2-0 in this Outlaw Showdown.
That was absolutely fantastic there at the end. And I like that they were swapping a little bit there between the Rogue and the Mage. And that it's all because of that big push they had earlier, actually. And unfortunately for Whaler, he got interrupted at a really, really bad time. And that's kind of where all the pressure came from. It almost looked like they accidentally went on the Mage because the Rogue was just lining. And, well, we landed an interrupt here on the healer, so may as well hit something. And then they landed another interrupt. And then all of a sudden, they started forcing some massive cooldowns because of that. So I think going after the Mage in general when you're Outlaw seems... I feel like it seems better. Maybe it plays differently, like when you're actually playing the matchup, but from spectating it, it feels like the Outlaw Rogue that is just kind of slowing down the other Rogue and trying to pressure the Mage can get rewarded very, very, you get rewarded a lot for that.
So we're starting to see the meta unfold a little bit. It feels chaotic with these teams specifically. I feel like as far as what information we got there is like going after the Mage can be high value, but the Rogue is definitely a viable target. We saw that time and time again. Like Novus were really dead set on going after Nuked for most of this match. Like at this point, they're going after Calvish to get Cloak, but later on they have this insane setup onto Nuked with this extended crowd control chain. Does it start here or is this after the fact? This might just be the kill moment here onto Palomar as we see the pressure coming through from 3.5 men. I think this is still much earlier in the match, actually, before that crowd control point. Dopamine was under fire. It really felt like in control for 3.5 men throughout the earlier stages of this game. Just burning down cooldown after cooldown, every setup, pressure heavily in their favor. And I'm kind of just still waiting for that miracle moment where they set up onto Nuked in the replay, because that was such a highlight. This is when they got the ice block from Dopamine into this match. And I think it was right here. Kearney is blinded, gets polymorphed, and Nuked wraps around the pillar here with shifting power, and Whaler's like, I nuked. casts Mind Games, casts Holy Fire, and those two damaging abilities actually really force Nuke's hand into this ice block. Gets Master Spelled so close to the kill on Nuke right here. And then what could Palomar really do? He vanishes, but it looks like he was able to get pulled out of stealth prior to the setup that actually impedes his chances of winning this game. Dopamine's got Alter Time. Not going to be really a great target with that. Calvis just keeps going after him and actually does net the kill, proccing the Wild Seed. So we'll have to wait and see if the targeting changes between these two teams and in this matchup in general, because I think this is going to be a pretty common matchup. Like, are the rogues going to be the targets? Are the mages going to be the primary targets? And how it's all going to unfold. Do we see any covenant changes? The Inscrutable Trinket is a really big adaptation from the priests, like being able to still have a trinket and also play Relentless.
You know what's funny? I used to play with that trinket in, I think it was the first month of Shadowlands. I just got it by accident, and I used it all season because, you could heal your teammates with it. It's a really fun trinket. I don't think we have a tooltip for it, but when you mouse over it, it just says a bunch of question marks because depending on when you use it in a match, it does a different thing. And it has an execute component. If you press it on an opponent that's, I think, under 20% HP, has a lot of different ways you can use it. You can remove CC. You can use it on your teammates to heal them. It's just an awesome trinket. But I gotta say, it is a little bit cheesy in the RMP mirrors to have Will and Relentless and a trinket as a result of that. But it is a fun trinket. I do like it.
And Res Legendary too, just in case they go after you.
yeah.
Just in case they decide to go after you, you got another answer. But yeah, really interesting to see how this is playing out. I'm trying to think, like, what is it about these matchups that really is allowing 3.5 men to pull ahead? Do you think they're just more comfortable in this particular matchup? Although, to be fair, when we've seen these teams play in the past, it's been kind of a similar result, even if it's subtlety, even if it's assassination. It seems like in terms of mirrors, 3.5 men has always kind of had the edge against this team.
Yeah, I feel like 3.5 men right now. There's like a RMP, like tier list right now in NA, and I would say 3.5 men is at the top of the tier list, with Unitas on a close second. And then I would say Novus is a little bit under both of them, actually. Based on what we saw in the Cups. Now, obviously, that was a while ago, and they may have practiced a lot up until this point. But in the Cup stages, I looked at Novus as I didn't really necessarily expect them to maybe make the top 8 or qualify for circuit and become, like a real team. I looked at them as a bunch of people who just were friends, and they signed up, and let's see what we can do kind of thing. And then they were able to perform and qualify. So for them, maybe we need more data points, but I do think 3.5 men is it just based on how they did in RMP Mirror and also into other teams. 3.5 men was just a better team in the Cup. So I think they still are. But for Novus, there is an opportunity here with the Outlaw to bring it back. They just need to find their footing.
All right, well, Tolveron, large map we're going to. Novus tried on the small map Hook Point. Now they're going to be going to Tolveron to try to battle it back. Now we'll see what adaptations they make in game. If they decide to go after the mage a little bit more in the match, we'll see how they do play this one out. Palomar is actually going to be going Venthyr as well, so maybe that's the reason why he's going to be switching it up, going Venthyr, a little bit more burst, less consistency, and less cooldown reduction, I'd say as well, but it might be what they need to actually close it out. And how do we feel about Whaler being Venthyr? Like, how much value is Venthyr getting in this matchup compared to Night Fae on Kearney?
I would say Night Fae is probably outvaluing it. The mind games is nice, but there was that one play with the mind games in the last game where they actually got the ice block out of it, but it's hard to quantify as well, like the defensive aspect of a Night Fae and getting your cooldowns back and having them at the right time. It's hard to put like a number on that. But anyway, Dopamine right now getting absolutely blasted. Oh, that's a full blind on the Whaler. Dopamine. How are you? There's no way he survives this. Yeah, he's just going to ice block before the card ice procs, but they master spell it. Beautifully done there. And Dopamine will make his way back to his team, and they also used a blind on the Kalish. So this is absolute disaster for Novus. They're down a Cauterize and an Ice Cloak and a blind, and the game just started.
This is, I mean, it's going to be so rough for them. They have to reverse sweep 3.5 men in this position. They stole their Covenant. Like, all right, I guess I got to go Venthyr Rogue. Maybe that's the reason we're losing here. Palomore still doesn't feel comfortable. He's running Cheat Death, right? What did Calvish tweet about that? Is secure rogues play Cheat Death? So, like, this seems dicey situation for Novus here. They're trying to readjust to the matchup with Outlaw Rogue, and they're just getting brutalized right now in game number 3. This could be it with the Polymorph secured onto Whaler. Is it enough here? As Dopamine's dangerously low. They're desperate. They're swapping to Kearney. In desperation, a cornered Wolf. Will they be able to bite back? Kearney stalls out long enough, and Dopamine Seed will be procced and popped. 3.5 men with a clean 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, just domination in this game in particular. But in general, 3.5 men had an absolutely fantastic series here. I would say they've been looking like the strongest RMP in North America so far. And this mirror match, it appears to be no different. So we got some Outlaw Fire Mage Holy Priest in North America as well. This composition has been on an absolute tear today. I'm curious to see how it plays out tomorrow as well, and actually what we have in store for us in our next series, because we might see it again, but we'll have a replay of this game and we can see exactly how they were able to pull ahead in this one.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, they just had a disastrous opener here on the side of Novus. 3.5 men, I mean, it can't go better than that. They already got Dopamine low when the blind came through, and when that happens, you just have to respect it. There it is right there. Whaler's in a full blind. He's going to get sheeped or sapped after it. And Dopamine is on the opposite pillar behind it. So Dopamine just did the right thing there. I had to block behind the pillar and then try to make his way back to the land side of his priest. He's able to do so. But once again, Whaler here using the quantum device actually to get out of that sheep right there. He gets re-sheeped. And Dopamine, at this point, he's got absolutely nothing. And then Whaler also gets counterspelled. They're going after Kearney. And Kearney barely holds on, and then in the crossfire they do take down Dopamine. So I feel like not to be that guy, but there is one mistake that I've seen from Whaler consistently now in this matchup, and that is after he sits a CC chain, he gets kicked on cast. And when we're looking at the other priests, that really doesn't happen. And if you've already been CC'd, that's the worst. Like, you cannot pick a worse time to get interrupted, and there was several times where this happened, and it's not a like when they forced the ice block in the previous game of Dopamine. It was like they were going after the rogue, they CC'd the priest, the rogue was avoiding them, and then the priest tanked the kick, and then the priest tanked another kick, and boom, now you don't have an ice block on your mage, and now we can snowball that into a victory later. So if there's one small criticism I can give to Whaler is don't cast after you come out of CC. Usually, like 99 out of 100 times, there is a better answer than that. Because if you do get kicked, usually it means you're going to lose the game right there and then.
Well, I'm sure they, would take that advice genuinely or generously, because obviously starting off your first game in a circuit, losing with a 3-0 is definitely not a good place to start off. We'll have to see how these guys do, how Novus does against UNITAS on Sunday. But yeah, not a great start. We've had quite a few 3-0s today as well. This one maybe not quite as surprising because this is the same score that we saw last time these two teams played off against each other. But 3.5 men looking really good. I'm excited to see how they do tomorrow as well against Golden Guardians. But really solid team so far. Supties, how do you think that they might do against some of these other teams with that composition? I know that they're a little bit newer and we haven't been able to see them play quite as much.
I think if you're playing Outlaw Rogue Fire Mage Holy Priest at the highest level, you probably have the highest probability of qualifying for the circuit, if not winning the entire thing right now. Even after the changes, I think even after the changes, you might have a higher probability because I think Destro Lock is going to have a harder time being maybe an answer for you. So yeah, if things are going as they are, I think 3.5 men are looking like a solid team to make top 4. Moving into this next series, though, I think we've got Team Liquid, right, for the final series of the day. Are they going to break out double Outlaw?
What's
Is
that?
it Liquid Cloud 9?
That's tomorrow. They're going to be playing
that's
Power
tomorrow.
Men today. Yeah.
Power Men, yeah.
Which is also a Mage Lock team. So we'll see. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I was talking to Sidu a bit, and I saw him tweeting out also. He's like, oh, yeah, great. Mage Lock is getting nerfed after we play against the two best Mage Locks in the tournament. So He's got Mage Lock today, and then the final boss of Cloud9, I believe, tomorrow. So definitely some difficult matchups for them, but they've shown that they have answers. Like, I have every confidence that Liquid can win against Mage Lock right now. I won't spoil anything, but I definitely think they have some solid answers.
Dan, quick, is this one of the answers?
Well, I think there's multiple answers. Right. They have a whole pirate ship of answers.
Gosh. All right. Well, we will see what those answers are. It's going to be the last matchup of the day here. We'll see if Team Liquid can fend themselves off against this Mage Lock before we see those changes to them coming in next week against Power Men. We'll see you soon. We'll be right back.
Come on! Yeah!
I do think that there are a few players that can say they've done as much as I've done it well.
Let's go! Let's go!
Competing at the highest level in both PvP and PvE is something that not many people have done, if ever. So I do think in that way that you could consider me Mr. Warcraft. Doing damage was always my #1 thing in Arena.
D2 has to make a trade. That wasn't even the combustion, it's just the vendetta. But now Peekaboo getting ripped apart!
That's what I've been known for, is to do a lot of damage because I'm a raider at heart.
This is is a race against the clock right now. Can Team Liquid stay offensive? They do, and they net the kill. Trill goes for it.
My family has always been a little bit hesitant, but as soon as I started to see some tournament success, they were on board immediately. They were also present at my 2018 BlizzCon win, holding up a Trillville sign, and it was just the best thing I could imagine.
Final Cyclone X, kidney shot on Tinu, Peekaboo barely holding on, wins game one, and Mythical Vortex done it! Ladies and gentlemen, shake these halls and make some noise!
While winning the 2018 BlizzCon was definitely a huge accomplishment, there's definitely been some pressure. Continuing that level of dominance for us was almost expected, but when we did not make the 2019 BlizzCon, that was definitely a bit disappointing.
CD caught up in a full blind, that is it. Maz is gonna go down for sure here, and the move does it.
And so we've been trying to find our way back into that number one spot.
From a trick, Trill needs to save, Pete ducks in, just in the nick of time.
If there's a season that we're gonna break the streak, this is the season that will do it.
That was, of course, Trill, the only player to have won BlizzCon and the world first. He's also competed in MDI. I mean, I really can't think of any players that are quite as well-rounded as him, Ben.
I mean, it really is. It's interesting to see. I mean, this guy so dedicated to World of Warcraft, his craft. He's done a phenomenal job in not only Mythic Dungeons, World First Rating, PvP. It just seems like he has it all. He understands the game at such a high level, and that's why he's kind of earned the nickname Mr. Warcraft. And yeah, we'll see. I mean, Team Liquid, they haven't had necessarily the best season since they did win BlizzCon a few years back. So we'll see if this is going to be their year. If they could pick up a win here in their first round of the circuit, I think it would be great for them.
Yeah, 100% agree. It'd be awesome to see them kind of return to that, that former glory that we saw. A lot of clips from that video that we just saw come from. But they've also, they've had a pretty decent season, so we'll see if they can pick that up just a little bit. And then on the other side of things, we do have Powerman. We were talking just a little bit about it before we went into the break. This is another Mage Lock team. They've got Thugonomics, who has been around for a long time, obviously a legendary Warlock. They've got Aang, who played on Charlotte Phoenix last year. He was kind of replaced Jamili just a little bit, and he was like a super solid Fire Mage, and then Tuna and Dazed, of course, just to make a really well-rounded team. So both of these teams, I feel like there's a lot more that they could be doing that we haven't yet seen from them this year, and there's a lot of untapped potential, if you ask me, from both of these rosters. So I'm excited to see what they can do. Team Liquid, of course, a little bit upset that they have to play this Mage Lock. Never mind. Look at that. Look what we're seeing here.
Guess you can't complain about Destro locks and having to play them if you don't play against it.
The amount of outlaw rogues and fire, the amount of outlaw RMP we've seen today is quite remarkable. It looks like we are going to be going to a mirror match. Team Liquid, I mean, we have Trill on the outlaw rogue. These guys, like I said, they've been practicing this composition a lot. They have some advanced tech in the matchup. We'll see if they can get it done. Right now, Trill into some crowd control. We'll see who can pull ahead in the earlier stage of the match. Actually going after Trill here. Big kidney shot. Jason A getting some damage out, but it looks like CD will easily be able to handle that initial pressure as Team Liquid semi-stabilizes. Swap now onto Sam-I-Am, and I wonder if the mages are going to be the main target in this match, or we're just going to see these teams kind of bounce around between multiple targets.
Yeah, and Sam-I-Am actually taking a lot of damage here. Sam-I-Am trying to greet it. And I think CD will be able to keep him alive here. He's got the Apotheosis active, and he is able to power out a couple of heals here. Holy Fire coming in. Aang now getting cooked here by the power of Sam-I-Am and Team Liquid, trying to hold his ice block. Barely able to do it here as well. Both of these mages with a super close call here early on. Who is going to get that big cooldown first? This is a pure mage race, which is honestly what I have been wanting to see here, at least in this matchup. Tuna in a DR blind. It looked like it was a double DR blind or triple DR blind. I'm not sure. That was a very short blind either way from Trill, and that's unfortunately really, really bad here for Team Liquid. The Powermen now, they still have their blind. They can blind up Sea-Doo, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Blind onto Sea-Doo, kidney onto Trill. Are they going for the KO? They got a Shasta onto Samayam. Dave's going for the sap. He can't find it. Sea-Doo's in combat. Gets the kidney shot instead. They're going after Trill, and Trill dropping insanely low. Sea-Doo using the quantum device right there as well, that trinket on a 3-minute cooldown as well. So that was the pretty much the last defensive that Sea-Doo has. And now Trill is going to have to fend for himself the next couple of setups without Cloak of Shadows, with just the trinket and that vanish. Sea-Doo also procced his Guardian right there, so it's a 3-minute cooldown on that Guardian. Whereas Tuna, he still got his Guardian Spirit available and his Quantum Device as well, I believe.
They procced the Guardian Spirit, so this is really devastating for Team Liquid here in Game 1, but they're trying to turn it around on Aang. Can they pull off a kill? Aang down at half health, getting gripped back to the pillar. Trill feared at the moment into a Ring of Frost. Sam's combustion again gets stripped off, and now he's kidney shot on his blink. Big swap onto Sam here by the Powermen, but Sam gets gripped back into midfield. Sea-Doo positioning up aggressively with his team. It's gouged, but on full diminishing return. Now Sea-Doo is immune to Polymorph. Team Liquid should get aggressive during this time. They're going to kidney shot Tuna and go after Aang. Aang activating that blazing barrier. Can they purge it off in time? Trill's trying to go for the kill. Aang pops the altar time, bounces back before it gets stripped off by Sam, but Sam is all over him with Pyros flying in. Polymorph follow-up onto Tuna. Is this enough to can Aang? It doesn't look like it, as he is going to be recovering. Tuna now finally out of crowd control. Combustion out from Aang. Pressure onto Sam here for the Powermen. Slight mana advantage, at least to Team Liquid, in their favor. Looks like they're managing to hold on to get that Guardian Spirit back. Almost back to 1 minute cooldown left on that. Can they keep stalling here? Sam is just getting owned at the moment by Daze, but so is Aang by Trill. Who's going to fall first? Aang seems to be the one floundering as Tuna is caught into a kidney shot, fades at the end of it, trying to pick up Aang as Trill goes for the win. Is he going to be able to connect here and close it out? Doesn't look like it. Sam gets shut down. Trill gets shut down by Dazed as Sam blinks in, trying to squeeze out a couple more Pyroblasts from the combustion as he had it rolling, but he's not going to find too much damage. Now he's on the back foot as Dazed connects here, popping out that echoing reprimand to the Kyrian Rogue, and really trying to close out game number 1. Sea-Doo still 53 seconds away from that Guardian Spirit. Mana, though, is still in favor of Team Liquid. Aang starting to fall down once again. Trill gets stunned up by Dazed. Dazed doing whatever he can to hold Trill back from Aang. Continues to pursue after Sam. Sea-Doo repositioning with the Soul Shape, Greater Fade to immune crowd control. Moving forward to Fear the Rogue. Combustion out for Aang. Devastation. Sam steals the combustion. Blinks in to get follow-up crowd control. Baits Aang to blink into the Ring of Frost, but Sam is still getting blasted at the moment here by Dazed, and Aang's combustion is rolling, so is it going to be enough to take him down here? Sam gets gripped back to the pillar, out of line of sight by Sea-Doo, but now he's stacked up for a kidney shot by Dazed. Dazed is looking to close this. Sam pops that blazing barrier at 10%. Is it going to be enough to hold on to the cauterize? A full kidney shot. Doesn't look like Sam has a blink for it, but Sea-Doo manages to power through with nothing but raw heals at this point, but Tuna looks like he's drinking, and having a mana advantage at this point could be the game-winning play for the Powermen, as their mana is in their favor at this point.
I mean, at this point, it is not looking good for Team Liquid. That being said, kidney shot now on Tuna. Samland looking for a Ring of Frost. Finds a Polymorph. Actually, big combustion here on Aang. It's going to be immediate Ice Block. Respecting that damage. Doesn't want to fall behind. Keep his health nice and healthy. But still not getting topped off. The crowd control not over yet onto Tuna. Finally, Aang's going to get topped off out of that Ice Block. Trill in hot pursuit, continuing the damage here onto Aang. Double Fear coming in from Tuna, trying to set up his team with some crowd control. Trill now into a kidney shot. Do they have the damage to take him down? It doesn't look like they're going to go after him. Continuing to push here onto Samayam. He does have Ice Block. He does have Cauterize. Sam has been doing a really good job kiting in this matchup so far, staying alive. Sea-Doo actually regens some mana, so his team is still in it at this point. This is the combustion. Can they get anything from Sam? Sam with a beautiful altar time. Looks like he will be able to hold on for now. Blind on Sea-Doo into a Chastise. Do they have anything else? Kick on Sam. Big burst, but Sea-Doo keeps him alive with the Guardian. Catches a big heal. Blind into Ring of Frost onto Tuna, as it looks like Trill and Sam are trying to get pressure rolling on Aang, but that gets shut down just a little bit by Dazed, who finds a kidney shot on Trill. Double Dragon's Breath coming in from Aang. Very back and forth. These teams are very evenly matched so far in game number 1 on the Grand Arena, our final series of the day. Aang incredibly low. No Ice Block available. Sam has to trade on his Ice Block. And we basically have a strictly even game here, except Tuna has much more mana than Sea-Doo.
Yeah, the Tuna is just stacked on mana right now, whereas Sidu has barely anything to work with. Carterize is gonna proc for him. Sidu's in a mind control, and he picks Sam back up to full HP. Sam I am now looking to get aggressive here, but he just can't. He's taking too much damage. This pressure from the Outlaws is just too much. Trill is forced to come back now finally and try to peel Dazed. He gets blinded by Dazed.
That's
he
it?
realizes he doesn't need to do it onto Sidu. He has no mana. They can just push him over. They're going for Sam. They get the fear onto Tuna. Sam looking for the sheeps here. He gets it. He's trying to build some distance between him and Dazed, but I don't think he can. He's got nothing. Sidu's in a kidney shot. How is Sam going to survive? Tuna's pushing in for the fear, and they proc the seed, and they get the fear. They will cook the seed as well, and that is going to be the Power Men taking game number 1 here against Team Liquid, both of them playing RMP.
I really don't think. I mean, I kind of I mentioned it at the beginning. I feel like Team Liquid, they were expecting the Mage Lock, but I don't know. In Mage Lock into the Outlaw Rogue and the Fire Mage is really, really difficult. So Power Men, they've leveled up and they're playing the Outlaw Rogue themselves. I don't think anyone would have anticipated we go into Outlaw Rogue, Fire Mage mirrors between these two teams. It seems like more than half the teams in North America are running this composition right now.
Let's look at this actually. So I think Cloud9 could play it. I think Chun-Li's been practicing Outlaw. Team Liquid can play it. Novus can play it. Unitas can play it. 3.5 Men have played it. Power Men have played it. Kauai is the only team, as well as Peekaboo's team. There's only 2 teams in North America that I think won't play it, and every other team will play it.
Well, we've seen Golden Guardians play RM Pala.
Yes. Yeah, is that the same?
And we've seen Peekaboo play Outlaw. They have it. We can't argue that they have it.
Golden Guardians aren't going to play it. There's no way.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with you. I don't like Golden Guardians. They would lock in their RPS into like every matchup in the game if they could. If they've lost to a matchup like 10 times in a row with RPS, then they might lock it in. The likelihood of it happening maybe not that high, but the possibility is there.
And then on EU, SK Gaming played it. Casual Dads can play it. Bugs played it. Kungana play it. No Money Just Funny play it. LF Org, I guess it's basically MYWAY can't and Delirium can't. And then LF Org. Do you think at any point LF Org could? Like, does Blizzo play an Outlaw Rogue at some point?
If he doesn't, he should. Like.
It would be 6 out of the 8 teams on both region if Blizzo picks up an Outlaw Rogue.
That is wild.
Yeah. Definitely good.
Outlaw's getting nerfed next. Do you guys really think it's going to be that strong?
It's not enough for Outlaw Rogue. I don't think so.
I think Outlaw Rogue will still be very potent.
Can we pull up the patch notes specifically for Outlaw Rogue? They're nerfing the Brawler stacks to 15 from 20, so it's 5% less total HP, right?
Yeah.
What else are they doing?
But the PvP trinket set bonus is getting buffed, so it's 1,500 more HP from the trinket bonus. So
yeah, but that's for everyone though.
Yeah, but it benefits Rogue more.
Yeah,
yeah.
That's
the
true.
percent stamina.
Because yeah, that's true. So, that's true. It will undo the nerf a little bit.
Yeah, kind of undo it. Not 100%, but what advantage would it be to the other comps? Like, the only thing I'm thinking maybe is, and Ven's mentioned it too, and I think we talked about it before we went live, is like Shaman Cleave meta potentially, without the echoing resolve on a mage, and you just run them down with Purge. So as a potential possibility. Otherwise, if not, I think it's going to be whoever can play this the best rides their way through the circuit. We're going to have a lot of Rogue Mage mirrors. It's going to be 6 out of 8 teams in NA, I think, are going to play it. If not in all of their games, and then 5 or maybe 6 in EU as well. I kind of feel bad. Well, actually, Golden Guardians Kauai might be kind of like, rubbing their fingers together a little bit, because the Shadow Priest Rogue might actually be a good answer for the meta. So maybe they come out on top. Like, everybody else is trying to be the best Rogue Mage, and they're like just eating it up because they can play the Shadow Priest Rogue.
It's definitely possible. Definitely possible. I wonder if Team Liquid has an answer. I don't think so. They could play double Outlaw Rogue.
You were so excited about saying it too, and I knew you were going to say it.
I swear. They might actually play double Outlaw Rogue. No joke.
That's a desperate pick. I'm saying like you can't win the mirror though. I feel like that game was too close to
better than the mirror. It could be better than the mirror. I don't know.
Historically, it is better than the mirror.
I've seen screenshots and I've seen them play it and win against some really good RMPs. So they could play double. If they play double Outlaw Rogue, I'm going to be so excited.
I actually hope they do. I think it would be awesome to get. It wouldn't even be our first double Outlaw game today, so I definitely think it's possible. But at the same time, do they swap out of the mirror already though? Like, you know?
Yeah. What does that say?
Usually when
Well, Team Liquid always waits forever.
They're going to pick the best comp advantage. I don't think there's someone that's going to pick based on ego. They're not going to pick.
You don't think there's any ego involved there?
They're not an ego
usually
pick.
When
There's no way.
Usually when there's RMP mirrors, like if you swap off, you've admitted that, you know, like sure, you might still go on and win the series, but you've admit that your RMP, you know.
Would you rather qualify to the top 4 or have the sticker that says I was the better RMP?
That's a tough one. I feel like that's a question better suited for Van. Van, you used to be the RMP that beats the mirrors and loses to everyone else, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, were you happy with that choice?
Yeah, it felt good.
Yeah. Right. I think I would play I think I would go with the ego play as well. Actually, I'll say, well, if we play on even footing, you know what's going to happen. So you can go ahead and counter comp me all you want, but when you go to bed tonight, you know you got farmed in RMP mirrors.
So Team Liquid, they're not going to be going with the double Outlaw just yet, and I don't blame them. I mean, if they play double Outlaw, it's going to be Sam I Am Outlaw Rogue, which, I mean, compared to Sam I Am Mage, like, don't get me wrong, I'm sure Sam's phenomenal on Outlaw, but compared to Mage, it's not looking so good. So I think going head-to-head in the mirror once again, maybe just cleaning things up a little bit. Trill actually plays an interesting build compared to every other rogue in the game. So if you look, you guys, by the way, if anyone is wondering how we look at the talents, you can do that as well. If you go to awc.gcd.tv, you can see all the builds for all these players. But if you notice, Trill actually plays different talents. So he plays a different level 30 talent, level 45 talent, as well as a different level 15 talent. So he plays Ghostly Strike instead of the Quick Draw, as well as Mark for Death instead of Deeper Stratagem. So his kidney shots aren't going to be as long. He's not getting as many, like his finishers aren't as many cooldowns, or aren't as strong with as many combo points, I should say. But the fact that he's resetting his Mark for Death really often allows him to get those double kidney shots off more consistently. Also gives him decent cooldown reduction. His Ghostly strikes up more often, but he's the only rogue that plays this build.
Yeah, and he almost walked into Daze right there as well. That was like, I felt like they were actually on top of each other there. Maybe they just weren't like spamming a cheap shot or something. But either way, we are live here with game number 2. Ashman's Fault, Sea-Doo with a beautiful Holy Ward right there. I think he actually faded the kidney. Daze is not going to be happy about that. And now he's going to go after Trill here. And that's with the Vanish reset kidney there. Trill just going to get gripped back. This is a good start so far for Team Liquid. Sea-Doo has been making, he's shut down the first 2 kidneys essentially by himself, whereas Trill is just having free, rain here onto Aang. Sam I Am is taking a lot of damage here, actually. Sea-Doo, he's out the Guardian there. Doesn't want to get blinded right now, but he gets sheeped. And there is a blind as well onto Daze here available. So this is going to be a long CC chain. Aang, though, with a nice alter time, but this is going to be Sam I Am's Ice Block for sure. He gets cauterized, and they don't get the Ice Block, but at least they get the cauterize here on the side of the Powerman. So Powerman, once again, is going to be the team that strikes first.
Yep. And can they keep that momentum? Trill having to evasion here, although I don't think we're too worried about the evasion of the Outlaw Rogue. Aang, the main target here for Team Liquid. They need to get that cauterize soon if they want to even the cooldown score here in game number 2. Momentum could be in favor, although they're battling for it right now. Tuna caught in crowd control. This is a big opportunity to get cauterized from Aang. Sea-Doo in position for Psychic Scream as well, out of the Ring of Frost. In position, gets kidney shot. Doesn't look like he's going to have a way to break out of that. He'd want to use the Inscrutable on that, but he manages to get the Psychic Scream regardless. Sam, although, has to be on the defensive during that Psychic Scream. Sea-Doo caught in the Chastise. Oh, no! Wild Sea-Doo, I think, is procced here, and Sea-Doo speared up. That is going to be it, game 2, and that was a confident game 2. 2-minute kill by the Powermen, and now on match point.
I mean, that was really, that game was pretty one-sided. Powerman had a lot of momentum, able to cut down Sam I Am in a really good first push and get his cauterize out of the way. Fortunately, the second push, Sam I Am wasn't able to get that ice block off, and Powerman will claim a quick game number 2. Now they're 1 away from closing it out. I feel like at this point, We're going to have to see Team Liquid. I don't know what they're going to do. Are they going to lock in the mirror once again? That's one of those games where you kind of just got to shake it off, because they still had cooldowns, a lot of cooldowns to work with, a bit of an unexpected kill, but Powerman are going to be super happy to claim that one.
Absolutely. But the thing is, with the Powerman, they were like, sure, Team Liquid, they still had cooldowns to use. They could have still used their ice block and whatnot. But on the side of Powerman, it feels like the Powerman is in the driver's seats the entire game. Like, so far, if you look at the cooldowns, Ang hasn't used anything. He's used Alter Time, and that's it. You know, there's no pressure on Dazed, and Tuna is not getting CC'd. And I think a big reason is how the Rogues are playing, and maybe part of it is also the fact that Sidu and Samayam are stacking a lot more. Anytime Sidu grips Samayam, he gets rewarded with a kidney shot. The Rogue's like, oh, perfect. Now you're in melee range. I can kidney shot you. So I feel like Dazed, yeah, I think Dazed, if you even look at the damage, Dazed was a lot more effective than Trill in this match, getting off kidney shots, getting setups, and just in general getting his damage out onto the mage. So I don't know if that's because of positioning between Samayam and Sidu, if they're too close to each other, or if that's because Ang and Tuna are doing something different. But I think that's ultimately what allowed Powerman to just run away with this one.
Definitely a momentum swinger. And now does the double outlaw come out? Are they admitting defeat in the mirror? They're down 2 points right now against the Powermen. And I feel like the Powermen pulled this out of their pocket. Like, I see Thugonomics queuing with this team a lot on the ladder. It feels like they put a lot of investment into Roguelock specifically. So it's impressive to me to see them performing, because I feel like Team Liquid is queuing this basically every day. Whenever I'm watching Sidu, it feels like they're queuing this. So unless they practiced it in private and somehow dodged everyone that was streaming that I was watching and never got to see the Powermen, it feels like this is the first time I'm seeing the Powermen break out the Outlaw RMP, and they're looking really good offensively. Sidu has some clutch plays that game with the pre-Holy Wards and pre-fading CC, but eventually it just gets locked down and they're getting overwhelmed. Maybe the build from Trill is a factor here. Maybe it's not performing as well as the build from Dazed, because it seems like the rogue pressure on the mage is really important. It might be something you take into consideration. Like you pointed out, there's a difference there. But we're moving into Dalaran Sewers. I can't imagine Powermen change anything.
No way.
Given their advantage at this point.
It's really interesting too. I mean, you talk about maybe they haven't played it too much on the ladder, but I swear what's more valuable than just queuing it up on the ladder is if, like, Powermen, for example, like maybe Powermen and 3.5 men said, hey, we're both going to RMP mirrors. Let's just play 300 games against each other, you know, and they just play.
That's true.
8 hours straight in Outlaw Rogue mirrors, and that's going to be so much more valuable practice, because you can, if you find a training partner like that, I mean, I don't know, this is just speculation. I don't know if Powerman did play with 3.5 men or if that's what they did, but if that did happen and Team Liquid didn't get that same kind of practice, it's so valuable. I remember like it was Zico and I in Classic, we used to duel each other in Mage versus Mage. We would duel each other in Mage versus Mage, and we ended up getting really, really good at the matchup, because we'd literally be in Discord with each other and telling each other, oh, like, you did that, that's really, really good, like, I'm gonna steal that strategy. And then I'd be like, oh wow, Zico, you outplayed me there. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we're just telling each other what works really well, what doesn't work, what the mistakes were, and you can just evolve the matchup so much by doing that. So if these teams, if RMP is going to be a composition like this, I hope these teams find a training partner and just, you know, play 100, 200, 300 games into each other, because it gives you such an edge in these type of mirror matchups.
Yeah, and especially now, I mean, having a practice partner has always been very, very kind of important, and in general, not just in World of Warcraft, in all esports. That's why people have sister teams. That's why, you know, people, you know, set up scrims like that. But I think it's especially important when the ladder is so different to the tournament server, with, you know, the tournament server having a set amount of gear, and you can buy every item that you want and set up your character exactly how you want. You know, like these priests playing with the quantum device, I don't think they went and farmed it, you know, on all of their characters, and they have that available, and they have, you know, all the force set, and just everything is perfect, you know, ready to go.
Yeah.
And even if they do have that, the chances that the people that they're playing against on the ladder have that as well, it's just like, how often are they playing quantum device RMP relentless mirrors on ladder? It just doesn't happen that often, you know. when the game is that different on the live server and on the tournament server where these teams are competing, it just adds an extra layer of importance.
It's especially difficult. I mean, if you're Team Liquid, this, like I said, this is speculation, but if you're Team Liquid and every game you play an RMP mirror and you have the device to get out of crowd control and your opponents don't, it might give you like a false sense of security in the matchup because you have like that little bit of an edge, right? And now that it's on more of an even playing field, maybe they don't have the experience into it as much, so some of their strategies aren't working. But it's really hard to say. I mean, so many little things can be going wrong. But yeah, Team Liquid, they always like to take their time, win or lose. They're going to wait the full 2 minutes to pick their composition, talk about what went right, talk about what went wrong. Are they going to switch up their composition? One thing we know for sure, we're going to DELERIUM Sewers. Powerman feeling confident with their RMP. Let's see if Team Liquid has that same confidence, or we're getting a double outlaw rogue. Here we go. I told you we were going to see it. I knew it. Okay.
Yeah, you did. You did call it. Double outlaw rogue here from Team. What's going on with DELERIUM Sewers, by the way? Is this just a double outlaw map or something? Like, what am I missing here?
Oh, yeah.
Because that's where we saw it earlier as well, when the dads were playing in EU, the casual dads. So I'm not sure here how this one is going to play out, but it was really close. And honestly, I think this is a comp. Like, you know how some teams have like 2 healer mains, like C9 and KUNGARNA, for example. Imagine if there's a team with 2 rogue mains playing this. I swear it could be good. I swear, I think it could be insane.
Best comp in the game. Secret weapon, Cleve.
You spam ranged blind like the whole game.
Yeah.
You just take turns blind sapping it. You can literally, if you have 2 outlaw rogues, you can blind sap like every 45 seconds or something like that.
Yeah.
And you also have someone dedicated to gouge kidneying a healer. Like, you always have a gouge kidney for the healer. With a kidney on the kill target. You actually have a crazy. This is a legitimate comp. Like, it's a good comp.
I believe you. I fought C2's team playing this, and I didn't have very much fun. Mind you, I'm a boomkin, so it's a little bit different. But this comp is highly durable. I feel like Powermen, what they should be aiming to do is like double Dragon's Breath Rogue, set up on Priest, and keep trying to get double Fears, double DBs. Constantly setting up on C2. But if the Outlaw Rogues are split at all or spread out, it might be difficult for them to do that. So curious to see how this plays out for them. Team Liquid are now banking on this comp, and it almost feels like they're going to have to bank on this to beat every other option, because what if Powermen play big map Wizard Cleave to try and deal with double melee? Although I don't even think that would be great. I don't actually think Mage Lock... I mean, we saw Mage Lock beat it earlier today, but I don't know if it should have. I feel like Delirium literally played double Outlaw for the first time ever. Team Liquid probably have at least 3 days on the ladder, from what I understand, with Sam picking up Outlaw Rogue recently. So they've got at least a few more games with each other on this composition. Almost reminds me of that tournament back in Legion where they locked in double Demon Hunter. It was Mez and Trill when they decided that double Demon, and that got them to BlizzCon, I'm pretty sure, in that year. So will double Outlaw do the same here for Team Liquid?
Who was it that ran triple Mong? I think it was Drainer, right? Drainer and
it's Botar.
Cervantes or something. Oh yeah, you're right.
Team.
Yeah.
I think you're right. I think it was Botar's team. They played triple.
Called it Monka Cleave.
Yeah. What do you call it? Monka Cleave or something?
Yeah.
It was. What did they play? They played triple Orc Male, all with the same transmog, all with the same mounts, and they were all called Arena 1, Arena 2, and Arena 3.
Yeah.
So like, how do you call a target? How do you go on Arena 3? Oh, I went on the guy that's my 3rd unit frame. Oh, no,
yeah, they purposely joined in the wrong position too.
Yeah.
So Arena 2 joined first, then Arena 3, then Arena 1. Like, it's really, really funny. You can't say, "Oh, go on the Monk." Oh, go on Arena 2. It actually, I think they lost, but didn't they?
Yeah,
they lost.
I think they ended up losing. It went down. It went to a last-second qualifier, didn't it? It was like a tiebreaker or something. I swear, it was something really strange.
Yeah, it was like high stakes. I remember.
Yeah, really high stakes. I can't remember who it was against, but yeah, I remember that. Now we're having flashback. Now it's double Outlaw.
What do we think if Team Liquid wins this?
The whole series of this game,
like they reverse sweep
with double outlaw.
I think we're gonna see this more.
I think so too.
Depends on what it looks like. If it's like the Powermen could have won and they blundered,
Powermen look good in the mirror. If they get reverse swept by double outlaw, and I'm not even convinced Powermen. I'm gonna be bold right now. If Powermen lose as RMP, they're not gonna win this series. I don't think they have a comp that will beat Team Liquid playing double outlaw. I really don't. I don't think their Mage Lock will win. I don't think Warlock Rogue will win. I really don't.
Yeah. To me, it comes down to how coordinated is Team Liquid on double outlaw. Because like, memes aside, I really, really 100% believe that if you are like a really good double rogue, you can make it work. Like you can make it, like not just make it work, you can dominate with this because you have the damage, you have the survivability, you have guaranteed instant ranged crowd control. Like you have everything. You have everything. Yep. So I'm sure there's some things that's going to counter you, but in the traditional like meta comps, it feels way more. It feels way more scary going up. Like being like for Nazarins, it looked way more scary fighting like 2 outlaw rogues than when he's been fighting
the Ret Warrior.
Yeah, like, the Ret Warrior looked less scary than the double outlaw for sure. the Ret Warrior didn't even go on him.
All right,
I'm worried.
This is. I don't know what's gonna happen here. Like my heart and my head are telling me two different things. Like I feel like Powermen are playing a really good series so far. Like game number 1, game number 2 look good, but Team Liquid they've been holding on to this. This is their secret composition, secret not so secret composition. So we'll see. I'm curious what how Trill and Salman decide to build their rogues. Like how durable are they going to go? Are they going to go with like a Tricks of the Trade? Are they going to play double dismantle? Like what are they going to use? Defensive trinket or an offensive trinket? Like are we going with alacrity or how are they going to play this? Because in theory, if they can live, they're going to win the game. I think. I mean, I guess that's how everyone looks at the game. If you live, you have a good chance of winning. But I feel like the longer they stay alive, the more the match goes in their favor.
The longer the blinds are going to line up, they're just going to have instant CC all over the place. We saw this debut in EU. I thought that Team Liquid was going to be the debut team at Double Outlaw, but Delirium actually snuck it away from them. So let's see how it plays out for Team Liquid in North America here, facing a Rogue Mage Priest. Honestly, I feel like Powermen were dominating the series in the mirror, so this needs to work for Team Liquid. Sidu caught into a Fear Will, Forsaken's out, grips Trill back upstairs. The opener is going to be the scariest point for the Rogues because they don't have their Enduring Brawler stacks. So Team Liquid really need to survive at least the first minute of the game. I think it's going to take roughly to be able to get the maximum stacks. And then after that point, I think that Powermen should begin to set up Sidu. They have managed to trade effectively so far through the early stages, and now Tuna's in a kidney shot. Aang is down at half. What is Dazed going to do to support? He dismantles one rogue, but the other rogue is still having free reign as Tuna has to use Guardian Spirit to stabilize throughout this assault. Cover, Sidu caught and chastised, looking for crowd control, Psychic Scream secured. Sam looks like he pre-aegis this kidney shot, so I think it's unlikely we see him go down here as he leaves the Sunlock. He can pop Crimson Vial and heal for a massive amount because his health pool is so high. Trill is just doing what Trill does best, that highest amount of damage possible as Aang is getting cut down. The Alter Time's around the corner, looking to try and reset. Alter Time's back, but Tuna is still sapped. Aang, I think this is an ice block from Aang. Master Spell? Nope, Sidu is cheap shot at the moment. He's going to try to look for it. Master Spell trying to fake out any potential interrupts. Finds the Master Spell onto Aang, and this looks so good. This is actually as crazy as I think Zico was thinking that it could have been, but they have to survive another blind. Sam's going to Trinket Cloak, more than fair. That was the all-in from the Powermen with long crowd control on the scene. Are they going to kill him? Are they going to kill him?
Another full blind. Definitely could. I mean, Sam I am right now is a little scared, but Aang is much more afraid. Cauterize could easily proc here. Trill and Sam are all over him. At the same time, Sam gets caught into a kidney shot. Sidu trades out the Guardian Spirit. Should likely have the healing to keep him alive, and it looks like he does. Sam needs to stabilize. His cooldowns are fading fast, so He's got that vanish coming up in 10 seconds. That's going to be basically a free escape for him. Just needs to make sure he doesn't go down in a stun. There is a bit of a scary moment here. I mean, Sam could easily fall. I think Trill's going to have to do a really good job peeling the full kidney shot on Tuna right now. As Sam continues the pressure here on Aang. There's the kidney shot on Sam, though. Can they take him down? Both these players are going to be a little bit afraid. Tuna gets caught into a full blind. There's no sap to follow it up. Unfortunately, Sam does trade that vanish, and that's a huge defensive cooldown for him. Ring of Fire drops down. Aang just getting chopped up by 2 pirates. Trill and Sam huge kidney shot will land. A DR kidney shot on Tuna. They do manage to proc him. Can he get away? This kidney shot is lasting forever on Aang right now. That was like a 10-second kidney. Aang, can he hold on? Trill's still just all over him.
He's dead, dude.
Away. The pressure's unrelenting. Sam and Trill might
all aboard.
Full blind.
All aboard.
That's
Fifth
it.
blind of the match. Aang drops. Team Liquid with double Outlaw Rogue. Maybe we found the answer to RMP.
Yeah. So we got blinds. You get a blind, and you get a blind, and you know what, Tuna? You get a blind and a sap. That was disgusting. Like what? Double rogue, dude. I'm telling you, man. You can't win. Like already, as RMP, if you win, you all in the priest. I can already tell you, they're wasting their time going after the rogues because they're immortal. Number 1, they're immortal. Number 2,
now we're saying
as the RMP, you're on the timer in this matchup. You have like a set amount of blinds that you will survive, and then after that, you're just dead to blind sap. So, like your healer can't play. Your healer can't play Trinket, because if he plays Trinket, well, he can Trinket 1 blind, and then the next blind is guaranteed, like blind sap, kidney, master spell. Like you can just lose the game on the next blind, so you can't do that. So you have to play Relentless. But if you're playing Relentless, every single time there's a vanish with the blind, you're gonna get blind sapped, and if you get blind sapped, there's a good chance here, unless your mage like pre-alters and does like an insane job kiting and plays out of his mind, he's probably just gonna die. So you have you're gonna survive some with alter time and kiting. You're gonna survive some with ice blocks, but eventually you're just gonna. What happens here?
It's literally a 9-second kidney.
It's literally a 9-second.
Tuna's already been kidneyed, kicked, and chastised, and Aang is still in the kidney.
You know what's so funny about this? It's Tuna gets blinded, and then Trill is in a kidney himself, and he can't sap him. So what does he do? He just vanishes and just stays on top of him until he casts, and then just kicks him out of stealth and just goes back to the mage quickly.
Yeah.
Actually just kicks him out of stealth as the opener. It's crazy. But it's the right thing to do, but it's still crazy.
Well, I'm not joking you when I say this. I literally don't think there's a better comp that they could run other than RMP. Maybe. I don't think so though. Maybe they run Sun RT. I actually don't think Wizards will work.
No, I mean, they're going to try Wizards. This map makes me think they're going to try Wizards, but I don't think it's going to work.
I think Team Liquid just runs double Outlaw the rest of the series. Don't ever change, and just that's it. See what happens. I actually think it's good into Mage Lock.
What?
No.
Is this over for them? Why would they? What are they afraid of?
Trust me, they are more scared of you, Team Liquid. They are way more scared of you.
Yeah, I think this might have been a mistake, but it's they're trying to. Basically, they don't want to give Powerman Mage Lock into double melee, but Outlaw Rogues are like a special kind of melee, so I don't know if the same rules.
They're a Guardian Druid melee.
Yeah,
you got more HP than me in bear form permanently. Oh my god! If Team Liquid end up losing this because they didn't just.
I'm not sure about this. I feel like Team Liquid. What do you have to lose? You've already seen this matchup. Like, sure, okay. Like, let's not count them out. You know, they're an insane team. They can win the mirror, but you're 0-2 in the mirror. Why even risk it? Just send the Outlaw Rogue. It's getting nerfed next week anyway. Send it.
It's getting nerfed.
Send it before it gets nerfed.
I don't think Outlaw's going anywhere on Tuesday. There's no way. What? There's no shot you were losing last game as Double Outlaw. 0%.
Well, maybe they win the mirror. Maybe they win the mirror and then they lock it for game 5. Like whatever.
They could win the mirror. We can't cut them out. They did have a
100%
bad
they can.
game too. It was kind of close game 1, and game number 2 was just a bad game. I think sometimes you just have a bad game. You just gotta just shake it off. But I really do think that just is literally straight up playing. Like I don't know. I would have been happy to see the Double Outlaw. It looked super good that last game. And you think even against like Mage Lock, it's not going to be that bad. And in all honesty, you could just play super duper safe. But on Tolvaron, maybe it is a bit scary.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. We're all a little bit excited and biased right now because we want to see more Double Outlaw. But maybe Tolvir against Mage Lock, it's maybe not the ideal situation to be in compared to just an RMP mirror. But at the same time, I really don't think it's a losing matchup. But that's where the experience comes in. Like that's what I said. If you have the double rogue, they need to know the strats. They need to have played a lot of double rogue. Like you need to have rogues who have specialized in the cheese, and that knows, okay, against this comp, you tunnel one wizard, I tunnel the other. Against this comp, we tunnel one wizard each, and then when we blind, that's when we go on the same way. You gotta, you learn certain small things like that by just playing, the comp a lot. So I'm not sure how much practice they have with Double Outlaw, but I feel like if they had a lot of practice with it, it wouldn't be that bad into a Mage Lock, even on Tolvir, because in theory they have a lot of opportunities to get a kill before the Mage Lock can boom them.
Yeah, but we're going to RMP mirrors, so we can table that discussion for now. Maybe we see it in a game 5 type situation, but Team Liquid, they've revealed that they have the Double Outlaw Rogue available. I think a lot of teams kind of knew based off of what they've done on the ladder, but yeah, Team Liquid definitely had a rough few games against Powerman and the RMP mirrors, but definitely can't count this team out. Samayam, Trill, and Sea-Doo might be able to rise to the occasion here. Powerman, though, I think this is exactly what they wanted. They wanted to just lock in Tolvaron, threaten the Mage Lock, and then force them into the RMP mirror, which is something that they've already won. So I feel like in terms of a draft pick, Powerman definitely comes out ahead here. But it's a mirror match, right? So it's not that bad for Team Liquid. Could definitely be worse.
Yeah, I mean, think about it this way. Your opponent gets to pick the best map and the counter comp you. And playing a mirror. And it's a matchup, a comp that you have prepared for this weekend. So, yeah, for Team Liquid, it's not a bad situation to be in by all means. They could definitely still pull this through, and who knows? Maybe in Game 5 we will see more double pirates, or maybe Powerman will just kill their hopes and dreams right now of a Game 5. I mean, that's what if I was on Powerman right now, I'd be like, okay, listen up, boys. Unless we want to go back to the pirates, we have to deliver right now. I don't want to face that again. I just watched the healer get blinded 20 times in 2 minutes, and I don't want to see that again. So let's just win. That's what I would be saying. So I think that's what Powerman are saying right now.
I just saw the healer get blinded. That's in 2 minutes. I just saw a 10-second kidney shot. I don't want to see that. Let's just close this out right now. Let's just win this, end this shenanigans, not give them a second chance to come back in this tournament. Just end this. I think they really do. I feel like the more this goes out, the better it's going to get here for Sea-Doo's team. So let's see if they can pull it off here in the mirror match. Can they clutch it out? It seems like offensively, getting these setups onto Aang is the most difficult for them so far. Trill and Dazed in stealth, almost on top of each other at the moment. Surprised they didn't see each other here as Dazed is moving in. Sam, I am. Oh, they are all really close to each other. Is anyone going to get found out of stealth? I think Sam got saw. How did Sam not get spotted by Tuna right there? Sam, I am going for a polymorph. Immediately counterspelled by Aang, and Dazed and Trill are both going to open up on the respective pages immediately here. And we can see an off kidney onto Trill. Really love these off kidney shots to control the rogue and then just dump damage into the mage. Dismantle out of the kidney shot, trying to hold Trill back and build momentum onto Sam, trying to force an early cauterize. Can they force it to the Guardian Spirit? Sea-Doo already popping Apotheosis. stabilize through that first assault and manages to hold on to Sam's cooldowns. Trill tries to grapple over, but it looks like he may have got chastised on it into a Psychic Scream. Doesn't find it. Tuna's now into a kidney shot. And they set up anything off the kidney shot. Trill is just going to go for a blind and then get right back onto Aang. And this is where he's getting some good momentum. He cloaks offensively, goes for the Vanished Sap. It looks like Tuna's going to use that Inscrutable device to break the sap, stabilize Aang with his Apotheosis as well. So even trades pretty much between the teams at the moment. Very evenly matched on match point.
Yeah, I like the offensive plays by Trill. He even trades out the Cloak of Shadows to avoid any kind of like Dragon's Rush sheep on him. And they have a lot of pressure on Aang right now. Team Liquid looking to strike back. Can they get the Ice Block? It would be massive. Trill really setting up his team there for some serious momentum, but looks like Aang might be able to survive. He gets caught into a full kidney. The will to survive. Aang's going to trade out his human racial in order to get away, as well as his soul shape. So he's behind the pillar as Tuna's in crowd control, now blinking out of the open. He gets a lockout on Sea-Doo. Can they get any pressure rolling on Sam? But just unrelenting pressure. Trill really putting the damage out on Aang right now. An interrupt on Tuna once again.
Whoa.
Aang forced into the ice block. Sam, honestly, Team Liquid's on fire. These interrupts have been great. The crowd control's been great. The damage on Aang is massive. Sam, I'm in a little bit of trouble right now. Let's see if Power Men can strike back. Can they get an ice block themselves? Doesn't look like they're going to be able to fade. Sea-Doo gets locked out into a fade, but the healing is limited. Finally topping Sam-I-Am off. Now full Ring of Frost. Aang still has his cheap death, but he's in a lot of trouble. Ring of Frost drops down, a full kidney shot on Trill, slowing down the damage. He trades out his will to survive, to get aggressive. Can he take down Aang? Aang blinks out of the kidney shot. Does get topped off there by Tuna. Team Liquid still playing very aggressive here.
Yeah, this is exactly the pacing that we needed to see. Team Liquid just looking completely revitalized at this point. Aang so super low. He gets gripped to the pillar. Trill is in hot pursuit. He's disarmed. It finally fades. Trill going for the kill. He gets kidney shot. Daze trying to shut it down. Tuna actually fearing Brawn there, fearing everything, and just tries to kite across the map. He needs to get away from Trill. If he's stacked with his mage, we've seen what happened to Sea-Doo on Ashamains. There it is. Oh, did he def a blind right there? What was that? No. That was chastised into a blind, actually. Aang right now on his last leg. Do they have anything out? Sam-I-Am is trying to make his way over there. Does he have the damage with the combustion? Do we have anything onto Tuna? Tuna barely manages to come out of the crowd control. Tuna picking up Aang. Aang on 1% HP, blinking for the blazing barrier. Tuna now casting heals, but Sam-I-Am is there with the counterspell. I don't think he can keep this man alive. And somehow, some way, Sam-I-Am gets faked. He fakes death. He gets faked on his counterspell, though. Actually, counterspells Aang. And now Sam-I-Am trying to push in for the fear for the sheep, but he gets feared on his sheep attempt. Dragon's Breath not going to be able to land, and instead it is going to be Tuna once again swimming upstreams here across the river, trying to dodge the shark here in the waters that is Team Liquid. But he gets caught up in another crowd control. Aang here with the Alter Time active. Beautifully timed there. Trill with the Cloak of Shadows looking for the kill. Can they get anything more onto Tuna? Sea-Doo is there with the fear. And this is potentially... No, he gets the Guardian Spirit. It might proc, though. Can they keep it? Can they keep it from proccing as well? I can't believe it, Power Man.
Blink
and
CS.
Once again, he gets Blink Siesta as well. Tuna just hasn't left crowd control for the last half minute or so. But somehow, some way, Aang is still alive. Full kidney shot now onto Tuna into a Ring of Frost. Can they get it? Tuna actually immunes it there with the Holy Ward, but he gets potentially feared here, or blinded actually. And once again, Trill now in a Ring of Frost. Sam-I-Am in a kidney shot, and finally Team Liquid's pressure is starting to slow down a little bit here, and it's actually going to be Sam-I-Am that could be in trouble, Sid.
Oh, Sea-Doo into a chastise. Do they follow up full blind? Does he have the Inscrutable? Aang is still on the back foot. Tuna's interrupted once again. This could be it for him. Are we going to a game 5? Tuna struggling, finally getting a big Serenity out, pulling Aang into the fight, and his ice block's coming off cooldown in 24 seconds. Can Aang stall this fight for 20 more seconds? If he has that vital cooldown, it's going to keep his team in the game. They're ahead on mana at this point. Daze is getting rid of that Echoing Resolve as soon as possible to set up crowd control. Oh, the Ring of Frost misses onto Tuna. Tuna's going to death and walk into it. This is great for the Power Men to close out this series now. Sea-Doo gets a clutch Psychic Scream. Can they win with that? 3 seconds away. 2 seconds away from Ice Block. 1 second away. They have weathered the storm and managed to hold out to that powerful defensive cooldown. They're ahead on mana. Now they need to get aggressive here onto Sam. Try and push him over, close out this series. Don't give any more opportunities to Team Liquid to learn the matchup or potentially break out their double Outlaw Rogue again, because they are going to become an increasingly larger threat. If they can get a win against a roster like Team Liquid this early on in the circuit and get that secured point, it's going to be a big win for them. They are so close to it at this point. Sam's Ice Block still 2 minutes away. Sea-Doo gets counterspelled.
And is he going to be able to keep Sam going here on match point? Looks like defensive blind onto Trill, just holding him at bay. They know Cedu's out of mana, so all crowd control on deck on Trill. Take the damage dealer out of the fight and overwhelm Sam is the strategy for the power man. But Tuna's sitting through a blind into a full ring of frost. Aang Iceblock, where's the Master Spell? Can Cedu find it? He finds the Master Spell. Aang is getting cut down. 10% health remains for him on match point. Can he stay alive? Another kidney shot onto Tuna. Aang blinks into line of sight, shifting power desperately to reset Blazing Berry, but it isn't enough. They proc the Wild Seed and they cut it down. Team Liquid hold on to dear life and take it to a game 5.
Wow.
What a series so far. Team Liquid, they had so much initial momentum, but you really got to give it up to the Powermen. They were so far on the back foot, but they somehow managed to keep it cool, and he did a phenomenal job kiting to stay alive that long in the match. But ultimately, Team Liquid was able to overwhelm and secure a win, picking up their first mirror victory here today. And it's going to make for a very interesting game 5, but we can take a look at the replay and how that one did play out.
Yeah, I mean, this was, and also for the remainder of the series, this was a big game because now Team Liquid, they are in the heads now. They are in their heads. They know exactly here what they can do, what options they have. They looked like they were on fire this game, and Cedu on his cam as well looked very, very satisfied with that win. And at the end of it, now when we're going to head to the draft after this, you're going to see Powerman, what are they going to do? Are they going to set up a big map for Mage Lock? I think they have to, but are they going to lock in Mage Lock into RMP? Are we going to see another RMP mirror? Are we going to see the double Outlaw get blind locked? There is a lot of unanswered questions, but if you just look at, like, even early on in the match here, so much pressure onto Aang. Aang honestly played a really, really good kiting game. I would say his healer was, I mean, in every single one of these replays, you can see Tuna full blind, full sap, full ring of frost, sheep, kidney shots. It's just so much crowd control, and Aang barely staying alive. But here in the end, he does eventually go down, but still able to just stay alive for a long time, buy himself, buy his healer a lot of time to come out of the crowd control and actually pick him back up. So Aang had a good performance, I would say, in this match, but unfortunately for him, Tuna got crowd controlled a lot, and unfortunately for him, Trill picked it up this time, because I would say in the Ashaman's game, it was a little bit of a quiet game for Trill, but in this game, Trill looked like the monster that we know he is. He looked like Mr. Warcraft again. So for Team Liquid, they have the momentum now, and they are, okay, we're speeding through the draft. Imperial Domain, large map, threatening with the Mage Lock.
Here we go.
But it will come down to an RMP mirror.
All right. That was the fastest draft I've ever seen from Team Liquid. They knew exactly what they wanted to do here in Imperial Domain. They're fired up. We go into another large map. So far in the RMP mirrors, Powerman up 2-1, but the series tied up 2-2. Going to a game 5. Team Liquid, can they do it? They have the momentum from that last game, but really, it was a close game once again. I mean, Sam Mayam did trade out his ice block. The game was about as close as you could get, and I'm really curious to see how exactly Team Liquid decides to play this one out, because in that last game, it was all about aggression, and they actually did switch. So there's the one big change is they actually went from Horde, which they played in game number 1 and 2, to Alliance. So I don't know if that was the big decision maker, but that is something that they did decide to do in this one.
Curious to see how the racials play out on Tuesday as well, because you can maybe bring in an Orc Rogue, or maybe a Human Priest and an Orc Rogue, and then like,
oh yeah,
what else?
We haven't even talked about that.
That's gonna be interesting to see, especially if people are wearing these inscrutable devices as well. On top of that, like, I guess they're more worried about kidney shot, right? Like, kidney shot is a little more likely to land than fear, more often than not, I would think. Yeah. So getting out of those more frequently is probably better for the matchup.
It's a lot of things too. Like, even, I mean, Trill wasn't playing Relentless, right? So as a human, he can play Relentless. So getting Dragon's Breath Sheep is much more difficult. The timing has to be a lot more precise. All like the random off-crowd controls are going to be shorter duration. It just gives him more uptime in the match. Whereas an Orc, that doesn't happen. You're not allowed to. You are allowed to, but you don't play Relentless, because then you have no trinket for a stun and you can get all in. Whereas the human, with the will to survive, it allows you to actually get out of that. So I think human right now, it seems to me that a lot of players are opting to play human. with Relentless to diminish some of that incoming crowd control, and it seemed like it worked out really well for Trill in that last one.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, just to touch on what Sid was talking about, I think it's so cool that we're going to be able to kind of mix and match, because like a lot of the time you have to kind of just make a sacrifice. You have to be like, okay, well, I don't necessarily want to be a horde, but it's better for my teammates to be orcs, so I'll play an orc as well. The fact that you can be like, I can stay human and you guys can play orc, that's going to be absolutely massive as well. But here we go. Game number 5, Team Liquid Powerman. Powerman up 2-1 in the RMP mirrors, losing the last game though, the most recent RMP mirror. So momentum, I would say, in favor of Team Liquid. And for the Powerman, they might go out here in a reverse sweep, and that's how we started the day today. So it would be an interesting way. It would be the same way that we started is how we end today if they do get reverse swept here. But if Ang and company have something to say about that, that won't happen. But big aggression coming out immediately from Team Liquid. They get a full blind onto Tuna. They get a nice value all the time there though by Ang, and it looked like the crowd control actually broke there onto Tuna. So he was able to pick Ang back up, or maybe the quantum device came through there. Either way, Ang able to survive that initial aggression there, and now Powerman looks to get aggressive onto Team Liquid.
Yeah, they're going after Trill, so a bit of a strategy change here, and I think the Mages have been looking like a better target overall in the matchup from the RMP mirrors that we've seen so far. So this could be kind of desperation from the Powerman, like, hey, help me out, get Trill off of me. But no, now it looks like they're back to Sam, so just a temporary switch. Tuna caught in a stun, Sea-Doo rolling up, grip into Polymorph, but they go for a fear prior to it. Dragon's Breath onto Dazed, into the Quaking Palm, setting up for the Poly, but Tuna is able to get away from that crowd control before it landed. That could have been a great move to get a cauterize or an ice block here, but not going to find the crowd control. Now Sam on the back foot, Sea-Doo blinded into Ring of Frost. Sam blinking across the map, but he's out in midfield getting blasted on match point. He can't afford any mistakes. He pops Combust to go aggressive in this moment in time, but looks like the Combust is going to be removed. He's going to Dragon's Breath Dazed. Polymorph gets interrupted here by Dazed. Ring of Frost casted, miss onto the blind of Tuna here. They're going to Psychic Scream him into the Ring of Frost. Well done by Sea-Doo, continuing that chain, but Trill is stunned up. And they keep him going. He's going to pop evasion. Dazed has to switch targets, going back onto Sam now. Ang still getting pressured down at half. Tuna recovering with Greater Fade. Apotheosis. Kidney shot at the end of the Greater Fade, though. Can they get a cauterize from Ang here? Trill is cutting in. He's doing so much damage right now onto Ang, but Tuna recovers with the Guardian Spirit. Dazed now trying to reconnect. Sam deflects him with the Dragon's Breath. Polymorph around the corner. Tuna rolls over, but gets Polymorphed on his Dispel. Nice punish by Sam I Am here. And they push for Cauterize, or is it Sam's Cauterize who is going to trigger first? As Ang's Combustion is rolling, his damage is much higher. Sam is critically low in game number 5. Sea-Doo is stunned up. Can they push for it? Maybe push for the win. Sam is so low at this point, trying to stay afloat, trying to stay on target and stand toe-to-toe with Ang, but ultimately grip back to the pillar, out of line of sight. They're going to Frost Nova Dazed. Dazed vanishes out, resetting his blind. Blind available from both rogues. Trill going to get stunned up. Fear onto Sea-Doo. Swap over onto the rogue. Massive damage incoming from Tuna. Mind control out of the fear. Looks like it does ultimately get shut down by the kidney shot. Trill still below half. Evasion comes up very shortly, but he's dismantled. For how much longer can he stay? It looks like a big heal comes in. Sea-Doo's going to be able to save Trill. Now he's right back onto Ang, looking for that cauterize. Mana even between the teams, so evenly matched. It could be anyone's series. The entire series decided by this game. You need as many points as possible to qualify to the top 4. Who is going to take it?
Very high intensity right now. It's a full kitty shot on Sam. He's forced to trade out his ice block. Can they get the cauterize as well? Where's the Master Spell? Look, he's able to find it. Sam does get out of the crowd control right now, but he's still low. Ang at the same time getting incredibly low. Full blind on Tuna. Trill pushing forward, trying to get an ice block of his own, and he does. He collects it. These teams are even on treasures now when it comes to hunting mages. And at this point, I still feel like Team Liquid is a little bit ahead. Ang still hasn't been topped off. This is the fade. They get the cauterize. Ang is burning. He's on the run. Do they have any more crowd control for Tuna? He trades out the Guardian Spirit. It's a lot of incoming healing, but Team Liquid, they were behind. Big plays there by Trill. Allow them to get back into the game and are actually now ahead. Big combustion here by Ang, trying to get the damage out, but unfortunately not able to really find it. Combustion really not getting too much value. In the meantime, Samayam has his combustion. Kitty shot on Sea-Doo. He's able to break out of that, trying to connect some healing onto Samayam as Team Liquid is kind of struggling to survive here. Finally getting topped off. They're stable. They need to get some pressure on Ang.
Oh, Trill gets mind control. He gets sheep into mind control on his hook here. And now Trill going for the kidney shot, trying to make his way back here onto Aang. And Sam-I-Am, can he find the crowd control? It doesn't look like Sam-I-Am is going to be able to find it. Trill, though, with the blind coming up right now, actually goes for the blind onto Sea-Doo. Sam-I-Am might drop first, though. He still has his cauterized. Full blind available here for Tuna as well, if Trill can get it up. It looks like Tuna actually holy warded his blind. That is insane. Tuna is just not going to get crowd controlled here, and that might actually be the play that could potentially win the Power Man this match. But still, Sam-I-Am with no longer cauterized, with no ice block, Aang as well with nothing. Who is going to take it? Sam-I-Am without combustion. Aang ahead now with his combustion ready, and he's going to let it rip. Cedar's in a full fear. This could just be the game. They get the kidney shot. They get the counter spell. Sam-I-Am blinks for the blazing barrier. Can they get the little bit of extra damage? Cedar comes out of crowd control. No Guardian available, though, but he should be able to pick his mage back up here. Sam-I-Am will survive. I think he gets kicked.
Oh, nice
Still
dodge.
Dangerously low, and Aang actually might go down here to the damage of Trill. Tuna in a DR fear. He gets a big heal there, though, with the Guardian Angel. And once again, these teams super evenly matched to their last global event.
Yeah, definitely. Fear. Sam-I-Am had a beautiful Ring of Frost that actually allowed him to stay alive. Days just could not connect. Finally, Cedo gets caught into the polymorph. Death comes in. Does he have any healing to keep Sam-I-Am alive? He's just so incredibly low at the same time. Aang also, both these mages just playing so aggressive in the face of death. Everything on the line. This is a game number 5 between these two teams. Both of them looking to get a win. Here, a full blind into a full polymorph on Tuna. And Aang might get dropped. He crosses the map. Trill
No way.
No
way.
Hot pursuit, trying to close it down.
No way. He's alive.
Breath. Kidney shot on Trill. Aang somehow alive. Tuna's there. Another polymorph lands. Kidney shot on Sea-Doo. How are they doing this? I mean, Aang with beautiful positioning, beautiful kiting there. Great peels by Days. He stays alive in the face of death. Now, can they turn around the pressure on Sam-I-Am? It looks like he's still on the back foot. He's still under pressure. Trill in hot pursuit. Once again, Aang trying to cross the map, but Tuna's got no mana left. We're at 9% dampening at this point of the game. Sea-Doo is there with Trill. Can they take him down? The Ring of Frost drops down. Guardian Spirit once again here on Aang. Blazing Barrier is going to be used by Aang. That should be enough to bolster his defense, but Sam-I-Am has an ice block coming up in 6 seconds, just going to solidify that lead Team Liquid has.
Oh, 2 seconds for Sam's block, 1 second for Sam's block. He's got ice block again. No way. He has block for the combust if he needs it. Sam trying to abandon the mission, line of sighting the enemy mages, but Tuna's there to get some holy fire damage. Sea-Doo's in the kidney shot. This is a block. There's no way. Sam, he's so low. He's holding. I can't believe he's holding onto the block. He's confident in Sea-Doo's call there with the Fey Guardians and the Guardian Spirit to hold the ice block. Such a dicey decision there at the last second. Now Tuna into the full blind. They need more crowd control out of the blind. Can they get it? They get the sap. Trill gets the sap. They need a Mass Dispel on this ice block. Sea-Doo is going for it. Gets the Mass Dispel. They can close this game out. Sam-I-Am gets the polymorph. Combustion is up. Can they connect onto Aang? Aang is line of sighting once again for his life. Sea-Doo resetting cooldowns with the Symbols of Hope, getting a tiny bit of mana as well for himself for a slight edge over Tuna. I can't believe this game is still going on. Team Liquid still have the advantage with 1 ice block remaining. Sea-Doo's Apotheosis is up. Team Liquid can get really aggressive with the Apotheosis. It's massive heals incoming from him. This is their moment to close this out. They need a dogpile on top of Aang. Trill is going for the kill. Is he going to be able to find enough damage to do it? Sam is on the back foot, but he needs to push with the ice block. He gets forced into it. Tuna, where's the Master Spell from Tuna? He's not even going for it. Just wants to make sure his team is stable at this point in time, having evened out the cooldowns at this point. Aang is an absolute live lord to hold on this long, but there is 0 mana left. There's no cauterized for 35 seconds. There's no ice block for 3 minutes, and there's a full blind on your healer. Aang is kiting across the universe to avoid Trill at all costs, but it looks like he may be able to reconnect in a moment. 2 seconds left on the polymorph. Dragon's Breath stalls it for a second, but another polymorph from Sam. Aang, how are you doing it? How are you still alive, blinking to get the blazing barrier from the burning soul? Is that going to be enough? A kidney shot. It isn't. The wild seed has been procced, but will they keep it alive? No, they will not be able to. I cannot believe what Aang did, but it is not going to be enough. Team Liquid have secured it 3-2.
All they needed is that little confidence boost from the double outlaw that lets them like, give their team like a little jolt, you know? Like it's amazing. I mean, Team Liquid, they were down 0-2. They get the reverse sweep in this series. That's going to be a huge win for them. But this was a really well-fought series by the Powermen as well. Super close matchup between these two teams, and they're both looking strong on that RMP.
I mean, Ben, you said it before anyone did. If they win that game with the double outlaw, they're 100% going to reverse sweep. There's not a doubt in your mind. I don't think this is how you expected it to happen. maybe you expected them to beat the Mage Lock on the large maps with it, but regardless, your prediction is true. A fantastic performance here from Team Liquid, getting the reverse sweep against Powerman, and this is, we talked a little bit about Team Liquid, rising back to power here. We saw it a little bit during the Cups. They really haven't had a really strong season compared to the one where they won BlizzCon. I think since that BlizzCon, so this really could be their year. And starting it off with a big win against the Powermen, one of the teams that was rivaling them in the standings, is definitely a nice feeling, especially when you're bringing in Trill on the Outlaw and you're showing off some tech that you haven't really been using up until just now. So big win here for Team Liquid, and you gotta give a shout out to Aang, honestly. How this man survived that blind sap in like the 25-second CC chain or whatever that happened at one point when he was already low when it happened. That was insane. And Daze as well backing him up. I just think both of these teams played a really good series.
Oh, 100%. I'm super excited to watch, from start to end there. And Zico, you said it, like we ended the day the way that we started here with another reverse sweep. And we're going to see those final moments right here as Aang finally goes down after staying alive for so long. You really do have to give him credit for surviving through that for so long. But Team Liquid going to take that victory for the last game of the day. And we, definitely a lot of confusion there when they swapped off that double rogue composition into a different composition set. So what did you think that match was headed when you saw that comp swap compared to where it ended?
Yeah, I mean, based off the first two games, I was thinking that Powerman would close it out. If they were too worried about locking the double outlaw into Mage Lock, I was thinking like, oh wow, the Powermen are actually probably going to take this series now. But they played an insane game, and like Ben said, the confidence boost. It was almost like that Space Jam moment where Michael Jordan gives the water bottle. It's the double outlaw water bottle, the placebo of like that win with the double rogue confidence. It gave them enough to be able to play that out and reverse sweep it.
Yeah, and double outlaw rogue, is that something then that you think that's going to be a comp that we're going to see reoccurring, or is that just like a weird pocket pick that we may not see after today?
I just don't know how many teams actually put effort into having two outlaw rogues, right? Like that's not a normal thing to like normally have like one person pick up like a rogue, but I do think it is a composition that can be strong. Like I don't think it's bad into like cleave teams. I think it can work into caster teams. I think it can work into melee caster teams, but we'll see. I mean, obviously in this one, Team Liquid had more confidence in the RMP mirror for whatever reason, at least on the larger maps. So we'll see if they end up running it again. We'll see if other teams end up running it. There are some changes coming to Outlaw Rogues, but I don't know. Like, I don't know if we're going to really see Outlaw Rogues fall out of the meta. I think they're still going to be very strong. Likely, probably still the most powerful melee in these tournaments.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as we can see just now with the end of this series. So 3-2, that's going to be how that one ends. We are going to be calculating up those standings. We did have the European games also earlier today, if you're just now tuning in for that. And for every series win, you are going to get a point. And then to an extent as well, we'll get into later detail as we move further along here in the circuit. Individual game wins are going to matter just a little bit as well. But for now, they definitely want to be focusing here on these individual series wins. So this is after just one day of play. So obviously not really much we can infer from these numbers, Zico, but in your mind, what teams stood out to you today?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I think, honestly, all of these teams kind of performed the way I would expect them to, at least on the North American side. Yeah, I honestly, I think everyone kind of played to what I would expect them.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of just same old.
I would say, yeah. Well, not same old. I would say the team that impressed me the most today was probably SK actually on EU.
Mm-hmm.
I just had to think about all the games. I think SK on EU, playing the Druid version and getting that reverse sweep. I think that was really impressive. I think they win my my impressive team of the day award.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that's definitely a good one. They were the first matchup of the day, played against Looking for Org. Yeah, and they fought really hard and were able to pull that around for a victory. So they're going to get a point as well. So these are the European teams that we've got playing also. And we're going to have roughly the same schedule just in terms of tomorrow, in terms of the regions that are playing. We're going to have Europe, of course, in the morning. There's going to be one less game for the side of Europe, and North America is going to have one more game. That's just going to kind of how Saturday and Sunday is going to go. And we can see these matches right here. Any you're looking forward to, Sid, as we're looking at the schedule?
Kind of the Golden Guardians. Like, what are they going to do with this Rogue Mage meta? Are they going to be able to beat every Rogue Mage, or is it only specific Rogue Mages? And seeing how that matchup evolves is going to be very important in the North American region. Delirium, actually, I wondered, like, what comps does Kungana have? Like, is it only Rogue Mage? How is Warrior going to do into that? Actually, double Outlaw. Oh, if Delirium plays double Outlaw into Kungana, they're going to, right? They have to.
They're 100%
going to.
Okay.
So, like, does that actually work? I mean, it could.
You sound unimpressed with that.
If Delirium ends up being the only team that beats Kungana because they play double Outlaw,
I don't know how, like.
I mean, weirder things have happened in AWC. Right?
Maybe.
I don't know. I think people just want to see RMP lose. Doesn't matter how, right? As long as they lose. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, anyways,
in this series, one RMP did lose. So
that's true.
I guess
yeah, when everyone's RMP, RMP is guaranteed to lose.
Yeah.
Forehead.
Okay. All right.
Think about it.
Wow.
Very insightful. But anyways, that is going to be the schedule for tomorrow. So definitely make sure you are tuning in, of course. And I think, just what we saw based on today, these teams have definitely been putting in that work. And I'm excited to see what they're going to do tomorrow, because it's an indication of the games that we saw. I think these guys are, definitely putting the work and getting just as excited for the circuit as I know, we all are. So tuning in tomorrow to youtube.com/Warcraft, same time, same place, 10 a.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. CEST. Also make sure you're subscribing, you're hitting the notification bell, and also following us on Twitter at WoW Esports. Lots of cool information there, a lot of bracket information, roster information. So if you want just some more details on what's going on here with the circuit, definitely make sure to check that out. So thank you guys so much for watching here on the first day of the AWC circuit, and we will see you again tomorrow. Have a good night.